17, 27th of November, Mr. Vusi Mabona, also a delegated official from TMPD, supported by the Deputy Chief Revo Spies, comes to BAC. They ask for another extension as a result of this tender still not being finalized due to the various processes that are still being undertaken. GM8 has been attached, and it's the last item on this process that I would love to refer the Commission to the second bundle, which has been adequately captured on page number 54. On page 54 of the second bundle, we've got GM8. On GM8, similar process is undertaken. The department motivates, they tell BAC that they are aware that it will attract Regulation 32. However, they cannot ensure that the city's assets are unguarded. They are aware that this will attract irregular expenditure as with the previous approvals. The approval is then granted accordingly as Section 32, as a Section 32, as stated in Resolution number 4 of GM number 8, captured on page number 56. Equally, Chair, BAC is clear that this extension or this appointment, this is not an extension, it's an outright deviation appointment. Just to get the wording correct, for the last 3 instances, it will attract irregular expenditure. We are referring it to the relevant authorities for further investigation. Prudently as well, we need to disclose this in the city's annual financial statements. That, Chair, now deals with paragraph number 67. So I'll go back to my sworn statement on paragraph 17 and finalize paragraph 68, 69, and 70. I will not be referring to any annexures for these
Mr. Minister,
paragraphs.
maybe clarify this before you go to your answer. Am I correct that the effect of the first 2 extensions and then the deviation appointments, the effect of them was that those security companies, 22 of them, would provide the contracted services, but they could also be appointed to do the ad hoc security services?
Yes.
So you couldn't go to somebody new for the ad hocs, you had to appoint this 22.
This was the same process that we're doing. Also, Chair, just for you to be aware, it's also an ad hoc appointment, meaning as and when.
Yeah.
So ad hoc is provided on the as and when basis as a result of these service providers having been appointed in whatever that time was, Chair, I just don't have the date, on an as and when basis. So yes, you are correct. It is the correct Watchman Services tender, as well as they could tap into ad hoc for utilizing this tender.
Oh.
Okay.
Now that you've again referred to the as and when, I'm just, is it truly as and when pricing, or is it as and when invoicing? Is it literally pricing? Because I would find it very strange that an organ of state would get into a procurement relationship with several entities, not knowing how they would price. I'm raising this because I would understand if it's as and when invoicing, in the sense that the pricing itself is already known. Do you follow me?
Yes, I do, Chair.
Yes. Can you just clarify that?
Yes, Chair. The pricing is certain. So we appoint on rates, meaning the pricing is certain. We know exactly.
Then perhaps you need to change your language and not refer to as and when pricing.
Okay.
That's why I was confused earlier, and I even asked you the question, what exactly is this as and when pricing?
So, Chair, the basis of this was the result that risk assessment changes. A point could be a hot potato today, but tomorrow could be a low-risk area, meaning reassignments are probable and can be done.
Suspended Tshwane CFO Gareth Nisi giving his testimony at the Midlanga Commission. You were there, SAFM. We're going to wrap up the show in a sec.
Spar Winner Car is back. Stand a chance to win one of 50 Hyundai Extras when you buy participating products. Like 4 kg Spar IQF chicken mixed portions for $169.99. Save 30 Rand. 2 litre Spar carbonated soft drink. Buy any 2 for 22. Save 5 Rand. Price is valid from 8 till 21 April. Shop, swipe and win while stocks last. Only at Spar. T's and C's apply.
My Banyana Banyana are preparing for the 2026 Women's Africa Cup of Nations, which will be held in Morocco from 25 July to 16 August 2026. Banyana Banyana will host 2 international friendlies against Algeria on Tuesday 14 April 2026 at Princess Magogo Stadium at 3 p.m. and Friday 17 April 2026 at Kingswell Tini Stadium at 3 p.m. Both matches will take place in Durban. Tickets are available at Ticket Pro at 30 Rand for adults and free for children under 12. For more details, visit safa.net and Banyana Banyana on X.
John Gerika on SAFM.
That's the show. Good luck to Banyana Banyana and the Proteas women today, also playing. They're up against India today. I'll be back again between 6 and 7. If you've missed the whole Madlanga Commission through the week, I'll be wrapping up the Madlanga Commission. We'll bring you some sound bites. We'll bring you analysis of what's happened there. That's from 6 to 7 tonight. Right now, 1 o'clock.
Thank you, John, and the team on the top stories. Advocate Batohi's application dismissed in the Ngabinde inquiry, and Commissioner Mkwanazi to head a new crime-fighting project. For SAFM News, I am Ondelambana, and a very good day. The Ngabinde inquiry has dismissed an application brought by retired NPA head Advocate Shamila Batohi seeking permission to consult with her legal representatives while under oath during her testimony before the inquiry. In December, Batohi walked out of the inquiry before completing her testimony. The inquiry is probing suspended South Gauteng Director of Public Prosecutions, Advocate Andrew Chauke's fitness to hold office. Judge Bess Ngabinde ruled that there's no compelling reasons for the applicant to seek such relief before dismissing the application.
In my view, even though this panel could exercise its discretion in pursuit to accommodate the applicant's request, she has not proffered specific facts suggestive of her rise to procedural fairness being compromised. In the view I take of the matter, and to avoid prolixity, it is not necessary to deal with the other issues raised. Order. Accordingly, the application is dismissed. This is a unanimous ruling which we hand down.
Attempted murder accused Bellarmine Mugabe has pleaded guilty to pointing of a firearm and contravening the country's immigration laws. Mugabe and his co-accused Tobias Matonje entered into a plea agreement with the state at the Alexandra Regional Court north of Johannesburg. Matonje has pleaded guilty to attempted murder, defeating the ends of justice, as well as possession of a firearm and ammunition. This relates to a shooting incident of an employee at the Mugabe residence in Hyde Park in February. Advocate Lawrence Hodes is representing both accused.
Accused one statement in terms of section 1122. And count 5, pointing of anything which is likely to lead a person to believe it is a firearm. I plead guilty to this charge and state further as follows. On or about 11 February 2026 in Hyde Park in the Regional Division of Gauteng, I unlawfully point anything which is likely to lead a person to believe that it is a firearm, an antique firearm or an handgun to it, a toy firearm with unknown caliber at another person to it.
3 men arrested in connection with a shooting incident that left a 5-year-old girl wounded in the head in Vala Park on the Cape Flats have abandoned bail in the Bishop Levis Magistrates Court. The child was caught in the crossfire during a shooting incident that stemmed from a fight between 2 rival gangs last week. A group was chasing a gang member and firing shots while the child was playing in the street. The National Prosecuting Authority spokesperson, Eric Ntabazalila, says the matter has been postponed to May 18th for further investigation. KwaZulu-Natal Police Commissioner Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi will head a new national project to fight organised crime. This has been revealed by the Premier Taminduli at the handing over of a new building for the police's forensic laboratory services in Durban. Mkhwanazi has confirmed that the so-called Big Five crime syndicate being probed by the Madlanga Commission will be investigated under the new initiative. He has explained that similar teams like the Political Killings Task Team, which has been operating largely in KwaZulu-Natal, will be set up in other provinces to investigate organised crime. Mkhwanazi says he will chair a committee that will coordinate the work of the various task teams.
So the organised crime is one of those that we've realised. What you see happening in the Commission, it's central to organised crime. And what we see happening in the media currently, what has been observed, majority of the people that are involved in this organised crime are law enforcement officers. our own colleagues in the South African Police Service. So when we discuss and we try and strategize as to how then do we mitigate this, and we realize that once people are working in specific units and they want to take ownership and they protect those territories in those units, it's what makes us not to function well.
Eskom has signed a 3-year 7% wage increase with two of its labour unions, the National Union of Mine Workers and Solidarity. The wage increase that will take effect in June will include an increase in the housing benefit and a once-off payment of 10,000 rand in each of the 3 years. The two unions constitute 75% of Eskom staff and went on to sign with the employer despite the other union, NUMSA, that has boycotted the ceremony. NUMSA is demanding an 8% wage increase in the first year and has since declared a deadlock. Eskom's Group Chief People's Officer, Dr. Candice Hartley, says the agreement takes into consideration the operational and financial realities of running the power utility.
It is a multi-year, so starting in 2026, June this year, all the way through to 2029. And the main feature of the multi-year agreement is that with our organized labor partners, we have increased the basic salaries of our bargaining unit staff for 7%. So each year we will increase the basic salaries with 7%. So it's a 3-year multi-year agreement with an increment of 7% year on year. It was really disappointing for us as a management team when in the final day of the fourth round, a deadlock was reached with NUMSA.
Recapping the top story, the Nkabinde inquiry has dismissed an application brought by a retired NPA head advocate Shamila Batohi seeking permission to consult with her legal representatives while under oath during her testimony before the inquiry. I'm Lambana for SAFM News Headlines at 1:30.
Outsurance is saving 27-year-old Liam big bucks on his car insurance.
Saving so much every month, around 640 Rand.
That's an awesome 640 Rand saving on Liam's 2020 Ford Ranger. And after 3 claim-free years, he gets an out bonus.
Definitely getting a lot out.
Get a quote now and see how much money Outsurance could save you. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Licensed insurer in FSP. TCs and information online.
For news on South African industry and mining, Creamer Media's Engineering News and Mining Weekly has you covered. Click through to Creamer Media's Engineering News each day for the latest on the people and companies shaping the energy transition and South African industry. Keep your finger on the critical minerals pulse by visiting Creamer Media's Mining Weekly. For deeper insight, subscribe to the Engineering News and Mining Weekly magazine, out on Fridays. Creamer Media, current, credible, comprehensive.
South Africa is listening. SAFM is bringing you the Madlanga Commission with clarity, context, and authority. From Monday, April the 13th, SAFM will cover every question, every mood, every controversy from the Commission hearings without clutter, just the moments that matter. 11:30 on the Daily Discourse. 14:55 on the Full Circle and 17:45 on the National Pulse. Deeper reflection at 8 p.m. on the Meeting Point with a powerful hour-long wrap on Friday evenings between 6 and 7 p.m. This is not just coverage, it's understanding what matters. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
I mean, the conversation offline was whether or not this particular album would have allowed for Ka Janine to be able to sustain a career for all these decades. And I ventured to say probably likely not as iconic as, I mean, considering that she's not really been on the performance circuits even in her prime. Would be, I guess, one of my producers just made a face like I said something out of turn. So, but maybe something different. Perhaps they are, jazz circuits and alternative circuits that run where you've seen her pop up in performance over the last 2-3 decades or so. I don't know. Ka Janine with Asina Mali. That is how we kick off the show today. Still an iconic singer-songwriter and still very much one of those songs that if we had to create a vault of 100 songs that come to define a generation, perhaps this is one of those that would make it into that vault. That is how we kick off the show today. I hope you're having a good day. I don't know what the weather is like in the rest of the country, but I can tell you this: in Johannesburg, it's pretty haphazard at the moment. It's it's up, it's down, it's cold, it's warm, but it's definitely giving us showing shortlies of what winter might look like for us in 2026. So time to dust out those jackets and those boots from storage. We've got a jam-packed show. We are going to be touching base with Usibahle Mota as per usual in this hour, and we're looking at day 92 of the Madlanga Commission. And of course, today, testifying at the commission is the Tshwane CFO, Gareth Mnisi. So we'll find out more about his testimony in context of how his name has been brought up at the commission. We're also going to be chatting to Melinda Ferguson, award-winning journalist and author and publisher of some of the country's best-selling memoirs. And we're going to be in conversation with her looking at that, writing best-selling memoirs in South Africa to writing her very own. How do you begin to put your story into pages? Everyone always says that everyone has a book in them. And maybe you are everyone who has a book in them. So we'll get some tips and advice as well about best practices to get your book out on the shelves. Suela Langeni is coming through if we're still sticking to literature. She's coming through after 2 o'clock as per usual for the book circle. And we'll find out this week's titles. Our lines are open on 061-410-4107. Yesterday when we were having this conversation with my producers, so one of the questions that they wanted to put out was, if you had to give a title to your memoir, what would the title of your memoir be? I wonder if you thought about it. 061-410-4107. What would the title to your memoir be? It'd be interesting. I know what mine would be, but I'm not going to share in case you steal it. And of course, we're on social media as well, at SAFM Radio and at Bridget Masinga on X, #The Full Circle.
Investing shouldn't feel risky. It should give you security and good returns. Earn up to 7.25% interest per annum with an ABSA Cash Invest Tracker for an investment of 100,000 rands or more. Your capital is guaranteed with immediate access to your funds. That's minimum risk, maximum benefit. ABSA Private Banking customers can invest from just R1. Open via the ABSA Banking app, a branch, a private banker, or 0860 111 515. Your story matters. ABSA is an authorized financial services provider. T's and C's apply.
Banyana are preparing for the 2026 Women's Africa Cup of Nations, which will be held in Morocco from 25 July to 16 August 2026. Banyana will host 2 international friendlies against Algeria on Tuesday 14 April 2026 at Princess Magogo Stadium at 3 p.m. and Friday 17 April 2026 at Kingswelly Tini Stadium at 3 p.m. Both matches will take place in Durban. Tickets are available at Ticket Pro at 30 Rand for adults and free for children under 12. For more details, visit safa.net and Banyana on X.
This Freedom Month, we reflect, we remember, and we celebrate how far we've come. 30 years into democracy, South Africa continues to shape a future grounded in justice, equality, and opportunity for all, under the theme Freedom and the Rule of Law. 30 years of democratic citizenship. SAFM will bring you all things freedom, the voices, the stories, and the conversations that matter. Join us as we honor the journey and explore what freedom means today. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. You are listening to The Full Circle.
All right, let's catch up with Spahle Mota now, SABC News reporter. This is one of those days that's been highly anticipated ever since his name was brought up at the commission. Tshwane suspended Chief Financial Officer Gareth Mnisi is on the witness stand today, using the first part of the morning as has become routine at the commission to just outline his own statement before, of course, moving on to fielding inquiry and questions from the commissioners. Spahle, how are you doing today?
Good afternoon to you, Bridget, and thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. We appreciate the time. Okay, I always say to you that we've had so many characters at the Madlanga Commission, and some names stick out more than others. And of course, the suspended CFO of Tshwane, his name has been front and center for the last couple of weeks, at very least at the beginning of this phase, which focuses on the city of Tshwane. Remind our listeners again around Gareth Mnisi and how he comes into context at the commission.
Yes, so Gareth Mnisi was implicated, or his name was dropped by Sergeant Ngozi when he was before the Madlanga Commission, and allegations against him are that he may have played a hand in tender rigging at the city of Tshwane with that multi-million rand security tender that, various companies were awarded. So he has been fingered in that, and I think more importantly is the fact that he is, the chairperson for the bid adjudicating committee, which is essentially the committee that, will sort of accept or authorize certain attenders. So right now he had to go into his relationship with Sergeant Ngozi, who implicated him, and he tells the commission that he and Sergeant Ngozi's relationship was very, they were friends. They were very, very close friends, and Sergeant Ngozi was there for him when he was going through a very rough divorce because, they became close because Ngozi was such a great listener, and that was the premise of, his testimony before the Madlanga Commission.
He's also spent a considerable part of the morning outlining a number of checks and balances in the process of bidding.
No, definitely. So he is as I said, the chairperson of the bid adjudicating committee, and essentially what he does is that when these tenders come from the BEC, where they are scrutinized, then the BAC is the final, sort of authority to make a decision over this tender. And I think at the heart of his questioning is if he has any influence over some of these tenders that, he has been linked to, and this includes Gooey's 85 Solutions as well as Triotic Protection Services and Ngapesheya, a security company that has been linked to Sergeant Ngozi's brother. And he says essentially no, he does not, even though he is the chairperson, because the city then appoints like 7 managers to oversee the process. So they can't say that he has influence over these tenders. But I think right now what he is going through is really the technical aspects that involves this process of tenders, and even Commissioner Khumalo saying that by the virtue of the fact that he is chairperson, then he does wield some form of, some sort of power to sort of influence. And he says that, there were 2 specific companies, Al Shaddai as well as Ngapesheya, that were not tax compliant, and they were given 7 days to comply. So these are the sort of questions that will be probed to him. And why certain companies, I imagine, were turned back and given yet another chance to come back. And these are possibly the companies that are under scrutiny before the Madlanga Commission.
I guess to your latter point, as we wind down, part of his outlining all of these processes and checks and balances, he also spent some time talking about the fact that he had received some requests from some SMMEs to help them, on board or or perhaps help them with some difficulties rather that they were having with onboarding. And he mentioned the fact that he had a road show, for instance, in one of the communities in Pretoria, just to give the new information to SMMEs. I guess all of this also kind of lays the ground for him to later double back and answer the question around when Sergeant Nkosi asked him to help his brother's company Ngapeshe in terms of finding out about their vendor number. He's kind of laid the ground there to almost suggest that, well, it's nothing unusual because people came to me at a time when we were migrating systems, and I helped him and others.
No, definitely. And I mean, certain things, because we've been following this Madlanga Commission so closely, it's quite obvious that he's sort of covering his back. I mean, he says that they were migrating to the city of Tshwane's new SAP business network. And, Ngapeshe was not the only company that had a problem or an issue with this new system. Other companies did have, and he's helped them. But I think this is where his personal relationship comes in, right? And this is where he'll be scrutinized to say, I mean, such a Fani Nkosi was a very, very close associate of yours, and it may be seen that you were favoring him in actually helping him. But obviously he is trying to cover his back. So it will be interesting, the sort of questions that will be posed to him by the evidence leaders as well as the commissioners.
Absolutely. Spahle, we'll leave it there for this afternoon and perhaps for this week. We appreciate the time as per usual. That was Spahle Mota coming to us live from the Madlanga Commission. Let's take a quick pause and then we'll continue after the break.
Hi, I'm Khomotso KG Mwekezi, and I believe in music's ability to connect, to heal, to remind, and to bring joy. And each week on my Saturday and Sunday show Seasons right here on SAFM, I endeavor to do just that. So join the movement of Seasons every Saturday and Sunday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. It's addictive. You might invite a friend. Seasons, only on SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide with me, KG Mwekezi. Because where words fail, music speaks.
You are listening to The Full Circle.
All right, we are talking now to award-winning journalist and author of best-selling memoirs, Melinda Ferguson. We're going to have a conversation around writing, publishing, putting together a memoir. What goes into it? What doesn't go into it? Best practices, perhaps even in the industry. So we thought we'd rope Melinda into this because anytime I see some kind of headline story or some kind of controversial character on the television, someone who's occupied our minds for a prolonged time, I think wherever Melinda Ferguson is right now, she's jotting down notes and she's getting ready to write the book. How are you, Melinda?
I'm chewing a grape, and I'm hoping that I've swallowed it before you ask me a question. Yeah. Oh, I've just arrived in the Cape. The Cape is like the most hectic storms happening, and the rain has come, winter's arrived, and I've literally just landed up in the middle of in the middle of nowhere, but with Wi-Fi. So I'm ready to speak to you. But it was a mission to get here, I can tell you.
Fabulous. Well, listen, thank you for taking the time, and we appreciate it. Firstly, let's talk about, just Melinda Ferguson, your very colorful sustained career. A lot of people don't even realize that long before you started writing memoirs, they've engaged your work in the pages of magazines, in the pages of some of our weekly publications, because you have been, and well, to all intents and purposes, because it's not like you leave the hat behind, an award-winning journalist.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's where we met.
Yeah.
Long ago when I worked at True Love magazine. All those years ago, I started with Kanye Dlomo, then I moved on to, I think it was Busi, and then I had Sabu, and then I had Lerato. I mean, I had all the True Love editors and worked and cut my teeth, I think, really, because I never studied journalism. I was given a very, very unique opportunity because remember, I'm an ex or an old recovering drug addict. I mean, like before all the good stuff happened, I was on the streets of Hillbrow. I was on heroin and crack. I was selling my body. I was gang raped by these crazy gangsters. I mean, all of that stuff I wrote about in my first memoir, Smacked. But before I even wrote the book, I served sushi. I was so broke. I was homeless, and I served sushi at a restaurant. I was waitressing, and I was like a little old to be a waitress, but I had to be. And I served the deputy editor of True Love magazine, Glynis O'Hara. I don't know if you remember her.
Yeah.
And I told him a whole crazy story, and I just got clean. Hey, I was like literally off the streets maybe a couple of months. And she said, write your story down. And I thought, this is a message from God. And I went and typed my story on a typewriter because I had no computer. I mean, I had nothing. And my mother had an old typewriter, and I literally typed 6 weeks in hell. And that story went to get published in True Love magazine and then was nominated for quite a big award. And that was the lucky way that I got into journalism and like in a way becoming a publisher and a writer.
I mean, your unique story, Melinda, and your unique perspective. Do you think also that lends a hand in how you tell other people's stories? Because you have a certain rawness in how and honesty in how you portray stories, being someone who you've written about in True Love, but you also have a sensitivity in how you do it. People trust you.
They do trust me. I mean, Lindiwe Hani is a really good example of someone who came to me, or I went to her. I can't even remember how it happened, but the two of us were in recovery together. So she had also had hit the deck with drugs, and I met her in NA meetings. And then, I mean, the idea of, she didn't like the idea so much of the title because she didn't want to be known as just Chris Hani's daughter. She wanted to be Lindiwe. And as much as she loved and respected her father, but we landed up being able to collaborate on a beautiful story and an amazing, honest book. And yeah, I do think that because I've done that with my life, I kind of inject the honesty pill into other people, but then I also I'm very caring as well. So I hold people. I don't just let them go to the dogs.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like Lindiwe, we worked so closely. I mean, there've been quite a few other people as well. I did the Oscar Pistorius story with Samantha Taylor's mother, Patricia. She was also terrified and she needed a hand, you know. And so I guess what I learned at True Love was caring. I mean, there was a beautiful legacy at one time. I don't follow the magazine anymore, but there was at one time, like, it was the beginning of kind of Black female power. And a new Black woman was emerging in those early years where Kanye Glomore was the absolute icon. I mean, she was the princess, like, of media. We all worshipped Kanye. And she kind of opened that whole world for me. And it took me on a journey where I met people that I would never have met before. I mean, I'm busy about to launch a book by Bonga Percy Vilakazi and Zodwa Zwani, and it's called My Boss, Mrs. Mandela. And so I'm bringing out a Winnie Mandela book soon. And Percy's written it.
Melinda,
I met Percy while
I want you to hold that thought quickly. Hold that thought as we get into the headline news, and then we'll come back on the other side and continue our conversation with Melinda Ferguson.
Thank you, Bridget. On the news headlines, Eastern Cape Transport and Community Safety MEC Xolile Nqatha has condemned the quadruple murder in Woma. The Ngabinde inquiry has dismissed an application brought by retired NPA head advocate Shamila Batohi seeking permission to consult with her legal representatives while under oath during her testimony before the inquiry. And the legal team of attempted murder accused Bellarmine Mugabe and his co-accused Tobias Matonje have asked the Alexandra Regional Court north of Johannesburg to impose a suspended sentence on the accused. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
You are listening to The Full Circle.
There's no way that the South African story, the post-apartheid South African story, especially as it relates to some of the country's more iconic figures, can ever be told without Melinda Ferguson's tale being told in parallel, because it moves in tandem. We were just saying with my producers now, we're like, Melinda's going to make us late for the news because we're hanging on to her every word. but we literally are. And I don't say that sort of, to blow smoke in the air, but your story is interwoven and intertwined into the greater story of, South African entertainment, South African icons. You were there, as you say, at the turning points of so many things. You were there at the beginning of so many things. And you were...
And let's not forget the Kelly Khumalo story, which actually was the first book that I ever published. I mean, I met Kelly also through drugs. I'll be quite clear about it. At this meeting, I took her to Norwood in Joburg, and I made her sit in the circle of people, and she was looking shocking after Jub Jub and her. Remember the whole Jub Jub thing? And I think she had a piece of her face bitten out, like he had bitten her cheek or someone had bitten her cheek, and she looked horrendous. And I took her into a meeting. And then Kelly and I struck up like a friendship, and then the book got written. So it's kind of a weird combination of life and meetings. And I think that because I've gone through a lot in my life, I think I've been able to just elicit somehow people's trust. And Kelly trusted me, although I did ask her, I sent her a message recently and asked her, isn't it time for another book? But she didn't answer me back. I thought, okay. Yeah.
But, at the moment, in Kelly's defense, she's on a different spiritual journey. And maybe, who knows, when the time is right, definitely she'll double back. When you talk about your first memoir, Smacked, and how you sort of began writing it, the whole concept of just start writing, begin to write. I'm thinking back, and I wonder if this applies to the subjects that you've sat down and collaborated with on telling their memoirs. Because I'm thinking back to a conversation that we had when I was writing a memoir, beginning to jot it down. And Melinda said, just open your laptop and start writing. Or, put your thoughts on your phone. And here's what I've always hung on to, because you said, start where the pain lives, because that's the hardest part. And I wonder, is that generally your approach when you tell stories? Because you've told some very difficult and controversial stories.
Yeah, I think that's, I learned something at True Love magazine. I was the features editor, but I wrote a lot of the celebrity stories. Remember the cover stories you were on?
Yeah.
Some of them. I mean, you've been on those True Love covers. And I always used to feel that like you had to start a story in a way, with something that would really pull the reader in. So that was one of the things that I kind of extended, I think, into telling the stories that landed up in books, is like always have a way to get that opener, like get it, the hard part, the place where the pain lives is often, the most interesting. And it's the place where people transform and learn and become wise. And it's not through living protected, boring lives that we transform as people. I think one has to be, if you're going to have a story to contribute to in this life, in a way, one has to be courageous and live a life that's worth dying for. I love that idea. I always felt like, because I got saved from drug death, because I was very close to dying as an addict, I felt like I want to live a life that's worth dying for, not one that's just boring. And then I sort of started bringing other people into that fold with publishing. And
Yeah.
where is your book, by the way?
A conversation for another day. A conversation for another day, Melinda. In all the titles that you've worked on, Inside the Belly of the Beast, The Real Bosasa Story, Being Chris Honey's Daughter alongside Lindiwe Honey, Oscar, An Accident Waiting to Happen, The Kelly Kumalo Story, Hooked, Secrets and Highs of a Sober Addict, Crashed, How Crashing a Ferrari Saved My Life, Bamboozled, In Search of Joy in a World Gone Mad. You've told so many stories. Is there one particular book, especially other people's life stories, is there one particular book that perhaps even from your perspective as a writer, editor, publisher, was challenging, and in what ways?
One. I mean, would you like to spend the rest of the afternoon with me? I mean, can I only have one? All of them have their own headache attached, hey? I mean, I'd guess, though, the book that literally made me want to close my curtains and not get out of bed was When Love Kills, the AKA Nanele story. We had to bring that in. Very current stuff happening at the moment. I thought like that I was going to be murdered after writing that book. I got a lot of death threats. I had people tagging taxi guys saying, kill this white bitch.
Yeah.
Let this woman rot in hell. Let us stop feasting on black bodies. I mean, there was a lot of stuff said to me, and I got so badly affected by the hatred that the AK and Nanele story brought out. And a lot of people didn't even read the book. The book was actually a very fair, really well-written book, actually, about the thing. And it wasn't like this big anti-AKA book, but people read it as that. And just because I believe that and still believe that Anele Tembe didn't kill herself doesn't mean that I think AKA is a murderer. Like, everyone assumes that those two fit together. They don't.
Let's take a quick pause. We'll be back and continue our conversation. Melinda Ferguson joins us today from a remote location where she's snug as a bug and feasting on her grapes as we take into the commercial break. 20 to 2 o'clock on The Full Circle with myself, Bridget Masia.
Investing shouldn't feel risky. It should give you security and good returns. Earn up to 7.25% interest per annum with an ABSA Cash Invest Tracker for an investment of 100,000 rands or more. Your capital is guaranteed with immediate access to your funds. That's minimum risk, maximum benefit. ABSA Private Banking customers can invest from just R1. Open via the ABSA Banking app, a branch, a private banker, or 0860 111 515. Your story matters. ABSA is an authorized financial services provider. T's and C's apply.
Get a free optical frame when you get tested at Specsavers this April. Purchase a comprehensive eye examination and get your optical frame free up to the value of 1,000 Rand. Choose your free frame from our wide range of trendy, affordable styles. Get tested today at your nearest Specsavers or book online. Affordable eye care, Specsavers. T's and C's apply.
You are listening to The Full Circle.
All right, we are towards the tail end of our conversation with award-winning journalist, best-selling author and publisher Melinda Ferguson joins us, walking down the path of her journey as a writer and a publisher. Surviving the Beast, The Ugly Truths About State Capture and Why They Tried to Kill Me by Angelo Agrisi and Melinda Ferguson is one of the titles. Lockdown, The Corona Chronicles, as well as Undone, Healing from Botched Cosmetic Surgery by Michelle Ronick and Melinda Ferguson. I mean, the list is as long as my arm. And during the break, I was saying to my technical producer, you are one of those publishers and writers where I think anybody who's vested in archiving South Africa's history just needs to also collect you. And you have a shelf in their library that is just dedicated to Melinda.
Love it. Yeah.
I think it's a fair assessment because your work goes across the board, and ranges different timelines and different pages of history in South Africa.
Jeez, I think it's time I put all of the titles I've ever published on one huge poster and like go and get it framed and let me look at what I've done, because like sometimes it doesn't even feel like I've done that much and I've got to do, like, it feel like there's so many books and so little time left. And so I'm like, I never look back. I'm always looking forward, like what next? And that's probably quite a good thing, but there must be a point where one says, oh, yeah. And let's not forget that I published Pumla Dineo, who wrote the book Rape, Female Fear Factory, those two seminal feminist books. And we won the Alan Paton for award. Well, Pumla won it, but we both kind of won it. For Rape, A South African Nightmare, which has been it was a revolutionary book in this country addressing gender-based violence in a time when no one was really talking about it. And the word rape was on that cover in red, on a black cover, and it just stood and stared at you. And Pumla has been like one of my most incredible, like, I always say you're my prize racehorse. I always say to her, you're my racehorse. And then I'm like, when's the next book? And she's also bringing out a memoir this year, but I haven't got the title, but that's just a heads up. I'm sure you're going to want to talk to her.
Absolutely. Speaking of titles, because we did want to know, the process of finding the right title that captures that reader, that grabs you. I can imagine that can be cumbersome, difficult, or maybe it just comes easy to you because you are a word person.
Yeah. It is for me, it's everything. They say the title and the book, they're like, don't judge a book by its cover. Rubbish. Everybody judges a book by its cover. Everybody. I mean, let's be honest. You pick up a book because of the title and the cover. And so one has to understand what happens. Books are really they're not easy to sell. This is not a lucrative industry. I just want to let you know. But there's always a chance that you can get a big book and the gamble pays off. So I think that the title is really important. And a lot of the time I try and go for quite simple ones, like with mine, Smacked, Hooked, Crashed, Bamboozled. And we haven't even spoken about Swift.
Yeah.
Swift, my latest one, but I feel like we almost need another show. I mean, I'm just becoming your producer. Let's have another show for Swift.
I mean, we can touch on it now, and then we'll definitely, because we do our Friday book feature. It's no coincidence that you are here on a Friday, and then we'll delve into Swift then. But since you bring it up, give us a brief sort of teaser.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know whether you know, and I don't look or sound like a woman who's in grief, but I actually am. But my soulmate died unexpectedly 4 months ago.
Oh, condolences.
And I wrote a book. I began writing a book 2 weeks after he died. I rescued a baby bird that had fallen out of a nest in a very magical and strange way. Everything became connected. I discovered his body dead in our home. I mean, now I'm really bringing the whole conversation into something much more serious, but it is what I've been dealing with. And within 6 weeks, Bridge, I finished writing and I sent the book to print. The book is the fastest, I think, book in the whole of history. Well, no, you can't say that because AI is writing 6 books a day. People are like literally writing 6 books a day. But this book was born in blood, in tears. My beautiful 11-year partnership, beautiful soulmate just died unexpectedly overnight in his sleep when I wasn't there. And I wrote a book called Swift. It's got a pink cover with a beautiful Swift, the bird, on the cover, and that's what I'm busy literally doing at the moment. I've just launched. It's just gone on sale. And it is probably the biggest proof of what I've always told to people who've attended classes with me, because I also do writing workshops, as you know, is that like, seize the day and start writing. And I did that even while I was in the deepest grief, when I was still trying to make sense of this terrible landscape that I'd landed in, where from one moment to the next, my life had been ripped apart and everything that I knew to be true and real was now in absolute shatters. I landed up writing for between about 14 to 18 hours a day, no breaks. I would just write. This kind of crazy energy came out of me. It was deep grief, but it was also incredible energy.
Yeah.
And I've managed to go through probably the hardest time of my life in the most insanely, strangely transformational and magical way. And I'd love you to read the book. I hope that
I absolutely will definitely get my hands on a copy and read it. And then we'll come back and delve deeper into the book. But whilst we're on just the process of it for you, and we'll probably pick it up again at our later conversation, I wonder, what was it? You say it was obviously the deepest, hardest, but also magical. It almost sounds like writing the book was almost transcendent in some ways. What was it? Was it definitely cathartic though?
Oh my word. I tell you what, that word is so overused.
Yeah.
But definitely when I received it back in my hands, and my heart is still bleeding, and it will continue to bleed for many years over the loss of this man to me. But holding it, it felt like I'd put everything into something, and I now had a grip. There's something about a book, you know, that you can grip. And I'm talking about a real book, a book made out of paper. There's something about it that you touch it and it feels almost comforting. And my little beautiful book it was like my love letter to him. It was also this incredible magical story about a bird rescue. And I didn't know anything about birds. Reg, I've had no interest really in birds ever. I didn't even know what the swift was. I had never ever known what a swift could do. But yeah, I would love to talk to you about that sometime once you've read it.
Absolutely. We'll mark it down and we'll definitely get that done. In our last literally 2 minutes, Melinda, the world, because you publish so many people now, folks are hanging on to every word and they're thinking, oh my goodness, some advice from this woman who's told all these stories and, had all these successful titles. What advice would you give to young writers out there who are getting into the industry, trying to get the best out of it and sustain a career?
I don't know so much about encouraging people to become writers as a career these days. Honestly, I don't even know if I have advice. But what I can say is, if you want to write your story, want to write a book, write something that has meaning, you need to write as though the world is dead. You have to turn down the volume of all the negative fears, all this, what are they going to say? What are they going to think? Oh my God, all that stuff. If you're really serious about writing, you need to develop a rhino skin, and be able to weather the storm no matter what arrows are thrown at you. And that is the thing. And I think the same applies for journalism. But what worries me is that the world of AI has now literally taken over the newsroom.
Yeah.
And I worry if I told people to go and get a job as a journalist, there would be literally no job in the future. I mean, that's the way it's going.
Yeah.
That's for another whole conversation.
Absolutely. Final question. And you're going to have to think on your feature because we didn't give you a warning. But if you were to write the Julius Malema memoir, or if you were to write the Adrian Snyman memoir, his personal bodyguard who he's been with since his days in the youth league, what would be your initial thought, the initial title, the initial first line, maybe?
I mean, the word, I've seen Julius's face in my head as you said it. I'm like, where's this guy? Have you got his number? I need this book. It could just be as simple as me and Julius.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
Me
and Julius.
I mean, we know where he is. We have his numbers.
Maybe you can ghostwrite. Hey, Bridget, you know how to write. You can write. Come on, ghostwrite this, me and Julius. And then the subtitle could be 10 years as Malema's bodyguard.
Melinda Ferguson, thank you so much for indulging us today and bringing us into your inner world. That was award-winning journalist, best-selling author and publisher. Her new book, Swift, a memoir by Melinda Ferguson, is out, and we'll definitely have her back in one of these Fridays to come talk more about what is contained in that wonderful story. 10 to 2 o'clock. As we get into a break and then we come back with Chris Forrest.
No one gets fit overnight. It takes discipline, and your money is no different. A Nedbank 32-day notice account helps you build financial strength with up to 7.3% interest and zero maintenance fees. The higher the deposit, the higher the return. Invest in under 2 minutes on the Money app and get money fit with Nedbank. For more information, go to nedbank.co.za. See money differently. Nedbank, we're a licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply.
Wherever you are in the world, SAFM 104 to 107 is accessible. We're also streaming live on Facebook, X, and YouTube at SAFM Radio. We acknowledge and appreciate everyone tuning in and watching our streams. Stay with SAFM 104 to 107 as we bring stories and thought-provoking lectures. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. Bridget Masinga on SAFM.
All right, a quick catch-up with Chris Forrest, South African renowned comedian, and we are seeing more and more comedy in the time of endless headlines, from commissions to court cases and World War III's looming. And how does comedy respond in the midst of all of this? Chris, how are you doing?
I'm brilliant, Bridget. Thank you for having me. Yeah, comedy is, we thrive on this kind of thing, I suppose.
Yeah.
So the whole thing about all these stresses is if you do have them, then the best way to deal with them is to laugh at them.
Absolutely. But here's the conundrum, Chris, and I wonder if South African comedians suffer this, or maybe we just a different audience breed, because we live in the world of comedy specials, and we see comedians who take, as we say, real life and reflect it back at us, no sort of filters and cookie cutters. But there's often a lot of backlash I'm thinking of like David Chappelle, for instance, a lot of backlash in some of the things that they reflect, and they reflect a lot of our thoughts and our own behaviors back at us. Is this something that we see in South Africa, or perhaps we're a little bit different in how we filter ourselves?
I think we're a little bit different in how we filter ourselves. I've seen very little backlash recently. And funnily enough, the most famous recent case would be, I want to say Level M was angry with somebody, with a Zimbabwean comedian, which is different. But for the most part, I think firstly we're good at filtering ourselves, and secondly, South Africans have a great sense of humor. We're able to laugh at ourselves more than most people. The joy of being South African is we've had a lot of troubles in our lives. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So and we're able to laugh about stuff, and that's what gets us through. I think we're one of the most resilient countries in the world.
Absolutely. Has our social behaviors as well, particularly on social media and how we live in the real time, and how all of our personalities come to light on platforms like an X, for instance, has that had some kind of effect or impact on stand-up comedy?
No, not well. The only impact that I've really noticed is that when you're doing a live show, a lot of the younger people sort of comment on every joke you make, because they feel like on social media they got to comment, so they got to do it in real life. But other than that, I think it's just also, it's brought a lot of issues to the fore, and a whole bunch of other people who wouldn't have otherwise had a platform now get to post stuff, and then we know who they are.
Absolutely. How do you deal with that, by the way? Because it almost seems like a change behavior in an audience comedian relationship in a live setting. the Gen Xers are coming at you differently versus your millennial audience who grew up with you, who understand you, who engage you differently?
I love that you think millennial audiences grew up with me. No, I think it's just every case is different.
Yeah.
You just got to enjoy it. I love what I do. And then, well, come through to a live show and you'll see it.
I mean, listen, I grew up with you and I'm a millennial, okay? Like, so
I'm sadly, I'm
so I don't know who you shading there. Comedy in the Park. It's happening tomorrow at Delta Park. Tell us about that.
Okay, so there's a brand new theatre that's in Delta Park in the environmental centre there. It's a beautiful little room. I say it's brand new, but it's been there. It was actually it was built as a training auditorium. But the people, a lady called Tabitha, has turned it into a theatre. And so there's a lot of different shows on there. And there's comedy there once a month. So tomorrow night, we've got some comedy legends. We've got Mark Banks. We've got Dave Levinson, and we've got Rishu Bonwa, and then somebody who's quite new but quite brilliant, Wally Kunene, is going to be there. She's amazing. And then, can I tell you about the other shows?
Yeah.
So there's an acoustic session coming up soon as well, a music one, who I should really know who's on, but I don't. And then on Monday, the 4th of May, and because it's Star Wars Day, they're going to be screening one of the Star Wars movies. Everybody's going to dress up because it's May the 4th be with you.
Yes.
So you can come through for that. And then on the 16th of May, it's my birthday. So what better way to celebrate your birthday than by having a show?
Oh,
so
I mean,
I'll be there with a couple of other guys. I want to say Q Doobie, Al Prodgers, and I think it's Mojack Lorca, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But, I'm going to have a blast. It's my birthday. There'll probably be a bunch of other comics come through and me.
Absolutely. So I don't want to end the interview by pretending like I know where Delta Park is, because I know one or two of my listeners are going to go, where's Delta Park? So where's Delta Park?
Park is in Blairgowrie, in sort of...
Oh, so we're in Joburg.
Yes, it's in Joburg.
Okay.
It's kind of on the border of Joburg and Randburg. So, yeah, it's a huge, brilliant park, and it's in the environmental centre there. So, yeah, it's just inside of Blairgowrie.
Okay. And I just wanted the context of the province, because now we're enticing the folks in Durban and in Gqeberha, and then they're going to shout because they don't know where Delta Park is. So this Saturday, tomorrow, 18th April, he's going to be at Delta Park with some friends. That's Chris Forrest. And then the big show as well is May the 16th, the birthday show. And in between now and then, there's a lot of shows for you to check out. So all you have to do is follow Chris Forrest on social media, and he will keep you abreast of everything. Quicket is where you go to get your tickets for all shows. Thank you so much for the time, Chris. Much appreciated. That was South African comedian Chris Forrest. Just a few seconds to go before the top of the hour. On Delambana standing by with your 2 o'clock news.
Thank you, Bridget. On the top stories, Eastern Cape Transport MEC condemns the quadruple murder in Woma, and EFF requests update on Forte University academic fraud investigation. For SFM News, I'm Ondelambana, and a very good day. Eastern Cape Transport and Community Safety MEC Xolile Nqatha has condemned the quadruple murder in Woma. Police discovered 4 victims shot dead inside a shack on Ndlovu Street in Airport Valley early this morning. The deceased are 2 brothers aged 20 and 22 and 2 young women aged 17 and 19. A manhunt is underway for the killers, with authorities vowing to leave no stone unturned in the investigation. MEC spokesperson Makaya Komisa.
MEC Nqatha is confident that police will find and arrest the perpetrators linked to this heinous crime. MEC urges all community members to collaborate with police and other law enforcement agencies to support the collective efforts to eradicate crime in the Nelson Mandela district, as he believes that strong collaboration is essential for this initiative to succeed.
The Nkabinde inquiry has dismissed an application brought by retired NPA head advocate Shamila Batohi seeking permission to consult with her legal representatives while under oath during her testimony before the inquiry. In December, Batohi walked out of the inquiry before completing her testimony. The inquiry is probing suspended South Gauteng Director of Public Prosecutions, Advocate Andrew Chauke's fitness to hold office. Judge Bess Nkabinde ruled that there's no compelling reasons for the applicant to seek such relief before dismissing the application.
In my view, even though this panel could exercise its discretion in pursuit to accommodate the applicant's request, she has not proffered specific facts suggestive of her rise to procedural fairness being compromised. In the view I take of the matter, and to avoid prolixity, it is not necessary to deal with the other issues raised. Order. Accordingly, the application is dismissed. This is a unanimous ruling which we hand down.
The legal team of attempted murder accused Bellarmine Mugabe and his co-accused Tobias Matonje have asked the Alexandrian Regional Court north of Johannesburg to impose a suspended sentence on the accused. Mugabe and Matonje entered into a plea agreement with the state. Mugabe pleaded guilty to pointing of a firearm and contravening South Africa's immigration laws. Matonje pleaded guilty to attempted murder, contravening the country's immigration laws, defeating the ends of justice as well as possession of a firearm and ammunition. Advocate Lawrence Hodes says a suspended sentence will serve as a warning to the pair not to break South Africa's law in the future.
I would respectfully submit, Your Worship, that the correct sentence here, an appropriate sentence, because Your Worship has a myriad of possible sentences, but the appropriate sentence here would be a suspended sentence, which would then hang over their heads as a warning so that they don't do this again. They're both relatively young, they both need to be punished, Your Worship. But I do believe that if the court imposes a suspended sentence, it will serve as a warning to them that if they cross swords with the law again, they're going to have a problem.
The EFF has written to President Cyril Ramaphosa requesting an update into the investigations into academic fraud at the University of Fort Hare. The party says it is deeply concerned with the prolonged delay in concluding investigations, particularly those implicating senior ANC leaders in the Eastern Cape, like Premier Oscar Mabuyane, Buffalo City Executive Mayor Princess Faku, and former Public Service and Administration Minister and ANC MP Noxolo Kivet. The EFF says the Special Investigating Unit found Mabuyane to have been irregularly registered for a master's degree. EFF leader Julius Malema addressed party members outside the Kukompo City Regional Court yesterday, insisting Mabuyane got his qualifications fraudulently. Mabuyane immediately issued a statement saying he had instructed his lawyers to sue Malema for defamation. The new president of Myanmar has pardoned a predecessor as part of a wide-ranging amnesty announced by the former military authorities. Win Myint was detained in the aftermath of the coup in 2021. The BBC's Tom Kavanga has the details.
Myanmar's new president, Min Aung Hlaing, has announced a blanket order commuting all death sentences and pardoning, as well as Win Myint, 4,300 prisoners. It's part of an annual amnesty to coincide with the country's new year. It remains to be seen whether one of those released will be Aung San Suu Kyi. She was the de facto leader of Myanmar's last civilian government, which was overthrown by the military in 2021. Min Aung Hlaing led that coup, but was installed as civilian president last week, following a vote widely described as a sham.
Recapping the top story, Eastern Cape Transport and Community Safety MEC Xolile Nqatha has condemned the quadruple murder in Warmer. Police discovered 4 victims shot dead inside a shack on Ndlovu Street in Airport Valley early this morning. I'm Wondilambana for SFM News Headlines at 2:30.
As we celebrate 90 years of existence, SAFM takes you back to the voices that shaped a nation.
Berea, the home of the 4 bespectacled Tisson brothers, all of whom work or have worked on the English service, particularly Audio Mix and Radio Today. Watch how the night proceeds towards dawn.
And
I need a lot of consoling when I started the early program. People couldn't believe that John O'Donnell and B. Reid were chosen for the early morning program, because if ever two announcers used to want to swap a morning shift for an afternoon shift, John and I would do it.
90 years of trusted voices. This is SAFM. Kathy Mutlatana on the National Briefing.
Rashida, why do you think it's taken so long?
Our justice system is failing us on the whole. Because we are dealing with so many tragedies out there, it is just not true. I am a human rights activist. I believe in humanity. Some of our parents died by the wayside. Nobody can answer us to say why it is taking so long. Why must we go and protest? Why must we go and beg for justice? It was clear as daylight that this patient was murdered.
Rashida Landis, mother to one of the survivors of the Life Esidimeni tragedy.
This is Kathy Mutlatana on the National Briefing. The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
Ikhona lento yenzayo, 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 wena ikhona lento yenzayo, ikhona lento yenzayo, ngoma ngilala, ngoma ngivuka, ikhona lento yenzayo, hayibo, ikhona lento yenzayo, ngoma ngilala.
Inhliziyo yami ishaya umqiqo noma ngithi ngivala amehlo ngizwa awusitsho sakho mthanda umuntu isiqiqi mawoqi ayini lo ngenza yona ngiyacela mthanda umuntu vele uthathe intando yakho uyifake emanzini ngoba bawamoya
nikhona lento yenzayo nikhona lento yenzayo wewe nikhona lento yenzayo nikhona lento yenzayo hayibo nikhona lento yenzayo kuba kumaye nikhona lento yenzayo wewe nikhona lento yenzayo nikhona lento yenzayo mangilala inhliziyo yami bu njalo nje njalo mangibona wena you make me happy you make me feel happy ngajabula mina mangibona wena
mthana umuntu khona lento yenzayo
nikhona lento yenzayo hey khona lento yenzayo lento ngicela ungayiye hayibo khona lento yenzayo lapho ngeke ngiyenda hayibo khona lento yenzayo uma ngivuka hayibo khona lento yenzayo
All right, that is the brand new one from Ladysmith Black Mambazo and Duduzo Makatini and Dumiso Koza, coming together there for You Make Me Happy. They suffered a loss. In fact, Ladysmith Black Mambazo, I saw in the news, I think beginning of the week, tail end of last week. I just can't remember now, one of the elder members that passed away. But yes, that is how we entered the 2 o'clock hour. It's gone 10 past 2. It's a Friday, and on a Friday, we touch base with Siwela Langeni for the book Circle. And this week, we are looking at 3 more new titles. We'll find out from her what we should be adding to our list, our very, very long, growing list of books to get through. How are you, Siwela?
Good, thanks, and you, Bridget. How are you?
I'm fantastic. Thank you so much. Well, listen, before we get to the books, just had, and I don't know if you managed to catch it, but we'll send you the podcast, just had the most interesting conversation with Melinda Ferguson.
Wow.
And it was supposed to be a conversation that encompassed, the books, the memoirs, the world of publishing. But because she has such a wealth of titles underneath her belt, we could really just focus on one thing in this one sitting, and which was literally the work that she's put out there and the stories that she's told. But from just your perspective, the importance of a Melinda Ferguson as a storyteller, a writer, as well as an independent publisher in the literary world.
Yeah, I mean, it cannot be overestimated. You cannot get tired to hear what Mel has to say. As you rightfully say, from being a writer herself and then publishing so many books. And I mean, I follow her on the socials every day. She's got something that she's sharing. And she has such passion. Once she's published a person, it's like they almost become family to her. So she continues to talk about their work. She continues, I'm sure, to ask them about additional books that she can get from them. She's just so passionate about our stories. I mean, you remember she did that book about Anele Tembe.
Yes.
This week she's been following the case and showing what's happening in the newspaper with the court case. So, and then just understanding the business. Last year, I had the pleasure of talking to her at the Kingsmead Book Fair, where we're talking about women publishers who are running like small indie publishing houses. The knowledge that comes from there, understanding how to run the business, how to own the work itself, from being protected by a big publishing house and then going out in the cold. The fights she has with the big online shops. So it's just fascinating. An hour would not even be enough to sit down with Mel.
No, not at all. And we've got her penciled in for later on in the weeks to talk about her new book, Swift. But
yes.
Also, as you talk now, we definitely need to get the two of you in the room. And you and I have spoken before about the world of publishing. But we definitely need to get the two of you in the room to have a broader conversation around that. That book, by the way, that you bring out, When Love Kills, The Tragic Tale of AKA and Anele, when I asked her what has been her most challenging title to write or story to tell, she, obviously Mel, being Mel, she said all of them, but in particular this one, because of the backlash that she got from the mega fans from Super Mega. And how people perceived she would have told the story. That conversation we always have about people jumping to conclusion without actually reading the story. Yes.
No, I remember witnessing that. And Mel, she will not keep quiet. Some of us will probably cower and just maybe come back next year. She was out there addressing everything. And there's this thing we need to also challenge in South Africa, like, who gets to tell a story? So many people felt she's unqualified to tell the story. I'm like, if we were going on that, some stories will never be told.
Yeah. And interestingly enough, I can almost say that those who probably say she's unqualified don't even understand her context and contribution to pop culture in South Africa.
Exactly.
They are unfamiliar with her journey as a journalist and how she has a very personal and intricate connection to so many pop culture icons.
Exactly.
They probably just took it on face value of name, surname, race, and thought, well, this middle-aged white woman can't say anything about these two, when it's most likely she told one of the initial stories, wrote one of the initial articles at the very beginning of AKA's career, and tracked it right through to his mega success.
Yeah, I mean, I pray for a time where we will stop debating based on that, like who are you, your name, your surname, what I assume you know, you don't know. I hope that comes for our children, Bridget, but for now, unfortunately, it's still that. It's like, who are you to say that?
Absolutely.
And then I must still take out my CV to show you. Then you listen.
Right? Well, let's shift gears back to our regular programming. Suela Langeni, co-founder of Book Circle Capital and author of Making Friends with Feelings. What do you have in store for us this week?
So this year is the 50th anniversary of the Soweto uprising. So in preparation for this, Penn Macmillan has released a book called The House at 6001 by Lebo Diseko. Lebo works for BBC. She focuses on international news and global religion. And this is her first book, work of nonfiction, where, she talks about this pivotal day remembered as at the start of the Soweto uprising, where, through this house in Soweto, number 6001, at her family home in Orlando East, she traces this intertwined lives of her parents and her aunts and her uncles who gathered, organized, resisted within the four-roomed house in Soweto, from the burning orders and the exile to late-night parties filled with music and defiance. This story captures both intimacy and the enormity of South Africa's struggle, drawing on unsealed documents, government documents, interviews, and her own personal journey to revisit her family's history and home. She offers this moving memoir of resistance, secrets, and a lasting cost of freedom.
Oh, I mean, sounds so interesting. Goes back to the conversation that we say, Guti. People always say, "Oh, have we not told enough of the struggle? Have we not told enough of the liberation movement?" But there's so many stories within the bigger headline stories that need to be told. Just stories of normal families, but who lived in those moments, whose homes were used as community meeting homes, whose homes were used as sort of, secret agent gathering spots.
Who hit people who were in transit. I mean, we don't know those stories.
We really don't know those stories. And sometimes those stories go on to make the best books and the best movies.
Exactly. So I don't think we'll ever get a time when we will not get stories about our history, about our struggle. What will change is the lens we get it from,
Yeah, absolutely. What else is on our agenda today?
Okay, so today I did a whole mix. Sometimes I'll do like a fiction, and then next is fiction. Okay. So Ashes of Euphoria by, I hope I say it right, Jean-Paul Willemse. Okay. Is a writer based in Cape Town who's been writing on, science fiction, fantasy, and general fiction. So this is a work of general fiction, which is set in Cape Town in Kraaifontein. The novel follows three complex and beautifully drawn characters. Jamil, a media studies graduate working at ShopRite, his cousin Zaid, a Bolt driver who's creating a porn website, and Stacy, an unemployed geology graduate who performs in Zaid's video for money. Wow. When Zaid's website attracts a supposed investor, the trio attends what they believe is a business meeting, but the encounter turns deadly. Zaid is murdered and Stacy is kidnapped, and Jamil is forcibly recruited into a gang.
Yeah.
So it's one of those that leaves you on tenterhooks. You want to know what happens. It's action-packed. It's balanced with gut-wrenching tragedy, with unexpected moments of wit and humor. So it's work that lovers of fiction would definitely enjoy.
It's interesting because you say this is general fiction, and I don't know the categories in literature, the micro categories. So you say this is general fiction, but and I'm just going to say it the French way. Jean-Paul Willemse is known for the general and the science fiction. Then I wonder, it also seems like it's got a crime genre element.
Yes, there's a crime thriller element here too. So I think I looked him up yesterday when I was preparing for this, and I see that previous work was science fiction, fantasy, and general fiction. But I think this book would probably then be characterized as crime thriller, because if you're talking gang, kidnapping, murder, then you are right there in the crime thriller space, which also has a big market in South Africa. And I like the location in Cape Town, Kraaifontein, so opens us up to maybe stories that we not necessarily would gravitate to. So
In fact, that's why I was asking about the genres, because I distinctly remember a conversation you and I had 2 years ago, where you were talking about how crime thrillers in this country are amongst some of the most successful genres, and there are particular crime thriller authors that have garnered themselves almost cult-like following.
Exactly. Yes, we have had this chat. Yes. So it's nice to see young new voices breaking into this as well. I mean, we know even some have even been created into series that we've watched on TV. So crime thriller does have that market.
I'm also interested in sort of the landscape and the backdrop that it's set upon, because we're stereotyping now based on the headline news that we see, but I almost feel like there's so many of these characters within like the context of Cape Flats, within the context of Cape gangster community, so many of these real life characters that are waiting to be immortalized in one form or another, whether borrowing to create fictitious, whether telling a real story, but they're just waiting to be immortalized in the pages of books.
Yeah, we are literally not starved of stuff to write about in South Africa. So if people have that creative inkling to go out, there's just so much. I mean, we know we'll talk about your Dion Meyer, we'll talk about Mike Nicole, Maggie Offord, who writes about crime. So it's nice to have a younger person like Jean Paul cracking into it. So, and I think he's doing exactly what you've just described. He's going to where we always see news headlines. Now he's like, wait a minute, what are the layers behind those people?
Absolutely.
How does one get recruited into it? Because often, we see Facebook posts, we're like, why is this happening in this community? We heard the army has just gone there. Who are those people who are having to live with this day to day? And books gives us that.
Absolutely. And it's not even a glorification of, the pain and the suffering that communities face across the country, because some of these stories really do borrow from people's lived experiences, where death and murder and horrendous things have happened to families, and it's not even a glorification of that for the monetization of anything. It's about the fact that literature quite literally reflects our history in real time. And so if we borrow from our own settings, our own experiences, it only but makes the story that much more relatable. And I think reflects ourselves to ourselves. We've consumed too much of other people's literature. It's about time we tell our own stories, the good, the bad, the ugly.
Yeah, I couldn't put it any better, Bridget.
So Zola Nene, simply more.
Yes, Zola, very, very exciting. So I recently binged on MasterChef, where she was a judge, and I just love her, just love the outfits daily. So when I saw this, I was like, yes. So she's South Africa's dubbed South Africa's culinary darling, and she's back with her 4th book. Imagine. So it's called Simply More Zola. Food that is at the center of her life. This is what she's profiling. She finds pockets of joy no matter where she is in the world and who she's with. Here, the book is brimming of recipes that hold fond memories for her, linked to stories that have become milestones in her continued culinary journey. Each recipe is a piece of her heart, crafted with simplicity, flavor in mind. Whether you're looking for meals that hug you from within or indulgent treats, snacks for your next Netflix or chill session, vibrant 7-color plates, easy on the tray dinners, heavenly bakes, global favorites that you want to make at home, this is the book for you. So here she finds, joy in every bite. You can look at hug in a bowl, not so guilty pleasures, air fryer adventures. I thought that I want to look at. Foodie friends, 7 colors, one tray triumph, Netflix and chill, baking babe, travel bites and recipe index. So, I mean, this is one to look out for, a light-hearted one. Even if it's a gift for your foodie friend, this would be a nice one.
Absolutely. I love a good, a well put together culinary book because, we've watched them go through evolution from just being recipe books where you leaf through and there's recipes and list of ingredients and pretty pictures of what the recipe looks like, to authors really telling their story, their family stories, their own stories through food. And so it becomes so interesting now because you can actually sit and cuddle on your sofa on a Sunday and read and leaf through the book.
Yeah. How awesome is that? I mean, last year, remember at the end of the year, before we took a break, we did that whole series on them, and Sifo, the cooking husband, has a second book. And in there, he also tells the story. I mean, he's a pharmacist by day, and then this is his life. It's almost like a memoir, but through a recipe book. So, yeah, I just love this direction that recipe books have taken.
Absolutely. We're going to need bigger homes for bigger libraries so we can have all these books. So here's a question. We were having a conversation with my team, and we wanted to catch both you and Melissa off guard on this, so we didn't give you a warning. Because I wanted you to think on your toes.
Laugh.
Yes. If you had to, everyone was following yesterday's breaking story, right? The sentencing of Julius Malema.
Yes.
And the conversation came up for us and the observation was based on his relationship with his personal security guard, Adrian Snyman, who is still by his side till today. And so the conversation was, I wonder if either one or both had to pen their memoir, what would the title of that memoir be? So we asked Melinda as we wrapped up the show, and it was like, I'm not giving you time to think about it. And she said, I would keep it as obviously simple as possible. Julius and I, the Adrian Snyman story. So I wonder for you, what would be the title?
I don't know if this is even appropriate. Maybe protecting Juju. I don't know.
Protecting Juju. Because it can be just that obvious, right? Yeah. No, I'll be really interested. I said to Melissa, Melinda, I mean, either one of you want that connection. We'll go to the ends of the moon to connect.
To make it happen.
To make it happen. Yes.
You can imagine, as a life of a VIP protector, there are stories there, Bridget, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And a fascinating one at that. I think, because oftentimes we don't know people's protection detail, or we're not interested in their protection detail. But here's this radicalist South African politician who antagonizes, and he's protected by this young white guy who we're assuming is probably of Afrikaans heritage based on the name. And when you point out that they've just gone through what some might have called a relationship ending court journey together.
Yeah.
He's still by his side. He's still, his confidant from the visuals that we saw yesterday. And when we put out this conversation on social media and folks responded back to us with images and giving us context that they've been together since the days of the Youth League. So they've been together for probably close on 2 decades.
Wow.
And it'd be a fascinating story to tell. It reminds me of Zelda and Madiba.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, Madiba and I. Oh, actually, so Mel knows this because that book is, I think it's Madiba and I. Her title is also
Sometimes that's all you need, the most simplest of titles.
Right?
That's
Simple.
it. Siwela Langeni, thank you so much for the time. That was co-founder of Book Circle Capital and author of Making Friends with Feelings for this afternoon's Book Circle. 2:30, it's time for Ndela and the headline news, and then we're going to go straight into Nalibali.
Thank you, Bridget. On the news headlines, the South African Weather Service has warned of an approaching cold front, which will be accompanied by wet and windy conditions and expected to affect large parts of the country from today until Monday. The Masoyi Magistrate Court in Mpumalanga has denied the bail application of a 51-year-old Louis Masuku, who is accused of killing his 57-year-old girlfriend Happy Sambo in Mqobaneli. And tens of thousands of displaced Lebanese people are taking advantage of the 10-day ceasefire to head back to their homes in the south, despite warnings from the Lebanese and Israel armies not to do so. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
This program is brought to you by SABC Education, enriching minds, enriching lives.
And welcome to Nali Bali. Have you ever asked someone to help you with something? Maybe with homework, carrying your bag, or cleaning up your toys? Getting help is a wonderful thing. But did you know that it's also important to stay involved and not leave all the work to others? When we ask for help, it doesn't mean we should sit back and do nothing. It means we should work together. Imagine baking a cake. You wouldn't just want to eat the cake without helping to mix, stir, or even taste, right? The fun is in being part of it. When we stay around and join in, we learn more, we finish faster, and we even show respect to the person helping us. Teamwork makes things lighter and more joyful. So next time you ask for help, remember to be part of the process. It shows responsibility and kindness. Now settle in and get ready to listen to today's story called Omar's Helper, written by Jason van Rensberg. But before we listen to today's story, let's all get up and dance! Omar was a hard-working young man who was known throughout Zagazig as the best shoemaker. Each pair of shoes was crafted by hand. Over the years, he built a successful business, and the people of the city admired him, saying,
"Ah, surely Omar's shoes are made to last a lifetime."
One hot afternoon, as Omar was busy shaping the sole of a new pair of sandals, a stranger's shadow fell across his workshop floor.
"Greetings, Omar,"
the tall, well-dressed stranger said.
"My name is Malik. I've heard so much about your craftsmanship and success. I must say, I am very impressed."
Omar smiled modestly.
"Thank you, Malik. It hasn't been easy, but I take pride in my work."
Silently, Omar wondered how the stranger knew his name. Malik nodded.
"Your reputation has grown throughout Egypt. But tell me something. Don't you wish you had more time to rest and enjoy the things you have worked so hard for?"
She asked. Omar had to admit, the idea of having more free time was inviting. He hadn't taken a day off in years.
"I suppose it would be nice to have a little more time to relax,"
he said. Malik smiled brightly.
"Oh, I can help with that. I've managed businesses like yours before. If you allow me to take care of some of your responsibilities, you could have more time to enjoy life. I will handle the day-to-day running of your business."
Omar hesitated. He had always done everything himself, but Malik seemed so confident and willing to help. Finally, Omar agreed.
"Thank you, Malik. You can help with organizing the orders and managing the supplies. But of course, I'll still do the shoemaking."
So Omar and Malik signed a contract, and over the next few weeks, Malik took care of the orders and supplies. Omar was pleased with the results. The orders were processed smoothly, and there was always enough leather and thread to make the shoes. With a bit more free time, Omar was able to enjoy peaceful afternoons in the local tea house, something he hadn't done in years. As time went by, Malik offered to take on more responsibilities.
Why don't I manage the accounts and the payments as well?
She suggested.
That way, you can focus on making the shoes.
Omar agreed and another contract was signed. Slowly but surely, Malik took on more and more of Omar's daily tasks. Each time, Omar felt relieved to have one less thing to worry about. He trusted Malik and believed his business was in good hands. Everything seemed to be going well, but as time went by, Omar started to notice small changes. He had people complain that the leather wasn't as soft and that the stitches on some of the shoes had come undone. And when customers walked by his house, they no longer greeted him. Instead, they grumbled about delayed orders.
I really should go check on my business.
Thought Omar as another unhappy customer walked by, staring at Omar angrily. Later that day, Omar went to his shop. Malik was nowhere to be found.
Hello? Hello, Malik? Hello?
Omar called as he searched the shop, but there was no sign of Malik. Quickly, Omar went to his office and opened the order and accounts book that Malik had been keeping. Everything was a mess, and the large sums of money had disappeared.
Oh no, I've been tricked!
Shouted Omar. He rushed to the storage room and saw that the shelves were all empty. As Omar looked through the company's books, it became clear that Malik had been stealing supplies and money for months while Omar had been away on holiday. Almost everything he had worked so hard to build had disappeared along with Malik. Omar slumped down on a bench.
How could I have been so careless? I was blinded by the promise of an easy life and handed everything over to Malik. What am I gonna do now?
He cried. Omar was heartened, but he didn't give up. The next day, he went to work and started rebuilding his business. He worked late into the night to make shoes and sandals for his loyal customers. Slowly but surely, his business grew again, and people smiled and waved at him again. And Omar never made the mistake of letting someone else manage his business ever again. And so we come to the end of another Nali Bali story time. Today's story was called Omar's Helper, written by Jason van Rensberg. Did you know that reading and telling stories to children at home can help them do better at school? If you want free stories to read to your children or for your children to enjoy on their own, visit the Nali Bali website www.nalibali.org or Mobi site www.nalibali.mobi. You will find stories in 11 South African languages, as well as tips for reading and sharing stories with your children to grow their potential. Also look out for the bilingual Nali Bali Reading for Enjoyment supplement with great children's stories and activities, available in newspapers. Nali Bali, it starts with a story.
This program was brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives.
Spar Winner Car is back. Stand a chance to win one of 50 Hyundai Extras when you buy participating products. Like 450ml Domestos Power Foam Spray for $45.99, save 14 Rand. Or 700 grams Spar pre-packed cheese for $99.99, save 47 Rand. Price is valid from 8 till 21 April. Shop, swipe and win while stocks last. Only at Spar. T's and C's apply.
South Africa is listening. SAFM is bringing you the Madlanga Commission with clarity, context, and authority. From Monday, April the 13th, SAFM will cover every question, every mood, every controversy from the Commission hearings without clutter, just the moments that matter. 11:30 on the Daily Discourse, 14:55 on the Full Circle, and 17:45 on the National Pulse. Deeper reflection at 8 p.m. on The Meeting Point, with a powerful hour-long wrap on Friday evenings between 6 and 7 p.m. This is not just coverage, it's understanding what matters. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. You are listening to The Full Circle.
All right, in the final moments of the show, we're catching up with Dirk Bidenhost, who is the director of the Mzansi Ballet. And the Mzansi Ballet is merging different art forms for an evening of entertainment. It's taking place tomorrow, Saturday the 18th, at Mzansi Ballet Studios out at Fourways Mall from 5:30 p.m. And Dirk was kind enough to come through and visit us in Auckland Park this afternoon. How are you doing?
I'm so well, thank you very much, and thanks for having me right here on -2. It feels like I'm in a bomb bunker, but it's fantastic to be with you. Thank you so much.
Is it that cold, guys?
No, it's not. It's just deep down under the earth.
That it is. Let's talk a little bit about, firstly, let's talk a bit about Mzansi Ballet, some context there and some history about this company.
So I started Mzansi Ballet in 2017, and it's a company that I put together that has at any given moment anything between 12 and 40 dancers. So when we did the Gold Run of Mapungubwe, we had 40 dancers. When we do our new show, Michael Jackson, which happens in May, we have 15 dancers. And so it kind of all depends on what show it is that we are putting on. But it's a company that was established to take ballet and pansula and flamenco dance and contemporary dance and Afrofusion and put it all together in one space, because I like to create shows for different people at different spaces and different times. So tomorrow night, the show that we are doing with this beautiful company, and the dancers are from Cuba, from Mexico, from the UK, and from South Africa. It's a wonderful mix of wonderfully talented dancers. We follow, for instance, the Cuban ballet methodology in our school and our company. It really is about connecting and reaching out. So tomorrow night we are doing bits from the Michael Jackson show at the Urban Playground, just around the corner from our studio in Fourways Mall, where we will launch the Michael Jackson show, where we will be also combining the show with skateboarders, BMXers, hip-hoppers, really saying ballet meets street art, because at the end of the year, I want to do, over the Christmas period, the Grinch Who Stole Christmas. And I'm making Grinch a bit grungy. And so that's why I wanted to get a sense. So our audience tomorrow is a VIP invited audience, is to come and see and get a sense from them how they react to this skateboarding in the middle of ballet, or ballet in the middle of skateboarding, or a la second turns where you hop on one leg when somebody is bouncing soccer balls on their feet. So it's really mixing all of that, but also launching Michael Jackson and getting a sense of how people will react to it, indeed. So that's really what we are about.
I mean, it's interesting when you sort of merge all these different worlds, when you take street culture and bring it onto the formal stage of ballet. Already when you mention things like, Tsotsi dance and all these other typically South African styles, a lot of folks who appreciate classical dance, clutching at their pearls all the time, it took them a while to come around.
Absolutely. So when we did the Gold Rhino and we had the audience ululate and be happy, you first saw the typical ballet audience kind of look to the left and look to the right. And we had the same when we were in Switzerland last year with the production. And then suddenly you see them being dragged in or drawn into the production, and how they then enjoy it, and how they then really start celebrating being South African. And that's why I chose the name Mzansi. It could have been South African Ballet, or it could have been a very fancy schmancy name, but Mzansi is who we are. That's the essence of our company. It's how we start telling truly South African stories. So even using Michael Jackson and his incredible music, to create a ballet, we are taking a story of a South African dancer, ballerina, going into her mother passes away, but how does she use that to become a prima ballerina? And really South Africanizing and Africanizing the art form. And I think that is what is so impressive. And that's why we as a country are made up of such a mix of people. From so many different ethnicities and backgrounds. And even if we are both Zulu, we are from different parts of South Africa. So even our Zuluness is different. And that's what I'm trying to celebrate with the company. And that's really what I'm trying to say, is that even though we have general laws, the general laws need to be applied to who is in front of you at any given moment.
Yeah.
And there's a humanity, I think, that's so important for me. And I think this is what this ballet and this is what tomorrow night's performance is about saying, so we have a guy that broke his wrist skateboarding, and now he's going to be dancing with or performing with ballerinas on point. There's nothing more dainty than a ballerina, even though I just watched on my way here a video of how ballet is one of the top 5 sports in the world, because how you have to be able to defy gravity when you do the jumps and you throw your leg over, or the girl does those fouettes on a small piece of land or earth that is smaller than a 50-cent coin. So that is what makes this so impressive, and this is what makes our country so impressive, is that we are able to bring all of those things together into one production. And that's really what we are trying to get people to understand. How beautiful are our people. You know, when we did the Gold Rhino, I kept on saying the real gold of Africa is not under the earth, it is the people of Africa. That's what we need to celebrate. So that's really what it's about for me.
You know, as you sort of describe this amalgamation of talent and art forms, I'm thinking of these dance movies, and then I'm thinking about when you sort of bring all these to collaborate together when rehearsals begin. What kind of coordinated chaos is happening on the stage as the skateboarders find themselves and the ballerinas also find themselves, and all these bodies having to be in balance to bring this production together?
So that's exactly it. So I'm going to go one step further. I was watching somebody play golf recently, and I was saying to the father, but if he does this differently, I know nothing about golf, because he was complaining about something going wrong with the golf ball. I said, yes, because he's not holding that and he's not letting that go and he's not balancing over there. And the father was like, but you don't know anything about golf. And I was like, yes, but the basic laws of movement are the same whether you walk on the street or whether you're on stage or whether you are playing golf or playing tennis. And so the same happens with dance. So when we did the Pansula and ballet, we had the Pansula dancers join the ballet class. And then we had the ballet dancers join the Pansula class. And that journey is so beautiful. And we are seeing exactly the same now with this skateboarders and ball bouncers and all doing this each other's skill and then creating a mutual respect. And I always say to my son, this is where everything starts, respect. If I respect myself, I'm not going to do anything to you that I didn't want to have done to myself. So the same can be said about our art forms, whether it is on a skateboard or rollerblades or a BMX bicycle or a ballet class. then we are creating really, really great South African citizens. And that's what we are trying to do with these kind of shows. So whether it is Michael Jackson at the Peter Turin Theatre in May, or it is tomorrow night's thing at our studios in Fourways Mall, and thank you to Fourways Mall for hosting us and having us have our home there, that is really what is important. And then bringing people who wouldn't typically go to a ballet performance to see the ballet dancing because they actually came for the skateboarders, or vice versa. Then it's that cross-pollination. It's not forced. It's a come and join. It's an invitation. It's a kind sharing of our different skill sets. And I think that is so important.
As we begin to wrap up the conversation, when we talk about skill sets, I mean, the importance of mediums like dance in honing and harnessing that in South African youth, because there's such a wealth of talent out there. And sometimes I feel like people don't know how to exploit it, mine it, or even channel it in the right direction.
So from today's conversation, I want us to take home the fact that anybody and everybody can come together. The second thing I want to do is to indeed celebrate incredible talent. So that's why we have development programs. We have our recreational school at Fourways Mall and our vocational school, where the vocational school is really about kids that have true talent, and we go and find them in Tembisa, and we find them in Cosmos City and in Diepsloot, and we bring the best of the best together. But we also go out, and then it's the celebration of talent in the production. So tomorrow night, or the 15th or the 13th of May till the 7th of June at Peter Turin Theatre, you can see the Michael Jackson show, where we take that incredible musical skill, that incredible dancing skill, and we share it with the dancers on stage. And that is really what I want people to take home, is to say, we live in an incredible country. There are so many things going wrong, but there are so many good things. And we need to start focusing on that, and we need to celebrate that. So come and see the shows. Go to web tickets, buy your ticket, get your experience to come to Monte Casino, and just have an incredible time at the theatre, because then we see the true South African talent, whether you are a dancer or a musician, and all the talents are equal. So parents often, I know you want to wrap up, but parents often would say, if a child says, I want extra math lessons, say, yeah, here's the money.
Yes.
I want extra ballet lessons. Oh, are you sure? No, so you are telling your child you are worth less than your maths brother. No, you are both equally talented and therefore need to be respected equally. So yes, come and see that on the stage, in the urban playground, wherever you go. It's really, really important to support.
Well, listen, we appreciate you coming out today. That was Dirk Biden, host, director at the Mzansi Ballet. And tomorrow you have a date. The show begins at 5:30. Don't be late. It's the Mzansi Ballet and Urban Playground out in Fourways Mall. And you can also email them, mzansiballet@gmail.com, if you want to find out more information and have a look as to what other programs coming up for the remainder of the year. mzansiballet.com is where you can go. A quick break, and then we come back on the other side and we give you your Madlanga Commission roundup.
As we celebrate 90 years of existence, SAFM takes you back to the voices that shaped a nation.
Berea, the home of the four bespectacled Tisson brothers, all of whom work or have worked on the English service, particularly Audio Mix and Radio Today. Watch how the night proceeds towards dawn.
And
I needed a lot of consoling when I started the early program. People couldn't believe that John O'Donnell and B. Reid were chosen for the early morning program, because if ever two announcers used to want to swap a morning shift for an afternoon shift, John and I would do it.
90 years of trusted voices. This is SAFM. You are listening to The Full Circle.
All right, we are rounding up the show now, day 92 at the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry into Corruption, Criminality and Political Interference. And today's witness, of course, was suspended Tshwane Chief Financial Officer Gareth Mnisi, who had been implicated in alleged tender rigging at the Tshwane municipality, as well as the Metro Police Department. Now, if you remember, he was suspended on the 15th of April for 3 months while investigating investigations get underway into these allegations. So there was a lot that was being ventilated this morning. His relationship with Sergeant Fanny Nkosi, and by extension with his brother and his brother's company, as well as other tendering companies, as well as the processes that are often undertaken in vetting and making sure that all the administrative checks and balances are done by way of tender bidders and such matters. Let's actually cut to a clip of some of the exchange that had been underway.
So can you then clarify what you mean by to demonstrate the fact that I could in no way influence the process? Because if you are a chairperson of the BAC, and you participate in each of those meetings where you are able to send things back to the BEC, then it means you can influence the process. I would understand if you had framed the paragraph to read as follows: up to the stage of the BEC, you can't influence the process. But surely when it gets to BAC, you play a part there and you can influence the process, to the point where you can even reject the BEC's recommendations.
Okay. Thanks, Chair. Commissioner, I think firstly we'll just need to understand how BAC is made up. BAC is made up of about 7 individuals. These are all senior managers within the City of Tshwane. They are appointed by the city manager. My role as delegated in terms of the SCM function is to be the chairperson of the Bid Adjudication Committee. So, Chair, influencing a process and directing proceedings in compliance with the relevant laws and regulations, from my perspective, is 2 completely different issues. So if we were to analyze and scrutinize documentations in front of me, applying the rules, laws and regulations and prescripts of the law, it's not a process of influencing, it's a process of validating, providing assurance and ascertaining that all key compliance mechanisms have been followed. So, Chair, with respect, I would like to maintain the statement that I do not influence, but I play an oversight in terms of ensuring that all due processes are followed accordingly at the stage of the Bid Adjudication Committee. On 105, I now deal with the probity report and the outcome thereof. Chairperson, Group Audit and Risk is a department within the city which is formally engaged and mandated to conduct a probity audit on the tender under consideration. In executing its mandate, GAR, short for Group Audit and Risk, further appoints an independent external legal firm to provide specialized legal support and to ensure an objective, comprehensive probity review prior to matters being presented to and considered at the bid adjudication level. It's an additional step that we have put on board as a result of the deficiencies that we had picked up in the past in terms of shortcomings on matters of compliance.
Yeah, well, listen, since his name was brought up at the commission, social media detectives went to town because it was also unearthed his lifestyle. A lot of people finding his divorce proceedings and divorce declarations and a lot of scrutinizing on just how opulent it all was. Remember, I think about 2 weeks ago, I read out the fleet, or it was last week, the fleet of luxury vehicles and properties that he owned. And reportedly, the property collection went up into the realm of 36 million rand. So part of the big questions is, how does someone whose monthly salary is in excess of 124,000 manage to afford Porsches in the doubles, not 1, not 2, but 3, Range Rovers, BMWs, just the finest of the finest in everything. That was a roundup of this morning's proceedings. And of course, Ashraf is going to keep you posted with his team on the National Pulse as to what else has transpired throughout the course of the day. So you can catch that report at 5:45. From myself and my team, that's where we leave it today. Thank you so much for being in conversation with us in Lutuli in Durban. I'm so happy that you enjoy our conversations around literature as an avid reader yourself of both fiction and non-fiction. Hopefully you've picked up some of the titles that we've explored with Siwela and some of the authors who have been a guest on our show in the last couple of months, and will definitely endeavor to keep bringing you the very best by way of South African titles. That's all the time we have for today. Have a great weekend, and remember to get some rest and make some memories while you're at it. Inshallah, God willing, we get to do it again.
Thank you, Bridget, and the team on the top stories. Wet and windy weather conditions expected today until Monday, and thousands of displaced Lebanese head back home. For SAFM News, I am Onde Lambana, and a very good afternoon. The South African Weather Service has warned of an approaching cold front, which will be accompanied by wet and windy conditions and expected to affect large parts of the country from today until Monday. This will result in a significant drop in temperatures as the system moves eastward. Coastal regions are likely to experience rough seas with wave heights of up to 5 meters, while inland areas may face localized flooding and hazardous travel conditions. Forecaster Tukelo Chilwane.
The cold conditions will spread into the central and eastern parts of the country, including Gauteng, Free State, Northwest, Mpumalanga, and KwaZulu-Natal, where scattered showers and thunder showers are also expected. By Sunday, conditions will reach the eastern and southern coast with rough seas and wave heights of 4 meters to 5 meters, which may disrupt coastal activities. Temperatures will drop significantly in some areas, especially over high-lying regions, with strong winds making it feel even colder. Impacts may include localized flooding, slippery roads, reduced visibility.
Eastern Cape Transport and Community Safety MEC Xolile Nqatha has condemned the quadruple murder in Woma. Police discovered 4 victims shot dead inside a shack on Ndlovu Street in Airport Valley early this morning. The deceased are 2 brothers aged 20 and 22 and 2 young women aged 17 and 19. A manhunt is underway for the killers, with authorities vowing to leave no stone unturned in the investigation. MEC spokesperson Makaya Komisa.
MEC Nqatha is confident that police will find and arrest the perpetrators linked to this heinous crime. MEC urges all community members to collaborate with police and other law enforcement agencies to support the collective efforts to eradicate crime in the Nelson Mandela district, as he believes that strong collaboration is essential for this initiative to succeed.
The Masoyi Magistrate Court in Mpumalanga has denied the bail application of 51-year-old Louis Masuku, who is accused of killing his 57-year-old girlfriend, Happy Sambo, in Mqobaneni. It is alleged that Masuku shot Sambo in a neighbor's yard after she fled their home following an argument. Sambo was a nurse at a local clinic. Masuku abandoned his bail application last year, reportedly due to concerns for his safety. Although the state did not oppose the second bail application, Magistrate Marlene Cancross stated in his judgment that there was no substantial circumstances presented to justify the release of the accused on bail.
Although the investigating officer does not oppose the bail application, there is certain risk factors which has been proven in this matter. Firstly, that the public confidence in the bail system will be undermined if bail is granted. The applicant, according to the accepted evidence, did attempt to commit suicide, and that relates to whether the criminal justice system and due process will be undermined.
The legal team of attempted murder accused Bellarmine Mugabe and his co-accused Tobias Matonje have asked the Alexandra Regional Court north of Johannesburg to impose a suspended sentence on the accused. Mugabe and Matonje entered into a plea agreement with the state. Mugabe pleaded guilty to pointing of a firearm and contravening South Africa's immigration laws. Matonje pleaded guilty to attempted murder, contravening the country's immigration laws, defeating the ends of justice, as well as possession of a firearm and ammunition. Advocate Lawrence Hodes says a suspended sentence will serve as a warning to the pair not to break South Africa's laws in the future.
I would respectfully submit, Your Worship, that the correct sentence here, an appropriate sentence, because Your Worship has a myriad of possible sentences, but the appropriate sentence here would be a suspended sentence, which would then hang over their heads as a warning so that they don't do this again. They're both relatively young, they both need to be punished, Your Worship. But I do believe that the court imposes a suspended sentence to serve as a warning to them that if they cross swords with the law again, they're going to have a problem.
Tens of thousands of displaced Lebanese people are taking advantage of the 10-day ceasefire to head back to their homes in the south, despite warnings from the Lebanese and Israeli armies not to do so. Long queues have formed at one bridge bombed by Israel across the Litani River. The BBC's Karen Toby has the details.
People are returning, but not to their house. They're returning just to check on what is still standing. A lot of people have left their towns for weeks now, and this is the first day they're coming back. And they're seeing horrific scenes of destruction. Lots of people are coming back cautiously. They're slowing down, looking at the sites of the destruction, and then moving on.
Recapping the top story, the South African Weather Service has warned of an approaching cold front, which will be accompanied by wet and windy conditions and expected to affect large parts of the country from today until Monday. I'm Wandalambana for SFM News Headlines at 3:30.
In sports this hour, Banyana seek back-to-back wins over Algeria in Durban friendly, and Malajika prepares for WBC war in Lusaka. More details at 3:30.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Welcome to the National Pulse. What moves the pulse today? Yesterday, it was all about Julius Malema, so I could comfortably say it was the Julius Malema show. Not the case today, of course, right? But there's lots of reaction. We'll chat to the EFF, by the way, on the drama around Julius Malema much later on in the show. There's also developments regarding Iran, Lebanon, Israel, USA, all of that developing right now. Donald Trump declaring the Straits of Hormuz open, but, you know, that's according to him. We'll follow up that story as well. There's also been plans from the Basic Education Department together with the IEC to launch a scholar education or democracy program, which I think is a particularly important conversation to be having. So we'll have all of that and more, including, of course, you know, that Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi has been appointed by government to lead the new national crime fighting project. Yay or nay? Well, of course, I think most people would say yay based upon what I've heard. Oh, yes, and I should tell you this, Dr. Imran Bacchus, who's a political analyst and author, will talk to him about his book that in many ways draws on hope and concern. It's called Promises and Peril. So about 4:45, we'll talk to him about that in terms of his analysis of all things South Africa. But first things first, we are going to reflect on the video now doing the rounds of the Gauteng pastor who confronted Helen Zille in her mayoral campaign quest around her position or not, that is, of Palestine, Gaza, genocide. We'll do that next.
This Freedom Month, we reflect, we remember, and we celebrate how far we've come. 30 years into democracy, South Africa continues to shape a future grounded in justice, equality, and opportunity for all, under the theme Freedom and the Rule of Law. 30 years of democratic citizenship. SAFM will bring you all things freedom, the voices, the stories, and the conversations that matter. Join us as we honor the journey and explore what freedom means today. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. You are listening to the National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
It's hardly ever that we have a dull and boring day. It's full of drama. You can comment anytime, reaction to what we talk about on air, and even what we don't talk about. You can do that too. 086 000 2032 to call in live, and then WhatsApp, text or voice note 0614 104 107. Tweet. When you do that, tag SFM Radio. Do tag me, Ashraf Garda, and don't forget that hashtag The National Pulse. Right. So while we're talking about other things, and Julius Malema clearly center stage all of yesterday, there's an ongoing battle for the hearts and minds of Joburg voters for the position of mayor ahead of that local election coming up at the end of the year, right? And we all know the symbolism around, winning Joburg. Now, we do know at the moment there are two significant names in the hat. Herman Mashau, one of them. Helen Zille, another from the DA. We don't know at this point in time what the position is with the ANC, whether they're going to go with the incumbent or not. Anyway, with Helen Zille now doing her rounds at different road shows, what emerged a couple of days ago was something that's really, really fascinating. A Gauteng pastor by the name of Nigel Branken, he attended that meeting, this canvassing meeting, very clearly made the point he doesn't like her, but then specifically asked her to take a stand regarding the DA or Helen Zille's position regarding what many people now are comfortable talking about or describing as a genocide in Gaza. In fact, the ICJ talks about plausible evidence of that being a genocide. And that's what he asked her. There was a response from her as well. We're going to try and analyze what was said. With me is Professor Lesiba Tefu, who's a political analyst. Prof. Tefu, thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Greetings, Ashraf, and the listeners.
Much appreciated. Looking forward to your insights into this, right? So first things first, let me then play the sound coming from, in this case, the pastor, Nigel Branken, who's in the audience of clearly a DA audience. He's in that audience, and he took the opportunity of, question time to directly say this to the DA's mayoral candidate, Helen Zille.
Thank you so much for coming here, Helen. I'm one of those people who really don't like you. Just going to be honest. I've never liked the DA. I find the DA to be the most racist party, full of white supremacy. The question for me, and it's a big question, and I know you've said it before, that genocide is a big word, and it goes to there. How can we even trust you to lead anything when you can't acknowledge that there's a genocide going on in Gaza? You say that, please, let me finish. You say that we must wait for the ICJ to rule. The ICJ has found that there's a plausible case of genocide. The ICJ has said that we must respect the rights of people. Amnesty International's ruled, Human Rights Watch has ruled, the International Association of Genocide Scholars has ruled, and you continue to deny that there's a genocide. Where is your morality? How many more children must die? How many more people must starve, Helen Zille, before you will stand up with a spine to the immorality that there is a genocide? And your party keeps saying, your party keeps telling us that it can't do anything, that it can't influence what's happening there. Your party can influence it. Sir, everybody's shouting at me. I was making my point very calmly. Please allow me to make my point. Your party keeps shouting at Helen. Your party keeps saying you can't do anything, but you can. You can support other ICJ case. You can support sanctions. You can support the stopping of coal. You can support the prosecution of people serving in the IDF. That's what you can do, Helen Zille. That's what you can do. Shame on you. Shame on you. Yes, I'm a citizen here and I can speak. Thank you for your time, Helen. I appreciate that you've listened to me. Your constituents and white supremacists might not have. These people might not be listening, but I respect that you listen. Thank you.
Okay, so there we are. This audience trying to effectively stop him or shut him down. Helen Zille clearly listened, and that's why he praised her for that. But what did she say in response to his point to say, why is the DA not clear on their position and calling out a genocide? And this is what Helen Zille said.
There are terrible and serious things happening all over the world.
Yes.
Yes, there are. And believe me, I take a great deal of interest in them, and I read a lot about them. And if you knew anything about my history, you know that perhaps I know a bit about genocide too. Now, South Africa's got a different project. South Africa has got a project that nowhere in the world has ever succeeded with. And that is taking people from extraordinarily diverse backgrounds, cultures, religions, races, ethnicities, levels of development, anything you can think of, divisions that bring the entire world into one country. And our project is to make it work for everyone. The rest of the world divides on the things that we're trying to heal. The rest of the world runs wars on the fault lines that we can easily deal with and easily resolve because the stakes are so high and the risks are so great. So our project here is to show the world, including the Middle East, that Muslims and Jews and Christians and agnostics and atheists can live together in one country. That we can live together in one country in peace, respecting each other's rights and defending each other's rights. And saying, I don't share your beliefs, but I defend your right to have that belief. And that we vote for the parties that defend that right. And so, in this project that no country has succeeded in, we are at the vanguard of the most moral project this world has known. And whatever we say about conflicts that are happening elsewhere in the world, can have absolutely no impact on them.
That's not true, Helen.
Just let me finish. I'll let you finish. Let me finish, and I will let you finish, and I'll even meet you sometime and we'll sit and we'll talk this whole thing through. But because we have people from such diverse backgrounds and beliefs in this country, there is no point derailing this critical moral project that we have here for fights that we can't change and we can't influence. This is our project, and we're going to show the world that it can happen.
Let me just apologize firstly for the sound. I know it's not the best of sound. Certainly,
Yeah.
Zilla's one is just slightly muffled on that one there. So, but the gist of it, and this is the important part, of course, is the point where she said, she spoke about the importance of South Africa, and we are involved in one of the most difficult projects in the world, this democracy with diversity, and we need to get it to succeed. And then, with regard to international, whatever we say, right, about various conflicts, it will have no impact on them. That was her direct response to why don't you call out a genocide. Right. Prof. Lesiba Tefu with me. What do you make of what happened?
Look, Muruti, I think, raised a pertinent point, but his preface for me was unfortunate. Once you say, I don't like you, I hate you, then you undercut whatever comes through. Yes, pertinently so, he raised the point. And I deliberately or even intentionally, Helen didn't intend to be unequivocal on genocide. He just chose to say it is a very big word. And I could say that he was reluctant to be forthright and to be condemnatory. That is my position on that stance. And that was said some time back. We live in a complex world. You may look at her and say, yes, she should have sounded more forthright, unequivocal. But the world that I'm living in today, yes, people are self-serving. Organizations are self-serving. States are self-serving. How many countries have chosen to keep quiet when it comes to Iran? The 170 children, girl children who were killed on the first day of the bomb. It was only when the Strait of Hormuz was closed, when the capitalists begin to feel it in their pocket. People like me began to feel that petrol is too costly. Then suddenly we started to say things are not right. The world in which we live is more complex. Solidarity, multilateralism have taken a backseat, and people are looking at their.
But I mean, that is why the gist of it is this, right? Should South African political parties have a stance on, I won't even say foreign issues, that on global issues that impact the world?
Rightly so. It has been the case, and it will remain the case. It doesn't matter. Even if Helen were to be the head of state, she would do that. But we will agree with or not. But that is the nature of the modern state. It's part of the whole. Thomas Beck said, "No man is an island entire in him or herself. He's part of the whole."
Because if you say, and I'm quoting her, whatever we say about conflicts in the world, she didn't specify Gaza, conflicts in the world, it will have no impact on that. If we follow that principle, then in fact, whenever there's a vote at the UN General Assembly, you don't need to vote because it will have no impact on them. In fact, just a few days ago, the new leader of the DA made the point of not liking Donald Trump. So in fact, he's passed judgment on another country's leader. And at the same time, he also prayed and hoped that one day the issues around human rights in Iran will be resolved so that the people can live freely in a democratic state. So this is the leader of the same party that she, in fact, is the mayoral candidate for.
Yes, you see, that's what I'm saying. The world in which we live is interdependent, is intertwined. We may have different perspectives. We may belong to the same party. We may sing from the same hymn, but at the same time, at times we'll be at variance. But we mustn't lose sight of international solidarity, interdependence of human beings, the spirit of Ubuntu, the spirit of solidarity. Yes, those who have more power today, they might be dominant, they might think they are prevalent, like Donald Trump feels like that he can even go on to take on the Pope. Fine, right? But he's a son of a man, the son of a woman. His time will come to pass, and humanity, with or without him, will continue.
Well, I mean, that point, therefore, of international solidarity is important because, South Africa are the beneficiaries of international solidarity in dismantling apartheid. Well, we'll talk about that right after this.
Attention all shoppers.
Our supermarket shelves are full of unhealthy food. It's often hard for me to know which foods are good for my family. The information on packaged food is complicated and hard to understand. I wish we had easy-to-understand warning labels on foods high in salt, sugar, and saturated fat. We have the right to know what's in our food. Support front-of-package warning labels on unhealthy packaged foods. Sign the petition on healer.org. That's HEALA.org.
For 90 years, one voice has informed, challenged, and connected a nation. SAFM, South Africa's national English public radio station. Established in 1936 as the SABC's very first service, the A program, evolving through the English service, Radio South Africa, to SAFM in 1995, shaping thought and strengthening democracy. From a full-spectrum station to a trusted home of news and talk, SAFM continues to lead the conversations 90 years strong. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. X at SAFM Radio and at Ashraf Garda.
There's been developments, between Israel and Lebanon with a ceasefire. We'll talk about that in a couple of minutes, talking about international issues. There's another one, right? Anyway, we conclude with Professor Lesiba Tefu on the issue of the confrontation, or rather Nigel Brankel confronting Helen Zille to say, why don't you call a genocide at a DA event a few days ago. So Prof. Tefu, okay. It's complex. We already made the point that political parties should have a position. Now, the accusation against the DA specifically, right, is that they are unwilling to call out the position regarding Israel Gaza because of what they see, and these are obviously allegations from others, that there's been influence infiltrated into the DA by funders who will fund the DA as a party provided they are not critical of let's say, Israel in this case specifically. Does that hold any water?
But look, maybe we are a little unfair on the DA. The world, as I understand it, is controlled by the Jews. They are, even America, any American president who doesn't hold the line as prescribed by the lobby group, the powerful lobby group ends up either out of office or his demise is evident. Now, that said, how many political parties in this country right now are being financed by the Jews? Whatever language or terminology.
But when you say controlled by the Jews, that talks about a complete religion as opposed to controlled by, let's say, a lobby group that just happens to be Jewish.
Yes,
It could be somebody else today.
Hence, I'm trying to retract from that to say my choice of words may not be appropriate in this regard. The lobby group, right? Even in this country, how many so-called black parties are being financed by them? And then where are the native brothers and sisters who call themselves the people of solidarity or the people in solidarity with Israel? Look, it's far more complex, and people must be frank and honest. The bottom line is the people in South Africa, regardless of the terminology, solidarity is what they are for. But at the same time, it's their material conditions that matters most. People don't eat slogans. I can talk as an academic, as a political elite, but when the existential experience, safety and security, job, employment, it's not there, you and I can keep talking to ourselves. But the people on the ground, they care very little about that. They care about the material conditions they are subjected to.
But let's just end with this. We're out of time, unfortunately. But if they care very little, and I understand that, then should we say that then it's okay not to take a stance on foreign issues in the same way that many countries may have turned a blind eye to South Africa during the apartheid era to say it's not our business? I mean, yes, no.
No, I will never say that.
Yeah.
I will never say that. Never mind the challenges we are facing. We are where we are because of the solidarity we enjoyed from other parts of the world.
And that's where we leave it for now. I'm sure we'll have another conversation about that sometime soon. Professor Lesiba Tefu, appreciate your time here on the National Pulse. Reaction from you? Bring it on.
Ashraf Garda on SAFM.
And to prove the point, there's a plan of a ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon, and now we know that there's talk of the Straits of Hormuz open, and suddenly that just means there's an oil flow literally that could come in cheaper in our country. Can you see how interconnected these things are? But let's understand what this really means. With me, Professor Ran Greenstein, who's the Associate Professor of Sociology at Wits University. Prof. Greenstein, appreciate your time. You're live on the National Pulse.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. I suppose when it comes to, ceasefires, particularly in the Middle East, when is a ceasefire a ceasefire?
Well, I assume that we are talking about all the parties to the agreement meeting their obligation, and the obligation is not by Israel not to bomb Lebanese territory, whether it's Beirut or South Lebanon or anywhere else in the country, and a reciprocal obligation of the Hezbollah not to fire rockets at Israeli targets. So that's the technical definition, and so far it's been met, but we are only talking about 1 day, so it's too early to tell how long it would last.
Yeah. How, in terms of your understanding, then how is it that two different countries on opposite sides, neighbors, of course, right, but with bombings and people dying, suddenly find a way to agree with each other to hold fire?
Well, in this case, actually, I think I can say with a great degree of certainty that the decision was not made, definitely not by Israel and not by Lebanon either. It was a resolution imposed by the U.S. and in alliance with Iran or in consultation with Iran, because Iran put the ceasefire in Lebanon as a condition for ongoing negotiations with the U.S. and the opening of the Strait of Hormuz, as we have just heard. So in that sense, the U.S. gave Israel no choice but to stop the fire because it's in their interest to reach an agreement with Iran and obviously to let the oil flow back as it did before the war. So
Okay.
it's not out of their own goodwill that came about.
I suppose it never is. It's all about what's expedient. Now, we know that when that original ceasefire occurred and within a day, Israel had attacked Lebanon and yes, therefore, the issue of the Straits of Hormuz. Now, of course, Iran declaring the Straits of Hormuz fully open. I mean, that's the breaking news on that, right? The big question then, remember, from the Iranian side, when that ceasefire occurred, 2 weeks back, I think that deadline's coming up soon. Are you then confident that will hold? And then if it does hold, what happens next?
Well, no one can be sure what will happen, but it looks likely at this point in time that the Americans and the Iranians have managed to start a process that may lead to a resolution that will satisfy both sides. That doesn't mean that Israel will go along because they have a different set of interests from the U.S. But if the U.S. is happy with the agreement with Iran, they will impose it on Israel as well. Because regardless of rhetoric, Israel cannot actually operate independently against U.S. interests, especially under the leadership of Trump, because Trump is unpredictable. Previous administration may have yielded to Israeli pressure, but Trump can, just as he went along with Israel in bombing Iran, he can turn against them just as easily because he's unpredictable and they know it and they're scared of it. So an agreement between the US and Iran also is promising with regard to Israel and Lebanon as well.
Okay, and if it holds, how would that change the terrain in the Middle East, if it does hold?
Well, right now it seems that Iran, despite having been bombed and having its leadership killed and enormous destruction in the country, diplomatically speaking, they've managed to achieve quite a lot because they have become a legitimate partner to negotiations with the U.S. They've managed to put pressure on the U.S. and its Arab allies through the closing the Strait of Hormuz. And they may emerge as not exactly victorious because of the enormous destruction in the country, but at least as a regional power that managed to play its cards right and emerge from this conflict, again, not victorious, but in a position that no one anticipated before the war.
Let's leave it at that. I suppose they would say Iran knows their leverage, and so does Donald Trump. Professor Ren Greenstein, thanks for your time. Associate Professor of Sociology at the University of Witwatersrand. Reaction from you, calls, WhatsApp comments, welcome. Let's get the news headlines. Here's Ondela Mbana.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the news headlines, Iran's foreign minister says passage for all commercial vessels through the Strait of Hormuz has been declared fully open for the remainder of the ceasefire period in Lebanon. 3 people have been shot dead and 3 others wounded, including a police officer, during an alleged domestic dispute in the Rabi region north of Johannesburg this morning. And suspended City of Tshwane CFO Gareth Mnisi has told the Madlanga Commission in Pretoria that he has no personal interest in the security companies linked to the Metro's long-term security tenders. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
This Freedom Month, we reflect, we remember, and we celebrate how far we've come. 30 years into democracy, South Africa continues to shape a future grounded in justice, equality, and opportunity for all. Under the theme, Freedom and the Rule of Law. 30 years of democratic citizenship. SAFM will bring you all things freedom, the voices, the stories, and the conversations that matter. Join us as we honor the journey and explore what freedom means today. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. Your weekends now have a rhythm on SAFM. Start your mornings with music of Africa, 3 to 6 a.m. with Sheila Ndikumana. Followed by Bongi Zwane on The Weekend View, 6 to 9, Saturday and Sunday. Then ease into your day with the alternative breakfast. 7 to 10 with Khomotso Matsunyane and Ndumiso Ngobo. From 10 to 1, it's Seasons with KG Mwekezi. And your afternoon soundtrack comes alive with Ernest Pillay on the soundtrack of your life. 1 to 4 p.m. Drive into the evening with the classical fix. 4 to 7 with Dino Maduramoto. Saturday nights it's Spotlight with Zai Khan. 7 to 9. And on Sunday stay informed with the Santon Times Hour. 7 to 8. Then revisit the best moments on SAFM Rewind. 8 to 9. Followed by drama and documentary series. 9 to 10. And we round off the weekend in style with the Vinyl Corner with Kitty Petla. This is SAFM Sports with Duming Khapele.
Right, Chumi, you've got a story about Banyana.
Yes, Banyana very confident that they will walk away with another win over Algeria in the second international friendly match at the Kings Welitini Stadium this afternoon. The two nations met on Tuesday, with Banyana emerging victorious with Ntabiseng Majia scoring the only goal of the match in the first half. And the last time I checked, the score still remains goalless, and Coach Desiree Ellis says that she's looking for improvement in the final third.
We worked on final third entries mostly. And we saw a lot of that. Now it's about getting into the box and finishing those chances, because we're a team that's going to create. And I think if you look over the past matches that we've played, if we had put a lot of the chances away, we probably would win more games. So we concentrated on that a lot just for this. And it's a process, because it's not going to happen overnight. But if you could see the progress in the final third, that is what we want.
Meanwhile, there's a lot of respect in the Esperance de Tunis camp for South African footballing giants. Mamelodi Sundowns, with the Taraji defender Mohamed Drager describing the Brazilians as one of the monsters of African football. Drager was speaking to SABC Sports just before their first training session at the Tuks football grounds ahead of tomorrow's Crunch CAF Champions League second leg semi-final at a sold-out Loftus Stadium. Sundowns lead the tie 1-0 after a brilliant goal gave them an advantage in Raids' lost weekend. And Drager says that they're facing a great team in Coach Miguel Cardoso's side.
I respect them in every position, on every corner. It's a big team, especially at home, like a big force, very dynamic team, very tactically and technically very prepared team by the coach and the whole staff. So it's a semi-final of the Champions League. Everyone who's facing each other now is facing basically one of the monsters in Africa. So yeah.
So Sundowns is the monster.
It's a monster of Africa, not the monster.
Oh, a monster.
I said it's a. So we face a monster of Africa, not the monster.
In tennis, former three-time winner Novak Djokovic has pulled out of the Madrid Open beginning next week as he needs more time to recover from a shoulder injury. The former world number 1 and 24 Grand Slam winner has not played since losing to Briton Jack Draper in the Indian Wells fourth round just over a month ago. The current world number 4 lost to Carlos Alcaraz in the Australian Open final at the beginning of February before hinting that retirement may just be around the corner. He pulled out of the Doha Open later that month due to fatigue. Anything's off with boxing. IBO Youth Bantamweight champion Shelton Malajika says that he's ready to seize the biggest opportunity of his career when he faces undefeated WBC international title holder David Mwale in Zambia, and that is happening on the 25th of July. The fight that is delayed from December after Malajika tore knee ligaments puts the 25-year-old South African against a formidable opponent in what his mentor Brian Mitchell calls the fight of his life. I'll have more on other sports in the next hour.
Perfect. Thanks for that. It's going to be a significant weekend. Again, lots of sport in South
Can
Africa,
I guess
around the world.
what you're doing after the show?
You can guess.
Are you going to play paddle?
Maybe not if it's pouring and I'm playing outdoors, so we shall see. Listen, drive past Melrose Arch, racket and ball. If I'm on the court, it means there's no rain.
Okay.
Not the other way around. But it looks like it's pouring right now, so we shall see.
Okay.
But I'm kitted out, all weather,
Yeah.
as you can see.
SAFM music, crafted to make you feel real good. Handpicked just for your pleasure. Classics sounding so good, only on SAFM. X at SAFM Radio and at Ashraf Garda.
Right, well, let's get in fact, we'll talk just now, a fascinating program between the IEC and Basic Education launching a scholar program around democracy ahead of, around the electoral processes, right? In the meantime, let's get reaction from you, Soviet, interesting name, saying, Ashraf, it is not even an option for local political parties to have a strong, solid, decisive and uncompromising view on all international or geopolitical issues. How do you expect me to vote, you in power, if you can't be bothered with international affairs? What kind of government would I be voting in? It's a non-negotiable requirement for anyone seeking my vote, from Soviet. Listen, let me put this to you, okay? You know what? You know, the ANC's got a different position on Palestine, Israel, so is obviously the DA and the EFF and the MK and everybody else, right? But to you, as a member of the South African public listening in right now, what does it matter to you, the policies of the party you vote for with regards to international issues, whichever issues? Does it matter to you or not?
Good afternoon, Ashraf and listeners. Ashraf, I don't like you. I must be honest at the beginning, and you show the pulse. And what is your position with? Hey, Ashraf, other people can just call it what it is. I didn't see it. I wish I could see the picture of that man saying it to Helen Zille. I'm telling you, Ashraf, it's going to be very tough for a lady in Gauteng, because people are saying you left the problems there in Cape Town. How can you leave the things in Cape Town and things you can change in Gauteng? Ashraf, good afternoon. Marumo Mahikeng.
Marumo,
so
thanks.
Nice.
As you say, you don't like me, but we're cool with that. I like you too. Listen, I think the point here that's important is we'll post a video as well just now. I'll certainly do it on my Twitter page and maybe get SFM Radio's page to post it. But let's be fair. The question, the debate is not whether she'll do a good job in Joburg. The question is, does she have a position in calling out a genocide? And if she doesn't have a position, does that matter to you as a citizen of Joburg when the city has got so many other things to be concerned about? Does it matter what she thinks about another part of the world? And not just her. Does it matter what her party thinks about another part of the world?
Hey, good afternoon, Ashraf. Ashraf, I found it very ingenious of Helen Zille to respond to that pastor or whoever that was speaking to say that DA's views internationally won't make any difference. It's not true. She knows herself that she's lying. AfriForum is smaller than the DA, but their views about genocide in South Africa has made big stories internationally. So her coming to the public and say that her views or DA's views internationally won't make any difference is just plain hogwash. And my question is that how do we trust people like that? There is fear. You see, there was this fear of Swart. Now there's this fear of apartheid part 2 when these people take over again, which we can buy that story because they are not being honest with us. Bob, Cape Town.
Thanks for that, Bob. Interesting point you make about AfriForum. I think you're spot on. First of all, just to be clear, AfriForum have always said they have never called what's happened in South Africa genocide. Now, whether there's proxies and others, that's another conversation. But you're right about the point that AfriForum is a good example of the Tate and other Afrikaner lobby groups of how they can get to the USA and effect thinking of South Africa's domestic issues, and they've done that. I mean, Elon Musk is another right now, using his own colony called the X platform every single day. So you're quite right. By the way, if you think not, then you may say every issue of solidarity doesn't make any difference internationally. We can just keep quiet about any issue in the world, isn't it? Right, let's talk about other forms of democracy at home right after this.
Ashraf Garda on SAFM.
Okay, so we've been talking a lot about election time coming up at the end of this year. And of course, we've had other conversations with the IEC. And amongst the latest ones would be the launch of the IEC Basic Education Department Scholar Program, which really is to expose learners to the electoral processes as an early as possible stage or age. And I like that. Let's find out more about that. We'll do that in a moment. There's further comments from you about, well, Malema this time.
Ashraf, good afternoon, man. Flores from beautiful, rainy winelands. Ashraf, Ratanang, Malema. This boy already is being groomed to take over from Julius one day. And all those leaders who sits in the EFF, any of them who has aspirations of taking over one day, there's not such a thing. And this Ratanang is already shouting radical things. Afrikaans must fall. Who the heck does he think he is? This boy needs to be watched. Have a good job, bye-bye.
Do you think he needs to be watched, and why? What is it in terms of his positioning? Listen, the broader question regarding the EFF is, and it's been a question everybody's been asking. We don't know what's going to happen to Julius Malema, but can the EFF itself survive without Julius Malema? Just how significant is he to the EFF? Think about that. We do now have Janet Love with us, Vice Chairperson of the Electoral Commission. Janet, appreciate your time here on the National Pulse.
Oh, thank you very much. Good afternoon, Ashraf, and to the listeners.
Thank you. Tell me about this, what I think is a fascinating program to get exposing learners to the electoral processes ASAP.
Well, it's a program that we run every year, and we, in the course of this year, will be running it from April through to September. And it involves a number of aspects. In the first instance, it ties in with the kind of general processes in the schools around the election of their own representative learner councils. So in that process, we also educate learners around the whole process of putting forward platforms and proposals on the basis of which students can decide whether or not to elect you and how that whole system works. I think the second aspect of the program is clearly to talk to students about the way in which elections themselves for national, provincial and local elections, how those elections are actually managed, what's involved, what processes are followed in the voting station. And there is a certain amount of role-playing depending on which grade and so on those are catered for. And then we use the opportunity as much as possible, because we have also got a good relationship with the Department of Home Affairs, to actually ensure that Home Affairs is on site to look at possibilities. Sometimes students have not yet applied for their IDs and so on. So that also gets facilitated. And the Commission works with the Department to provide some learner support.
We've just lost Janet Love just for a moment. Let's see. Okay, I think, let me just remind you, you may be exposed to that yourself. You may have had your own children exposed to that when they were in school in recent years. How much of a difference has that made? Now, linked to that in terms of them understanding the electoral process is, does it actually work in terms of getting the numbers up? And we see the numbers actually suggest otherwise. Janet Love, you're back with us. Okay, we just lost you for that last second. So maybe you can repeat that last line that you said. Yeah.
What I was saying is that the IEC provides learner teacher support material from its own stock of materials to enable the life orientation program to have materials that can then be donated also students.
Yeah. Okay, we're actually struggling with Janet. Maybe we're going to just leave it at that, unfortunately. Janet Love, Vice Chairperson of the Electoral Commission. But a broader question to you. When you find that learners, let's say your children in school, are being taught about democracy and the electoral processes and how it works and how a president is elected or in our country compared to others and how as well we actually get to form a government, right? Does that actually convince them to go and vote for the first time, or does it not? Now, the numbers suggest at this point in time, no. I do remember when my daughter turned 16 and she can get an ID, she raced to make sure that she was eligible to vote for the first time because she was completely committed to that cause. Now, I'm just saying that because do others feel the same way? Have you seen the same examples about just how committed they may be on that, right? We'll get further comments, certainly from you, right after this.
Ashraf Garda on SAFM.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAFM Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
You are listening to the National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
So the acting municipal manager of the Mole Mole municipality in Limpopo and the 9 co-accused, co-accused in this case, had their bail application postponed to Tuesday of next week. That's in the Senwea Barwana Magistrates Court, right? So we're talking about Emmanuel Makhato and his co-accused arrested for alleged corruption in the awarding of tenders. And they've been remanded in custody. The context to all of that is, remember, the accused are linked to fraudulent activities involving municipal tender processes, right? Bottom line, rigging of tenders. Let's find out more about what happened with the SABC reporter who's covered that story, Rendani Rally Paso. Rendani, I appreciate your time. You're live on the National Pulse.
Hi, how are you? Yes, indeed.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I just wanted to get straight to it. So you are right. The case for them to continue applying for bail has been actually postponed to Wednesday, which is the 22nd next week. We saw the acting municipal manager as well as the other 9 accused appearing, the municipal manager and accused number 2, who is a technician at the municipality, Wongani Mabasa, and the rest. So this bail application was postponed due to time constraints. So we expect that this other accused will continue applying for bail through an affidavit read in court or into the court's record by their legal representative. Accused number 1, the acting municipal manager, concluded his plea for bail. So we expect that the other lawyers representing the accused will continue to apply for bail when we return in court next week.
Okay, we'll see how that follows through. So now we've got names, right? Let's go back to what are the actual allegations and the story around it.
So according to the Hawks, these people are apprehended for the alleged irregularities in the municipal procurement processes. So it is alleged that the officials were involved in the omission of proper tender procedures according to their Municipal Finance Management Act. So the investigations indicate that the alleged misconduct may have resulted in financial prejudice to the municipality. So to the amount of 38 million was awarded to a tender to a company. So there is allegation that they are facing fraud and corruption within the Mulemule local municipality for the tender that they allegedly awarded irregularly to a company.
Okay. Let's leave it at that. We'll certainly follow that case next week when that plays out with a lot more detail, right? So thank you for your time, Rendani. Appreciate that and have a wonderful weekend. This is the National Pulse. Reaction certainly from you as well. Bring it on. Let me tell you, in terms of where we are, you see, it just shows you there's no way you can actually ignore what happens globally with what happens in your own country. It has an impact. And here's an example. We chatted about Lebanon, Iran, and Israel and the USA in a little bit earlier on, right? So confirmation from Donald Trump on his platform saying Iran has just announced that the Strait of Iran is fully open and ready for full passage. Thank you. Okay, Strait of Iran and Strait of Hormuz, right? And now, Said Abbas Arachi replying, in line with the ceasefire in Lebanon, the passage for all commercial vessels through the Strait of Hormuz is declared completely open for the period of ceasefire on the coordinated route as already announced by the Ports and Maritime Organization of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Key point they're saying for the remaining period of the ceasefire. Remember, the original ceasefire was 2 weeks, right? And we're counting. Then Sherwin Bryce Pease, of course, SABC's correspondent in the USA, saying oil prices dropping on this news. Can you see the impact is felt immediately, if not ideologically? It affects you no matter what you do. So if we're concerned about what happens in our country, you best be concerned about what happens globally, because the link is there anyway. Right, further comments from you. Let's check. In fact, there's some calls. Joe in Durban. Hi, Joe.
Hi, Ashraf. On the DA, if you Google, you'll never find a statement from Helen Suzman. I'm going that far back to ever criticize Israel, even in all its excesses in the past. Then to Tony Leon, then to all of the leaders that have followed. So I don't think there's any doubt about the fact that the DA has been an absolute 100%, not just supporter but a protector of Israel in Parliament and elsewhere.
But if they've said they support a two-state solution, isn't that consistent? In fact, with the ANC policy, if I'm not mistaken.
That is such a cop-out, because you've been silent against genocide, against what's happening in the West Bank, in the occupied territories, expansion of settlements and all of this. And the geography makes it impossible to have a two-state solution. It's not difficult to just go on and Google, and you'll find politicians, rabbis, all of this talking now about extermination, kill 300 babies because those babies may turn out to be terrorists, etc. I mean, the statements are disgusting.
But I mean, let me ask you this very quickly as someone who calls in, right? Yeah. I mean, Lesiba Tefu spoke and he made the point that it is very complex with political parties and funding, and I think that is across the board, right? So wherever the fundings may come from for all parties, including the DA, right? The central part is, should a political party take a stance that allegedly may well go against their funders? Is that a wise position to take or not? And that could apply to all parties.
Absolutely. Otherwise, what do we stand for as human? In that case, why did Steenhuisen run within 2 weeks of Russia invading Ukraine? Steenhuisen was in Kiev. Why was that necessary? So clearly, I mean, you can see, in so many other issues, speaking out, silence on Epstein, silence on genocide, and the cop-out is now we support the two-state solution, which is practically impossible.
Okay, got that.
On the Lebanese ceasefire,
very quickly, yeah.
Has Israel ever, since 1948, stuck to any agreement? Has it ever kept to its word? Its borders keep expanding. Is it going to withdraw from Lebanon, or it's already decided it's going to occupy it till this Litani River?
Point made. I think Israel, have been saying they do so with regard to Lebanon as acting as a buffer against what they see as Hezbollah atrocities. That's the allegation, and I'm open to others commenting on that. Thanks for that, Joe. By the way, I mean, that point about Jordan Hill-Lewis is very important. If Helen Zille is saying whatever we say, so I'm not even saying she's right or wrong, she's just saying it has no influence on that region, right? Then why would Jordan Hill-Lewis, a few days ago, in fact, come out and tweet, being critical, not just tweet, in fact, he said it in interviews, being critical of Donald Trump, actually, and also being critical of Iran? Interesting enough, why would he then say, whatever I feel has no influence over those countries, so let me not say anything at all? This more on Zilla.
Hi, Ashraf. Helen Zille have got a default voters who are going to vote for Helen Zille in Joburg. Those are the white people. Helen Zille have got half of black people in Gauteng who are going to vote for Helen Zille. Helen Zille have got colored and Indians who are going to vote for Helen Zille. Therefore, Helen Zille, she's going to be successful in Joburg, despite all those people who are saying she's bringing apartheid and ethnic. the fact is she's going to be successful. My name is Les.
Thanks. But I don't even think that's the conversation today. In fact, there's a good chance I've spoken to some ANC insiders off the record. They're all convinced that they don't have a chance in Joburg. I mean, I'm just saying that I don't even think that's the conversation for now. The conversation is, should she have a position on a global issue where the ICJ says there's a plausible cause for genocide, and many other organizations say something similar, including Amnesty International? Should they have a position on that or not? Or can you say, I don't have a position on it?
Hi, Ashraf. It's Tato here from Johannesburg. I just wanted to raise some concern with your previous caller from the beautiful winelands who says a boy needs to be watched. He's an old man watching little boys. What does that mean?
Okay. I don't know. Well, you know, he's talking about somebody's son, and therefore the reference to the boy needs to be watched. Okay. Right, point taken. There's another before we get to the news on Helen Ziller.
Ashraf, hi, this is Tepiso. Listening to that crowd at the Helen Ziller's campaign or town hall, it's like you're listening to the MAGA movement. I guess, the current politics globally, it's just scary how everything turns out. There is no democracy in some parts of the world. People don't, if they raise their concerns or voices, they're persecuted, or if not, they're not even given that opportunity to speak or raise their concerns. It's quite sad, I must say. Happy Friday.
In fact, many have spoken about that. Not so much Helen Ziller, because actually she was very controlled in her response. She was actually, and she listened, and that's why the person who spoke critically of her complimented her for that. It was the paranoia from the crowd, the minders, and what they said. In fact, someone said they were less concerned when he said DA is the racist party, and they were more concerned when he spoke about the genocide in Gaza. Quite interesting. You can listen to that sound again. Let's get the news. It's 4 o'clock. Here's on Dela Mbana.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the top stories, 3 people shot dead in an alleged domestic dispute and Strait of Hormuz fully opened during ceasefire period. For SFM News, I am Ondela Mbana, and a very good afternoon. 3 people have been shot dead and 3 others wounded, including a police officer, during an alleged domestic dispute in Rabie Ridge, north of Johannesburg this morning. Police say an argument between a man and his girlfriend turned violent, resulting in multiple fatal shootings inside a house. Officers responding to the scene also came under fire, leaving some wounded. Gauteng police spokesperson Timakatso Nebuli says a manhunt is underway for the armed suspect believed to be a security officer.
A police officer was also injured by shattered glass from the police vehicle that was shot at. The 2 women and the officer are receiving medical treatment in hospital, while the first 3 victims were declared dead. The suspect, who is identified as a security officer, has since fled the scene. The police are appealing to anyone who can assist with information about the suspect's whereabouts to report at the local police station. Investigations are underway.
Oil prices are sharply lower this afternoon on international markets, with Brent crude oil down around 10%. South Africa buys Brent. A Limpopo learner has been stabbed to death while walking home from school outside Setumong village in the Matlala area of West Polokwane. The incident happened yesterday afternoon but came to light this morning. Police say the learner was taken to a hospital but was declared dead. He had stab wounds to the chest and back. Police spokesperson Malisela Lidwaba.
The victim was found by 2 learners who were from Ipupeng High School, and they immediately contacted his brother, and the medical personnel at the clinic and the ambulance transported the victim to WF Nobel Hospital for treatment. The deceased was identified as a 17-year-old male, grade 10 learner at Ipupeng High School, and is from Setumong village. The suspects in this matter are unknown at this stage.
Suspended City of Tshwane CFO Gareth Mnisi has told the Madlanga Commission in Pretoria that he has no personal interest in the security companies linked to the Metro's long-term security tenders. Mnisi, who has been implicated in alleged tender rigging, told the inquiry that he is not connected to companies such as Ngapesheya Security, Triotic Protection Services and Gubi's 85 Solutions. Ngapesheya Security is owned by Beki Nkosi, the brother of currently suspended police organizer Supervised Crime Sergeant Fani Nkosi, while Trio Protection Services has been linked to Eugene Modise, the Tshwane ANC regional chairperson. Mnisi has maintained that he had no improper relationship with the individuals.
Confirm that I know that Sergeant Nkosi's brother is a director of Ngapesheya Construction and Projects. Notwithstanding that fact, I confirm that I have nor have I ever had any personal, business, financial, or other relationship with him or his company. On 46, I deal with the matter of Triotic Protection Services. I confirm that I have nor have I ever had any interest or relationship with Triotic Protection Services, CC, either directly or indirectly. I further confirm, Chair, that I have no interest in a relationship, nor have I ever had any relationship with the shareholders, directors, or representatives of the said entity.
The provisional liquidation of Ekapa Minerals mine has been extended after the company brought an application before the Northern Cape High Court to postpone proceedings. The liquidation case follows a deadly mud rush incident that claimed the lives of 5 miners. The case has been postponed to the 30th of October. Iran's foreign minister says passage for all commercial vessels through the Strait of Hormuz has been declared fully open for the remainder of the ceasefire period in Lebanon. U.S. President Donald Trump has said Israel and Lebanon had agreed to a 10-day ceasefire. In a post on X, Abbas Arachi says vessels will transit the strategic waterway along the coordinated route already announced by Iran's Ports and Maritime Organization. The U.S. had implemented a blockade of strait on the 13th of this month. It is not clear if the blockade is still in effect. Recapping the top story. The Iran's foreign minister says the passage for all commercial vessels through the Strait of Hormuz has been declared fully open for the remainder of the ceasefire period in Lebanon. I'm on Dilambana for SFM News Headlines at 4:30.
In sports this hour, International Cricket Council probes Cricket Canada after corruption claims. Still goalless between Banyana and Algeria at halftime. And Djokovic withdraws from Madrid Open amid injury recovery. More details at 4:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Traffic around this afternoon. Let's steer you through the worst of it. The Mike 1 in Joburg, Melrose, right through to Ormonde. Traffic right the way through today. The N1 going south, backed up from Buccleuch down to William Mandela. The N3 from Limbro Park through to Germiston. Traffic all the way. That's really busy, the N3 today. And if you're heading up through Midrand, it's pretty busy from Buccleuch right through to about Samran. Also leaving the airport on your way to Pretoria, queuing traffic into the roadwork section there by Clayville. Quite a delay to work through. Pretoria's Eskia Pathlali, heavy as you come away from Marabastad and line up through towards the Putco depot. Durban, a vehicle fire, a bus fire earlier today on the N2 South on the ramp to Higginson Highway. That is still there and still causing delays, not so much on the highway, but certainly on the ramp. Breakdowns on the N2 southbound after Umgedi Road, slow coming through from Inanda, and a breakdown northbound after Spaghetti Junction, causing a delay heading up towards Inanda Road as well. Cliffdale Key Ridge looking okay, a little bit slow, but nothing too desperate. There is a breakdown further up going into Pietermaritzburg by Market Road, so from Ashburton that looks a bit slow. And Cape Town, some localised flooding due to just persistent rains all day today. Just take it nice and easy on the way home, please. An earlier crash on the M1 into town before Okavango Road, still backlogging traffic, quite heavy coming in from Kraaifontein, outbound from Belleville towards that scene, quite slow as well. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
So let's continue talking about that, and I want to extend this to beyond Helen Zille and the DA. I'm saying to you, South African political parties, they clearly have domestic policies. They also have foreign relations policies. How should they have foreign relations policies? I mean, should they have positions on some of the biggest global hotspots in the world, whatever they is today? It just happens to be Israel, Palestine. It could be something else tomorrow. Should they have a position on that? Number one. And number two, when it's voting time for you, whether it's local election or even national, because there is a link between what happens locally as well as national, does that actually make a difference to your voting? Does that in any way impact on how you make a vote, now where your axe goes? Now, Now to reduce it to the local elections, which is now your local city, right, your municipality, your town, as opposed to national, does that matter to you? Or do you feel, as others have suggested, that you see what the political party does and their position on global affairs, because if they do get into government, for example, then you know where they stand, and that determines whether they get your vote or not. That's the essence of the conversation. I'd love to get your thoughts on that. You can call in live anytime. You know that you should have the number if you're a regular caller. I think many people do that. So tell me where you're listening in from. 086 000 2032. But to WhatsApp, it's 0614 104 107. By the way, where are you listening in from? Around the country, around the world? Give me a picture if you like. You can also WhatsApp it. I'd love to check it out. We will talk about a significant development around General Mkhwanazi. He's got a new job after this.
South Africa is listening. SAFM is bringing you the Madlanga Commission with clarity, context, and authority. From Monday, April the 13th, SAFM will cover every question, every mood, every controversy from the Commission hearings without clutter, just the moments that matter. 11:30 on the Daily Discourse, 14:55 on the Full Circle, and 17:45 on the National Pulse. Deeper reflection at 8 p.m. on the Meeting Point, with a powerful hour-long wrap on Friday evenings between 6 and 7 p.m. This is not just coverage, it's understanding what matters. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. Ashraf Garda on SAFM.
Well, so much in the country right now, Madlanga Commission, ad hoc committee, everything else. All of that started, well, it's General Mkhwanazi's fault. If he didn't say what he said, where would we be as a country right now? Just think about that. From his position at KZN, very much now a man on the national platform, to the point that many believe openly he should be the new Minister of Police sometime soon. We'll see. But for now, he does have another job. He's been appointed by government to lead a new national crime fighting project, which puts him at the very center of efforts to tackle rising crime levels across the country. In fact, he's been rising for years and years. We know that, okay? Let's understand the significance of that appointment, and in fact, what do we know about what he actually should be doing? Lita Ntoba is a political analyst. Appreciate your time, and thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Thank you for having me, Ashraf. Good afternoon.
Thank you so much. First things first, I mean, what is your understanding when I mean, because the position is a bit vague to say to lead a new national crime fighting project. What's your understanding of that?
I think there's been a big question around crime syndicates and larger criminal organizations operating in South Africa, ones that are not just single docket issues, right? We are seeing how interconnected some of the criminal activity is, and thus we have not seen a police response to interconnected crime. And I think this new initiative is going to go after that, to look at crimes that are almost syndicated and interconnected, and how to then sort of get into organizations that are syndicated and operate all across the country. Remember, countries like America have the RICO Act, right, in order to get into organized crime. And so South Africa does not have an equivalent to deal with organized crime. And I think this is the first step in policing in South Africa to get to that level. It seems like it's going in that direction.
Okay, because I think that last point is particularly important. You mentioned it twice, organized crime. There's crime as we know it at a very petty level, even if you can call stealing your phone a petty level crime, right? But it's the organized crime that, in fact, we point fingers to, where there was a suggestion that, in fact, these organized criminals are running the country, so to speak, at multiple levels. I mean, it does surprise me that we don't have a unit that is to deal with them specifically up to now.
Yes, it's not surprising, because remember, like in America, when they first picked up the incidents of organized crime in that country, right, there was no law to actually charge, let's say, the head of an organized crime organization, or, for instance, a member of an organized crime syndicate is found with a handgun or has committed a murder. It was difficult to link the murder to the finances, for instance, which is one of the other motives other than the violence for organized crime, right? So the problem is, in the South African policing system and the legal justice system, there is no way to link Leeto's crime on the one hand to the financial motives of that crime. And I think that is why we know we haven't had a team towards that kind of end. And so in trying to make sure that crimes are not just now studied on a one-to-one or crime-to-crime basis, to see whether or not crimes are part of a bigger pool of crimes that are motivated by finances. I think that is a new way we need to start thinking about policing. And I think if that is the step that's being taken by taking General Mkhwanazi to this national level, would be a very important way in which we're about to conduct business, because I think South Africa has been a step behind in chasing organized crime, but also in trying to convict people in an organized crime syndicate. We've never had such convictions before. We've only had one-for-one convictions, even if we know that some of the crimes might be connected to a financial motive.
Yeah, I think your point is just right. It's so bizarre that we can't identify a syndicate and nail the entire syndicate. Whereas, as I say, that would be the ruling leader, not the person we see that confronts someone in the street. I mean, it does bring me to the issue then of terms of reference in this case here. You know, being asked to lead a national crime fighting project. I mean, I think the key would be just what can he and can he not do? And I ask that question because, as you know, just recently the Defence Force has been in certain areas of South Africa, high crime spots, including, you know, the Cape Flats, and it appears that the crime and the shootings and the killings continue. So would he be at cross purposes then with existing crime fighting units?
I think it would have to be, because remember, in crime fighting, when you're looking for a syndicate, the crimes happen at different levels, at different complexities, right? So let's assume that when you're looking at the Cape Flats and the crime that's happening there, and the drug activity that's happening there, that's the base level. And that in order to quell the base level crime, what you need is visible policing and community engagement in order for visible policing to work, right? But on another level, if we just stop there, we'll just keep arresting the guys who are shooting each other and serving each other drugs on the corner, right? And then we also occasionally arrest the drug addicts. But we never get to the people who are actually cooking the drugs, or the people who are bringing the drugs into the country, the people who are paying off officials at the port to turn a blind eye. We never get to the guy who actually doesn't live in Mitchell's Plain, but is the major beneficiary of all of that crime. And let's assume that all of that crime has now metastasized into a new cancer, that the guy who's spreading the drugs in Mitchell's Plain is actually now applying for tenders to fix roads in Mitchell's Plain and to fix the housing in Mitchell's Plain. And now you see the crime that is exacerbated and is making the problem a problem, the area a problem area, has now turned into something different that is of a higher tax bracket. And so you need a dynamic way in which to tackle that crime. And I think when we start to think about crime in South Africa going forward, it's either we must ask that question when a crime is being committed, is it just the guy who's selling drugs who decided to shoot another guy? Or is this about a leader who's saying, those guys being there is a problem for our organization, shoot them so our drugs could be on that corner? And if that question is answered, I think more complex ways of prosecution are also going to have to come up.
Okay, so for now, I mean, it's early days, it's day one for now. What would be the first thing that you'd want to see General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi do that suggests that he's got the muscle? He's got the muscle to fix this.
Mine actually is a very mundane one, right? Because I have this academic mind. The first thing I think that should be done, while setting up the policing mechanism that he's setting up, for instance, right? The way they're saying they're analyzing dockets and they're trying to move in that direction. On the other hand, they should bring up an intelligentsia side where that academically tackles the problem as far as prosecution, trying to bring up laws like racketeering, like heightening the racketeering laws in South Africa and putting those through the court system and seeing whether or not we can then find a whole racketeering ring instead of just finding one person guilty of racketeering when one act has been committed. So group prosecution is going to be the next phase. So find lawyers, find prosecutors, find former judges who will craft the kind of laws that will inform the prosecutions that Mtanta Mkhwanazi is about to undertake. And then we'll know that the safety net is now complete, that the judicial and prosecution side is going for group prosecutions and he is going for group investigations. And when that sort of ring is closed, then we're going to start making inroads in tackling organized crime in a way that's going to be systematic.
Okay, let's leave it at that. Lots to consider coming out of that. Appreciate your input on that on a significant day, certainly when it comes to General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, and it should be for all of us concerned as well. Lito and Toba, thanks for your time here on the National Pulse. Let me remind you, by the way, I suppose just by coincidence, we'll be chatting to Dr. Imran Bacchus. He's just put together a book, right? He's a political analyst and author, and he's put together a book about South Africa, about, the highs and the lows and where we're going. So we'll chat to him about that around 4:45. Do not miss out on it. I think it's going to be really important that we get his thoughts on where we go. And as I talk to you, there's news of 4 people being shot dead in Warmer Township. That would be Cape. That would be in the Eastern Cape, right? Warmer Township. I think it is Port Elizabeth or Gqeberha. It is right. That sums up the type of rampant crime killings that we have in our country. How do we ignore that? How do we stamp it out?
Moro, Moni, Dumela, Bonjour, Habari. You arrived in South Africa to build something better. New place, new challenges, new responsibilities. Now you can with the Mama Money bank account. Sign up easily using any passport or asylum document. Get paid into your own account, up to 100,000 a month. You can send money home from wherever you are because this is more than money. It's progress. Buy your Mama Money card today at Pick n Pay or a Mama Money agent. Mama Money, now you can.
Ashraf, why is there a horse in your driveway?
You ride savvy. Why drive a Mustang when you can ride one?
What the missus say?
Well, she had a bit of a long face, but now she's stable.
If you need a backup plan, We Buy Cars can sort you out.
Nah, savvy. This thing is eco-chic.
Stop horsing around, cowboy. Rather get one of these from We Buy Cars.
What's the horsepower on that thing?
More than one, Doff. More than one.
Don't be Doff, be savvy. We Buy Cars, geared for adventure, geared for you.
Your weekends now have a rhythm on SAFM. Start your mornings with music of Africa, 3 to 6 a.m. with Sheila Ndikumana. Followed by Bongi Zwane on The Weekend View, 6 to 9, Saturday and Sunday. Then ease into your day with the Alternative Breakfast, 7 to 10 with Khomotso Matunyane and Ndumiso Ngobo. From 10 to 1, it's Seasons with KG Mwekezi. And your afternoon soundtrack comes alive with Ernest Pillay on the soundtrack of your life, 1 to 4 p.m. Drive into the evening with the classical fix, 4 to 7 with Dino Maduramutu. Saturday nights, it's Spotlight with Zai Khan, 7 to 9. And on Sunday, stay informed with the Santon Times Hour, 7 to 8. Then revisit the best moments on SAFM Rewind, 8 to 9. Followed by drama and documentary series, 9 to 10. And we round off the weekend in style with the Vinyl Corner with Kitty Petla. X at SAFM Radio and at Ashraf Garda.
Right, immediate response to the issue of the organized crime unit, which I suppose is exactly that, organized crime, isn't it? Where are we with that?
Good day, Ashraf. Anonymous here. I couldn't help but listen to your discussion with regards to organized crime. That America has the RICO Act. Currently, South Africa has the tool, as the POCA, Prevention of Organized Crime Act. Unfortunately, it's not being used, but the point is that we do have the tool. It's just not being used. My 2 cents. Thank you.
It's more than 2 cents. Much appreciated. Comments on the Straits of Hormuz, right?
Hi, Ashraf is speaking to Kule from Chesterfield. Now, my question was to ask if they open up Strait of Hormuz for 10 days, is that not an American strategy to get closer to them so they can bomb them and take over? Just a question. Yabo.
Well, it is a question. Who knows what's happening in the world? Who knows?
Good afternoon, Ashraf. I'm Bafana Kumalo in Memel. Ashraf, I think it is good that all political parties must equally make the noise about the genocide happening in Gaza, and that they must also make a noise about the war happening in Iran. On the same breath, Ashraf, I believe that we are not doing enough as the South African government in addressing the crisis in Sudan. Something urgent must be done in Sudan. Africans are killing each other.
Well, absolutely. I think there's just so many issues. And is there a sense of a bit of silence with regard to Sudan or not? Just another quick one. We'll talk to the SACP in a moment, by the way.
Hi, Ashraf. Local and national policy obviously trumps anything happening at an international or global level. But I do think that what our political parties' stance is on international matters says something about their worldview and their view of humanness and humanity. And taking that into account, I would want my local parties to have the same ideals that I have in terms of humanity. Thank you, Yasmin Pretoria.
Thank you, Yasmin. You see, many may agree with Yasmin to say, like, yes, of course, your local is your priority. Your pothole is a priority number one. But if that party grows, whichever party that is, and they then become the party of government, and they have the same policies that when you voted for them when they were much smaller, and those policies play out and you disagree with them fundamentally, then is that a case of then it's too late? So does it matter to you the position of a candidate or a party with regard to global humanitarian issues right now when you're voting for that, when you're choosing to vote at a local government election or not? Now, think about that too. Right, I'll tell you what about the position of the SACP, right, in terms of what they think of, we have a new ambassador, that, and of course different people have different views. The SACP is interesting because they're very much still part of a tripartite alliance with the African National Congress, right? Imbulelo Mandlana is with me, SACP's national spokesperson. Thank you for joining us on the National Pulse.
Good day.
Good day, right? What? I mean, we've got a statement from you, but you tell me what is your position? You find out as a party that Rolf Meyer is now South Africa's ambassador to the United States. You think what?
We think that decision is an incorrect decision. On an ordinary day, we believe that as a Communist Party, knowing the record of Rolf Meyer. Him representing our country is an extremely controversial thing to do. Knowing that he was the last minister of defense of apartheid government, knowing that to qualify to be a minister in apartheid government, especially defense and security, there's a subscription to set of ideals that really we have defeated as a nation. To therefore get appointed later on to represent our country on a diplomatic mission, really when your values, as far as we are concerned, do not align with the values that South African people have articulated in creating national democracy and defeating minority rule. For you to represent us is really problematic.
Okay, but let's understand the values of Rolf Meyer. We know he's come from the Nationalist Party, but also he's been seen by many people having sold out the Nationalist Party in bending over backwards for the African National Congress.
Yeah.
The same party, the same government in this case, that the SACP has been a part of for many, many years. So to judge him, and then of course subsequently move to another party forming the United Democratic Movement, to judge him on what may have happened over 30 years ago, when in fact he was a key member of a negotiated settlement that the SACP are effectively signatories to with the ANC. I mean, why would it be an issue now?
I mean, he has never been a minister in the South African government, not the democratic government. I think that point must be made clear. We are not backtracking on a position we used to have. I think that point must be clear. Secondly, Rolf Meyer, when we are in this sort of difficult diplomatic situation with the USA that is really already accusing us of all sorts of crimes, we don't believe that solution is appointing a person like Ruth Meyer. And that is not even the question of tactics, of making a tactical diplomatic decision. There's a moral issue here at play. The moral issue is South Africa is a democratic country that defeated the things that Ruth Meyer grew up believing and fought for and represented. The fact that he later joined the ANC and that and did all the other things that he did later on does not absolve him of the moral record that he is a person who represented the most vile, the most brutal, and led the most brutal government. And he cannot now be given the honor of representing a democratic government when he himself is not equivalent to what we represent as a
But is it a case of an honor, or is it a case of being very, very tactical, keeping in mind you're dealing with Donald Trump. You're dealing with, some may say, a jack in the box. You never know what he thinks next. So you need someone who may even be seen as someone who understands his point of view to best represent what's in South Africa's interest as opposed to Donald Trump's interest.
Yes, we've had this clever argument being made. But this argument does not surpass the moral question that morally, the person like Ruth Meyer is not equivalent to a person that we can honestly, as a South African nation, say we place our fate on him to determine the fate of the country in such a complicated position. When it is as if we have no other qualified citizens who themselves possibly can fit this tactical position that we require.
But doesn't that suggest that we're giving the ambassador too much power? I mean, there's an ambassador of America in South Africa right now. I mean, he's not Donald Trump. He's the ambassador.
If it were not that important, Comrade Rasool would not have been expelled. And the ruckus that followed the expulsion of Comrade Rasool would not have occurred. It means that in the context of the African and Buddha-born kind of community of people that are there in New York and in the US and in Washington, D.C., that position is more than just of an ambassador. It is really about managing our relations and keeping our moral standing as a country. And that person, that is Rolf Meyer, is not a suitable person to be relied upon to do that. Not for tactical reasons, but for moral reasons.
All right, just quick one. If not, well, we know it's not Ibrahim Rasool because he's been sent home, right? If not Rasool, if not Rolf Meyer, who?
No, we're not making this statement in order to suggest who must be an ambassador. We're making the statement in order to suggest that it is wrong to appoint Rolf Meyer to be an ambassador. Now, if you are going to ask me now to suggest an ambassador immediately, you are giving me a role I was not prepared to do. Because this conversation is not about choosing an ambassador. It's about whether or not a person like Rolf Meyer is suitable to be an ambassador for South Africa. That is the question. If you want us to have another discussion about which diplomats we can choose in order to represent us, we can have that discussion on a different day.
And maybe we'll do just that on a different day. Appreciate your time there, representing the views of the SACP. That's Imbulelo Mandlana. Thank you for your time here on the National Pulse. Right, news headlines with Ondela.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the news headlines, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee of Justice and Constitutional Development, Olangola, says they will first study the report of the Judicial Service Commission on embattled Eastern Cape Judge President Selbin Benenge before deciding on the way forward. A 28-year-old man has been sentenced to life imprisonment for killing his 19-year-old girlfriend by strangling her and stabbing her multiple times. And oil prices are sharply lower this afternoon on international markets, with Brent crude down around 10%. South Africa buys Brent. A full update follows at the top of the hour with Greg Hose.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Highways are really busy around Joburg today. The N1 going from Buccleuch all the way down to around about sort of Gordon Road, really. There is some wet weather condition for the drive home, so you can see that. It's just keeping volumes up and speeds down a bit. The Mike 1 Sandton through to Ormonde, the N3 Buccleuch to Germiston going south on the N1. Busy from Buccleuch all the way through to about Samran. Also a bit of traffic on the N1 further up between Boerta Avenue and Garsfontein Road as well. Drive carefully if it's wet where you are, please. Heading up to to Pietermaritzburg out of Durban, the earlier breakdown near Market Road. That scene has been cleared away. There is a bit of pressure on the N2 both ways, northbound into Gateway, southbound into Kwamashu, and the M4 over Blue Lagoon through to Virginia Airport looking quite busy as well. Cape Town's been a wet day today, persistent rain. It's much needed around the mother city, but it has left some difficult driving conditions. Some flooding. The Tukai Road northbound or the main road at Tukai going northbound is underwater. Watch for some delays there. And also the Malabongwe Drive run through Dunoon towards Parklands, just at that bend section at Rivergate. Flooding there causing delays coming across from Gil Basson and also backing you up on the N7 North at that Malabongwe off-ramp. Also a crash on Bosmansdam Road at the N7, very heavy coming through from Sandrift and also impacting Montague Drive, leaving Montague Gardens area. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sports with Tuming Khapele.
Chumi, you want to talk about when cricket is not cricket.
Yeah, the International Cricket Council has launched an investigation into Cricket Canada. This is following allegations of match corruption raised in a CBC documentary. The probe includes Canada's 8-wicket loss to New Zealand at the recent T20 World Cup, with suspicion centred on captain Dilpreet Bajwa's fifth over in Chennai. The ICC is also examining claims that board members pressured then coach Kuram Chauhan over player selection. Cricket Canada says that it's treating the matter with utmost importance, stressing that issues of match fixing and organised crime are taken extremely serious. In terms of football, keeping you up to date with football on the go, Banyana are leading 1-0 over Algeria, and it's the usual suspect, Ntabiseng Magia, with a strike in the 58th minute. Remember, she also scored the only goal in that clash between Banyana and Algeria on Tuesday, and will continue to keep a close eye on what's happening over there. Elsewhere, Liverpool manager Arne Slot says that Hugo Ekitike can come back stronger. This is after ruptured Achilles tendon, which ended his season and World Cup hopes. The 23-year-old striker suffered the injury against Paris Saint-Germain in midweek, and Slot described the setback as devastating, but insisted that he has the resilience to return at an even higher level. The Frenchman is expected to be sidelined for at least 9 months. In terms of athletics, South African sprint star Gift Leotlela produced a heart-stopping finish to defend his 100-meter title at the Athletics South Africa Senior National Championships in Stellenbosch. Nicknamed the Gift of Speed, Leotlela clocked 10.15 seconds to edge Benjamin Richardson by just 0.01 seconds in a photo finish. The 25-year-old admitted that he thought Richardson had won, but the result confirmed back-to-back national crowns. In terms of tennis, earlier on, I was just saying that Novak Djokovic has confirmed that he will miss next week's Madrid Open as he continues to recover from a shoulder injury. Now, with news just coming in, Carlos Alcaraz has also withdrawn from the Madrid Open, and his social page says that this is the news that is extremely hard to give. Madrid is home and one of the most special places on the calendar for me, and that's why it hurts me so much not to be able to play here for the second year in a row. It hurts me especially not being able to be in front of my people in a tournament that is so special. Thank you for the love and always, and I hope to see you soon. Well, with that said, it is a wrap from my side for now. I'll have more in the next hour. I mean, I don't know if you saw that Mamelodi Sundowns now is backing Akani Simbini's classic run that's going to happen at...
That's interesting. Why the connection between him and Sundowns? Is the sky the limit for him as well, or what?
Probably. Okay, but I think it's a great thing to see, especially the fact that Sundowns is from Pretoria and they really looking forward to a sold-out affair.
My message to Sundowns, by the way, while they're backing others, is like, can they set up this indoor courts for us because my paddle game has been cancelled.
Oh no.
It's storming.
Oh,
Melrose Arch storming, Joburg North. So yeah, Sundowns indoor courts sorted out. Others I'm fully kitted out and nowhere to go. Yeah.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
Right, let's get to the numbers last day of the week with Paswane Mpatlele, Senior Accounts Manager at Makwe Fund Managers. Paswane, you got news, local and global?
Afternoon, Ashraf and to all your listeners. Despite the chilly weather, so it's a good news flow on the markets, Ashraf. The foreign minister of Iran and Trump confirmed that the Strait of Hormuz is reopened for commercial activities. This is during only for the period of Israel and Lebanon's 10-day ceasefire as they work on negotiating their deal over the weekend. That involves the likes of a 20 billion cash for the enrichment of their uranium minerals by Iran. If successful, it would see oil plunge below $75 a barrel. Currently, it's down 9% at $88.40 a barrel. Risk assets globally are on and trading higher, supported further by the dollar that has broken down further into bearish mode. Gold is up 1.7% at $4,865 an ounce. Platinum is up 1.8% at $2,136 an ounce. Bitcoin is up 2% at $77,000 for one Bitcoin. All looking bullish. When you look into the equities, momentum is up. Cyclical stocks are benefiting from these developments. We see the likes of the US indices are above 1% by up 1.9, supported further from the quarter one earnings that are being reported, looking like year-on-year profit earnings are above 20%. Europe is up with the likes of CAC and DEX up 2%. JSC is not left out, up 2%. Gains across the board. Resource sectors up 2.9%. Financials up 2%. And the likes of industrials up 1.7%. It's a risk-on mood. Rand has broken down the key level of 1630, encouraging risk-on momentum, sitting at 1620, stronger by 1% across the board. Rand against the euros at 1915, and then against the pound 21.98.
Perfect. Thanks for that, Paswani. We'll connect with you, well, you and your team on Monday for sure.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
All right. So here's that. I mean, just first of all, what do you make of that conversation between Helen Ziller, in this case here, and the pastor? I'm talking about Pastor Nigel Branken, who gets into a DA event, clearly very planned. Let's put that right. Planned, came with cameras, did everything recorded, but made the telling point to say, Helen Ziller, when are you going to call the genocide in Gaza a genocide? She made the point that there are conflicts around the world, and we've got big issues in South Africa, and nothing we can do will influence any changes in those conflicts. Not speaking about Gaza directly, but the broader question, therefore, to you is like, does that matter to you when you're voting in a local government election, as you will sometime soon this year, or even a national election? Does that person and the party and their political or their policy views internationally, does that impact on whether that person or party gets your vote or not? Mike in Kensington, hi.
Hi, Ashraf.
Yeah, how's it, man? Go for it.
Good. Look, I was at that meeting as well.
Okay, good. I'm glad. Eyewitness.
Yeah, I live in Kensington, and I'm not a DA supporter, but I do live in Joburg, and I'm tired of the city collapsing around us.
Yeah.
A lot of the people who I've always supported in the past have basically run the city into the ground, and I'm sick and tired of it. So I'm trying to find a way to work out what we can do to try and rescue the city. So I go to the meeting, and I know Nigel. Nigel actually stood up and made important points. I support Gaza too. I support what's going on. I think it's appalling that the DA doesn't take a stand. But for me, that's not the key issue in Joburg, unfortunately, whether we like it or not. I want the city to be rescued. I want it to be fixed. I want people who actually know how to run a city or are prepared to do it cleanly to take over. And if that's the DA, then we don't have a choice. I wish it was someone else, but I can't see who it would be. So I go to the meeting, obviously, in order to try and ask some questions and try to basically say to Helen Ziller and some of the party members that if you guys are going to take this kind of position, help us to understand what you would do. I mean, I'm concerned, firstly, about, let's say she wins. She doesn't get an overall majority, which I doubt anybody will.
Yeah.
They may end up being the biggest party, but they're not going to be a majority. So they won't be running the city. They'll be in coalition with someone else. Now, Helen Ziller has made it perfectly obvious that she doesn't like coalitions. They don't work. They make it very difficult for the people in charge. Obviously, our experience with changeovers in mayors bears her out in that sense. But my question was, okay, so if you don't win and you're just going to be part of a coalition group, are you still going to stick around? Or are you going to go back to Cape Town?
Good question. And what did you say?
Well, he kind of went on about coalitions are difficult. We need to do what we can. We must make sure that we do win. If we do win and we can't actually rule, then maybe we should just be in opposition. Wasn't really an answer to what
Well,
she
you
was
see, your
personally.
point is important because I think we said it at the time of the GNU that at what happened to all of us, right? So, and I'm being very hypothetical here, that person A voted for a political party that did not get a majority, right? Then there was this GNU, and they then formed coalitions with parties that they differed with dramatically or diametrically because in the interests of whatever it was to form a government. That means their policy shifted, but they voted, which actually means you had one vote that meant less than you think it meant at the time, because in fact it helped another party also co-govern, which is problematic actually.
It is, but in the end we have to fix the city, and the only way you can fix a city where somebody cannot win a majority is for some kind of coalition to happen. And we have to learn how to do that, even with people we don't agree with. Because if we don't, we're never going to fix our place.
I agree with you. I mean, some may say the price, a coalition is the price you pay where not a single party is able to convince every one of us to give them at least 50 plus 1, which is problematic in its own right. On the other end, parties that have had 50 plus 1, honestly, their track record is atrocious, and we know that too. Mike, thanks for that call. Interesting one indeed. Certainly got me thinking. Butana, you're in Rosebank. Hi.
Good afternoon, my brother.
Good afternoon, indeed.
Gaza issues will always matter, whether in the local level or internet. They will always, the slaughter of people will always matter. Climate issues will always matter. Mission plan issues will always matter. We cannot be gaslighted by National Party. They've gaslighted us for 48 years, for 1948. It is enough. We cannot be listen only really about talking about the problems in Johannesburg, yet working with the ANC nationally. Problem
but I mean, let me ask you this. If someone's been unemployed and walking on potholes every day or navigating them, does it matter at that time that there's a problem, for example, say in Iran? Does it matter? Or Colombia or Venezuela at that point in time? Does it? Or does it matter? Should it matter?
They are intertwined. They matter. They are matter. They are affecting us now. How much the price of the oil? How much the price of the diesel that we buy? The petrol. They matter.
Okay.
You cannot be fooled yet again, please.
All right,
Butana's. People of Sawato, they must work with us.
Okay, Butana's made his point in Rosebank, as you often do at least once a week. I know that. Thanks for that. Right, what we're going to do next up, in fact, we're going to chat to Imran Bacchus about his book, and very topical at that. We'll do that right after this.
X at SAFM Radio and at Ashraf Garda.
All right, in fact, before we get to Imran Bacchus, there's lots more comments from you, so let's play some of them.
Ashraf, you know that man of the SACP has lost it. The SACP has lost everything. They don't know what they are doing now. And they don't know that if you want to catch an enemy, you must be close to him. So for them giving Rafmeya to be the ambassador to America is a good idea, that one. Jacob from Jamestown.
Okay, thanks for that, Jacob. Right, and there's another comment. Here's one.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. My goodness. This morning was quite boring at the Commission. This Mnisi is a very, very sly, smooth customer. So it seems at first that he's got everything under control and he's got everything at his fingertips. Interestingly enough, the very first probe by Chaskelson, his version of that communication between the two differs from what Nkosi said. So on the very first probe, already the action starts. Cannot wait for Monday. It's going to be fascinating.
You know the language.
Daniel Middleburg.
Thanks for that, Daniel. You know what you say? It's going to be lit, man. That's the word. It's going to be lit on Monday. We'll have a wrap-up, by the way, of today's proceedings at the Madlanga Commission at 5:45, so listen out for that. Well, linked to all of that is Promises and Paddle, and that's the name of a book. We'll talk about it next.
You are listening to the National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
Right, let's talk about. Let's talk to Dr. Imran Bacchus. We've chatted with him a few times around the previous election as a political analyst. He's put together a book called Promises and Peril. We thought we'll pick his brain about it. Imran, appreciate your time and thanks for joining us on the National Pulse. Imran, you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, I certainly can. Thanks for your time. Thanks for joining us. Let's start with this. I mean, I'm sure, between you and your publishers, a lot goes into the title of a book. Why Promises and Peril?
Well, Ashraf, a whole range of things. I think we're at an interesting moment in our post-apartheid history, a little over 3 decades. And, most post-colonial societies, post-apartheid societies like ours, we tend to see quite a dramatic shift, particularly in terms of the liberation movement being pushed to the periphery, the politics changing, different iterations of the former liberation movements that come to being. We think of COPE, we think of EFF, we think of MK. I think all of these were really reasons for the book, but there was also a really personal reason. And in the book, it's described as part memoir, and I think in the first part, I talk about how politics and my involvement in politics and my kind of affinity for politics was intertwined for my own search for meaning, within my own faith. I talk about how I was grappling with faith at a certain point in my life, and asking questions about what religion, what faith had to say about deprivation, about injustice. And at that point, I wasn't, I wasn't happy with what I was hearing. And then, as time goes by, I find a very radically different expression of my own faith. I'm introduced to, many leading activists, etc., etc. So the very first part of the book traces that. What is the history, what is the personal, and how that connects to an understanding of politics today and what's going on around us.
And I suppose, your point about this memoir about personal, because ultimately it is personal. So when we discuss Julius Malema, in fact, it's personal because it affects us. When we discuss his utterances after the sentence even yesterday, it does affect the psyche of a nation, isn't it? So ultimately everything circles back, besides to political parties, to us as individuals, and then the collective, right?
Mm-hmm. No, I think what we see with Malema beyond the dynamic yesterday is not very surprising. Like I said earlier, the original liberation movement tends to have various iterations of it as time passes. So even if you take the Zambian case, you have UNIP at the start, and then you have the Patriotic Front, and you have multiple other parties that come out of it. And clearly the EFF was one of those really important parties, if you like. It has huge resonance among young people, those who are on the margins of society, many people who are unemployed and desperately poor. And the kind of populism, Malema forms EFF because of his own situation with the ANC, because of his own disillusionment, and the kind of populism he brings into the EFF resonates greatly. And,
let me do this. I want to put you on pause for just a second because I want to get your response about Malema now and the EFF right after this.
Spar Winner Car is back. Stand a chance to win one of 50 Hyundai Extras when you buy participating products. Like 2-liter Spar Extra Shelf Life Full Cream or Low Fat Milk for $31.99. Save R5. Or 200-gram Baker's Blue Label Murray Biscuits. Buy any 2 for $33. Save R11. Price is valid from 8 till 21 April. Shop, swipe, and win while stocks last. Only at Spar. T's and C's apply.
Investing shouldn't feel risky. It should give you security and good returns. Earn up to 7.25% interest per annum with an Absa Cash Invest Tracker for an investment of 100,000 rands or more. Your capital is guaranteed with immediate access to your funds. That's minimum risk, maximum benefit. Absa Private Banking customers can invest from just R1. Open via the Absa Banking app, a branch, a private banker, or 0860 111 515. Your story matters. Absa is an authorized financial services provider. T's and C's apply.
X at SFM Radio and at Ashraf Garda.
Talking to Dr. Imran Bacchus, he's the author of a book, is a social political analyst, but author of a book called Promises and Paddle. Okay, just very quickly, you were talking about the EFF. So we don't know, what's going to happen with his appeal, right? But what impact politically are we likely to see in terms of what has happened so far about him?
Well, I think we're likely to see, of course, great unsettlement amongst people who support him. It was quite interesting that many of his supporters said that they will not, degenerate into violence, etc. But I think the bigger point is that a figure like Malema that emerges in a political context like ours is completely understandable. It's what happens in big man politics when people are disillusioned, when people don't have jobs, when people are looking at a very dark political current in the country. People look for a figure, a hardline figure, a figure that promises to deliver for them. And I think even though Malema knows that much of what he says, or some of what he says, might be unconstitutional, etc., he says it because, he's a strongman figure. And he presents himself as a force capable of, ironically, restoring order, discipline, national pride. And, therefore he becomes very popular, like we see in South Africa.
Yeah. Let me move on very quickly to, one of the key quotes from your book, right? Corruption has become the system's gravitational force. It's like such a damning indictment on South Africa. So we know that's true. It doesn't have to be contested. The question is, do you offer solutions around that?
Well, not necessarily.
Besides the commission, like the Madlanga Commission
part.
And others too, yeah.
Yeah. The Madlanga Commission, of course, is a really important part of what happens, in a society like ours. But I do reflect a lot on how, this is the betrayal of liberation values and what happens to liberation movements and how the state becomes a site of accumulation and how social mobility is facilitated by the state. And that is why young people in a society like South Africa aspire to the state. It's unlike the US or the UK or some global north country where young people aspire to property markets, to business, etc. In South Africa, in other African countries, people aspire to the state because it really is this facilitator of social mobility. In terms of what can we do, I think we know the answer already. We've seen the Madlanga Commission. We've seen an attempt by Ramaphosa to change the culture in the ANC, to ensure that people who come into branches are not necessarily those who want to loot the purse. But how do you do that, right? People pay the little fee to join the branch. But clearly the quality of the cadre or the member of the ANC we have today is vastly different from what we had, 2 decades ago, even after apartheid.
Absolutely, yeah. But that is why, one of your chapters, and look at the title, I looked at it again, it says, Political Repression in Post-Apartheid South Africa. Now that's a title you'd never think we're going to see it in an era following Mandela. Political repression in South Africa. Are we experiencing that?
Yeah, we are experiencing that. If you look at what's happening in many working class communities, the extent to which they're frustrated, the extent to which unemployment is entrenching itself, etc. And people are drawing strength from popular anger and redirecting that anger. And we're also starting to see how the state is responding to that. When we talk about political violence, we often think about violence being intra-party, about violence being inter-party, especially in a province like KZN, historically between the ANC and the IFP. But a significant part of political violence today is in part the violence of the state, the violence on the police, on activists, on grassroots activists. For example, Abahlali Basenjondolo, which is a grassroots movement, the largest social movement in South Africa. There are multiple cases recorded of the police coming in, repressing communities and even killing activists. And we've become sort of anesthetized to it because we hear about it so often.
You also talk about rising fascism. Then explain, examples of that and how that plays out.
Yeah, we've seen that not only in South Africa, but we've seen that around the world. Many of us today are talking about what's happening in the U.S. And again, it's about strongman politics, where people are disillusioned. People look to Trump because Trump talks about kicking out the Muslims, kicking out the Mexicans, and that becomes the solution. There isn't a sufficient reflection on the limitations of the state. And not only in the U.S., we've seen it in the Philippines with Duterte, we've seen it in Brazil with Bolsonaro, and we've seen it in Hungary with the former president who was taken out of power a few days ago. And we saw that during Zuma here. So not surprising that, when societies become fractured, when people become disillusioned, we see that it's far-right political ideology that is authoritarian, that is anti-democratic, that starts to take center stage. And of course, we're also seeing that in India, where you have a far-right party that has taken the largest democracy in the world, a secular society, and now focused on a kind of religious nationalism. And of course, that also becomes really concerning in a society like India.
We've got about a minute or so to go. So I'll rush it. I mean, you talk about grassroots experiences being central to everything because they reveal the inequality of the country. And I think that we all would agree with that, right? But having said that, you also make a point, and I'm quoting, there remains a powerful reservoir of democratic possibility rooted in grassroots organizing and international solidarity. That's the one we should be hanging on to, isn't it, in this country post the problems we're having right now? How do we do that?
Well, I mean, this might not be a popular argument, but we're starting to see in South Africa this fusion of crime, violence, and our politics. We're starting to see a very fine line between the state and the underworld, etc. Like Mexico, like many other countries. And I think one of the things we often don't talk about, we talk about the DA, we talk about the EFF, we talk about many of the other parties as possibilities. But I don't think in the South African national conversation, political conversation, we talk about possibilities on the left of our political spectrum. And you may well ask, well, what is the left? And I've done a bit of work on this, and I'm sort of talking the trade union movement, social movements, SAFTU, NUMSA, some of the movements that are acting outside of COSATU. Well, we know NUMSA is moving towards COSATU in recent weeks. And, if you take the figures in all these parties, the SACP is low, COSATU is significant, you have a really significant political possibilities and an electorate. Now, I know you may well argue, well, if you come from COSATU and the SACP, that does not mean you would vote for a left party. Of course, that's true, but I think a significant number from that left that I talk about even in the book are likely to vote for a left party.
Okay.
And, I think there are serious possibilities.
Well, let's leave it at that. Promises and Parel, Dr. Imran Bakkes, thanks for your time. And I suppose it's a natural question. What would South Africa look like in 5 years' time? What would it look like in 10 years' time? We've just teased it out. Get the book, Promises and Parel. Imran, much appreciate your time here on the National Pulse. Let's get the news now with the immediate. Here's Greg House.
Thank you, Ashraf. Oil prices drop after Iran announcement in Parliament to study Judge Mbenenge report. Good day to you. Oil prices have plummeted by more than 10% following news that the Strait of Hormuz has been reopened to commercial traffic by Iran. Iran's foreign minister posted on the social media platform X that the strait is now completely open for all commercial vessels. Seppo Mungwai reports.
The lower oil cost and a stronger currency could provide a last-minute lifeline for South African motorists. Earlier this week, data suggested a steep petrol price hike of roughly 2 rand per litre was imminent for the end of the month. However, if the current exchange rate and oil prices hold, that hike could be significantly reduced or even reversed. Tshepo Mungwai, SABC News, Johannesburg.
US President Donald Trump, meanwhile, says the US naval blockade of Iranian ports will remain in place for now while peace talks continue. The BBC's Samira Hussein has more.
Iran's foreign minister said the Strait of Hormuz is now fully open to all commercial ships for the rest of the ceasefire, matching the truce in Lebanon. Now, the price of oil has fallen to below $90 a barrel, marking a significant cool down. Financial markets were already in a pretty upbeat mood as U.S. President Donald Trump signaled confidence that the war in Iran will end soon.
Chairperson of Parliament's Portfolio Committee on Justice and Constitutional Development, Golen Gola, says they will first study the report of the JSC on embattled Eastern Cape Judge President Selbin Mbenenge before deciding on the way forward. The JSC found Mbenenge guilty of gross misconduct following sexual allegations against him by a junior staffer. The JSC had overturned a lighter finding of misconduct by the Conduct Tribunal. The JSC report could pave the way for impeachment proceedings against Mbenenge, whose legal representatives are reportedly planning to challenge the report. The chairperson explains the way forward.
The following process is to refer the matter to the Speaker of the National Assembly. Then the Speaker will refer the matter to me as the chairperson of the Justice and Constitutional Development Portfolio Committee. Then the matter will be presented to the committee. We'll have numerous options to consider when the matter is presented to us by the Legal Services Unit of Parliament. Firstly, we may take a decision if the report has got some issues that we wish to question. We may write to the JSC to give us clarity.
A man has been sentenced to life imprisonment for killing his 19-year-old girlfriend by strangling her and stabbing her multiple times. The NPA's welcomed the sentence handed down by the High Court in Pretoria. Calvin Mabasa has the story.
What we deploy into government, there's a difference between a political will and what government implements. That's why we're saying, if it is difficult for people who are deployed politically to make government to succumb and do policies that provides for the people that voted for them, we have a thing to say, he who cannot fit in the kitchen must leave the kitchen because the heat belongs to the kitchen.
That was the president of the National Union of Mine Workers. They marched to the Eskom offices in eMalahleni and in Mpumalanga today. They've called for an immediate halt to the unbundling of Eskom. They handed over a memorandum of grievances to Eskom management. The top story this hour is that oil prices have now plummeted by more than 10% following news that the Strait of Hormuz has been reopened to commercial traffic by Iran, although the US President Donald Trump says the US blockade of Iranian ports remains in place for now. That's SAFM News. I'm Greg Khos.
In sports, Banyana beat Algeria 2-0 and CC probes Cricket Canada after corruption claims. More details at 5:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Joburg's M1 South is heavy now with a crash before the Winnie Mandela Drive exit. Traffic's all the way back to Buccleuch and working up the N1 South as far as Yelske in the Midrand area. Also, crash on the M1 North through Midrand before you get to Samrand. So from Buccleuch, again, that run right up towards that scene quite slow. And a lot of traffic on the N3 today between Buccleuch and Germiston. A collision on your way to the Violets on the R59 after the Klip River Drive exit and some queuing pressure on the N3 South heading down through the Sprayview area. Friday check on the M1 North in Pretoria. Fairly busy. Traffic jamming up between Botha Avenue and Garsfontein Road. Across into Durban, the M4 north over Blue Lagoon towards the Virginia Airport side. That's quite busy. A breakdown heading up through Gateway is out of the way. That is clear. And a bus fire earlier just holding traffic up on the N2 South off-ramping at the Higginson Highway, the Chatsworth off-ramp. Cape Town watch for some flooding after persistent rains all day today. Much needed rain, but it has left Malabongwe Drive from Dunoon to Rivergate underwater out by the bend. So that's quite slow from the N7. Also flooding on the main road at Chakai, just by Chakai Road Junction. And a crash on Bosman's Dam Road, causing quite a big delay from Milnerton out towards the N7. And badly backing up traffic on Montague Drive, leaving the Montague Gardens area. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
So Donald Trump called it the Straits of Iran, and if that helps your petrol price going down, then that's fine, isn't it? The Straits of Iran have been opened up, according to Donald Trump and many others. There's been a ceasefire between Lebanon and Israel, which was the key to the Iranians accepting other conditions regarding the original ceasefire, and therefore they've opened the Straits of Hormuz, right? And you've heard oil prices globally plummeting today, which is just absolutely why global issues impact on local issues anyway, right? Comments about the conversation with Dr. Imran Bacchus, feel free to do that. I certainly welcome your thoughts about that. I see part of his comments about who's influenced his thinking, Frans Fanon and Dr. Ali Shariati, amongst many others that influence his thinking. But feel free to comment about what he has said, right? You can call in, you can WhatsApp. We will talk. We'll have a Madlanga Commission wrap around 5:45, as you know. But next up, there's a significant position regarding the Judicial Services Commission decision on the Eastern Cape Judge President. I will get responses on that right after this.
Spar Winner Car is back. Stand a chance to win one of 50 Hyundai Extras when you buy participating products. Like 2 kg Spar Brown Sugar for $39.99, save 12 Rand. Or 200 gram Nescafe Gold Coffee Jar or 220 gram refill, excluding decaf, for $149.99, save 40 Rand. Price is valid from 8 till 21 April. Shop, swipe and win while stocks last. Only at Spar. T's and C's apply.
Teamwork makes the dream work on Color Your Plate this Sunday evening at 7 as the duos tackle global cuisine in a high-energy tag team challenge where partners must swap in and out as they build their dish together. Communication is key, timing is critical, and one misstep could cost them. Which duo will stay in sync and deliver a world-class plate? Find out on Color Your Plate, Sundays at 7, repeat Saturdays at 4:30 p.m. only on SABC2.
South Africa is listening. SAFM is bringing you the Madlanga Commission with clarity, context, and authority. From Monday, April the 13th, SAFM will cover every question, every mood, every controversy from the Commission hearings without clutter, just the moments that matter. 11:30 on the Daily Discourse, 14:55 on the Full Circle, and 17:45 on the National Pulse. Deeper reflection at 8 p.m. on The Meeting Point, with a powerful hour-long wrap on Friday evenings between 6 and 7 p.m. This is not just coverage, it's understanding what matters. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. Ashraf Garda on SAFM.
Okay, we're going to talk about Burkina Faso later on. Remember, there's lots of people talking about that leadership in that country. Now, there's been a significant position of the dissolving of more than 100 NGOs and civil society groups. We'll touch on that just now. In the meantime, we know already, yesterday, Julius Malema, the leader of the EFF, sentenced to 5 years in prison. He's appealed against the sentence. The second appeal, which is against his actual conviction, that was turned down by the sitting magistrate or judge at the time. That can now go to the High Court if he chooses to appeal that part too as well. Lots of positions in terms of what does the EFF think about that. So we'll get responses from them in just a moment. In fact, we do. We got with us now the EFF MP, Mazwe Vlozi. I appreciate your time. You're live on the National Pulse.
Afternoon, Ashraf, and good afternoon to the listeners of SAFM.
Thank you. I suppose it's less about what you feel about it, more about, what happens next? What's your move?
Well, it's simple, Ashraf, and we've already indicated, and from the time that the president had received, the guilty verdicts, we did say that we are going to appeal this judgment from the magistrate court, because we view it as nothing but a political witch hunt. She has, didn't follow the law to the letter in terms of what the cases are. And if you had listened to it even carefully when the state was presenting its case in terms of why they were looking for 15 years, they were not even citing reasons that are in the judgment itself, but citing things that they would have presented during, their presentation of the case. So it was a political witch hunt. No case, in law that the state could present to say that such cases of this magnitude, this is how you deal with them. These are the precedents that you should follow in terms of a person who was involved in a similar case, who was in prison for 5 years, 15 years, whatever the case may be.
Okay, but let's be clear in terms of the political witch hunt. We'll talk about the sentence in a second, right? The part of Malema being convicted for discharging a firearm in a public place, he's been convicted of that. I mean, is that a witch hunt, or is that, in terms of the law, exactly what we now know is illegal? He can't do that.
No, but remember, Ashraf, our position remains that we never even fired a firearm. It was a toy gun. That is the position of the Commander-in-Chief and his legal team. And we are saying that that conviction as well did not take into consideration the evidence that was presented before the magistrate's court. So she went through, and with the evidence in front of her, she dismissed everything. She dismissed the ballistic report. She dismissed even, the people who came to her and told her that this gun that was before the court, it was not proven that gun was at the Eastern Cape at the time. And the president was convicted of a gun that was not even at Eastern Cape at the time of the accident. So all of those things that were presented across the 8 years of this case were not considered when the conviction was made. So the conviction itself is also a political witch hunt because it did not, follow the evidence that was presented before her.
All right, certainly from an NPA point, and we spoke to them yesterday, very clear that in fact he had a semi-automated rifle, and they're standing to that. Now, clearly, that's certainly what the magistrate feels, right? In terms of that, how now, yes, things are open to interpretation. How do you then link an interpretation or a misinterpretation, let's call it that, for benefit of yourself, to a political witch hunt, because then suggests there's a political motive to eliminate a person from the center stage?
Well, it is. You just have to look at who are the people who brought this case in the first place. There was no person that was in the stadium that would have went to the police station and said, because of what would have happened, of those fires and the shots at the stadium, my life was in danger, therefore I'm opening the case. No one was injured. No one cited anything. So the people who actually brought the case before the court was AfriForum. And you must then go and look at the political, posture of AfriForum against the EFF. And that's exactly what we are dealing with here. Even look at the posture of the magistrate itself. When Advocate Murai Tobi presented to her to say that, why are we then wanting to vindicate the president of the EFF when he says this thing is a political witch hunt? This entire case is based on racism, because AfriForum are cited in the papers. They are cited. They are even brought to the court by the NPA itself. And when the defense presents that, the magistrates jump down and want to chase people out of court. So it is a political witch hunt, and we cannot run away from that, because AfriForum in its nature are the people who hate EFF, are the same people who went to America and wanted and reported the president of the EFF to Donald Trump. So it is a political case. It is a political witch hunt, and we have to look at it.
Let's say it is a case, and I think everybody has a view about AfriForum, and it's very clear on that. Having said that, I mean, would you concede that then Julius Malema gave the AfriForums of the world an opportunity to nail him by doing what he did in that stadium?
Ashraf, no. The president didn't do anything. Because now, remember, Ashraf, that there is accused number 2 in that case who was released and found not guilty. The person who the court said is the one that issued the gun, gave the gun to the president. But that person is found not guilty for giving the gun to the president. But the president is then found guilty of being in possession of the gun that was given by someone else. So that's why I'm saying that everything that would have happened there has got nothing to do with law, has got nothing to do with the facts that happened on that day, because those facts were not followed. Because if you had followed those facts, even accused number 2 should have been guilty of issuing a firearm to someone who was not licensed to.
All right, I'll give you again all right, the NPA position on that part is that the visual evidence does not confirm that, let's call it the owner of the firearm, gave it to Julius Malema. What they see is the owner, if I want to call it that, the owner of the firearm, receiving the firearm afterwards. There's no evidence that he actually gave it. That means a third person could have received it. On that basis, they're saying if evidence surfaces down the line, video evidence, they will relook at that position. At this point in time, they can't nail him on that.
Well, that's why they are being sued now for 20 million rand, because why was he even in the documents in the first place? So if that was their evidence now, why did they even bring him to court? Why did they even charge him in the first place? So they charged the person on issues that they themselves were not sure about. And that's why we are saying that the accused number 2 was just a distraction because they wanted the president. And when they realized that the case is not following law, is not following procedures, they had to let him go, but they kept the person that they were looking for. So the president fired the firearm that he was not given by anyone, by a mysterious person all of a sudden. But it's clear that he fired the firearm.
One of the things
and that's what we are saying, that this thing is just a political witch hunt against the president because of his views in terms of the political dynamics of this country.
All right. One of the things that came through was the fact that that it appears that and I'm talking from an NPA point of view, that Malema showed no remorse. Your thoughts on that?
They must tell you, Ashraf, they can't just make a statement and not cite anything. They must tell you that President Julius Malema did not show remorse because of what? You are talking about a person who has consistently attended a court case for 8 years, never been late, not even a minute. The same person who had to call out the magistrate for always coming late in court for the past 8 years. And since that iteration, she has never been late. So you cannot then make a statement, a blank statement, and say that the president does not show remorse. You must make, follow that up to say he did not show remorse based on what? If we cite that the case was racist, the case was racist. If we are saying we are going to appeal the judgment, it's within our constitutional right to say that. And those things cannot be cited that we are not showing remorse. But also, Ashraf, how can we show remorse for a crime that was not committed? That is another issue. How can we to show remorse on what? No one was injured, no firearm was fired, no live ammunition was found to be fired. So we must show remorse for what?
All right. I mean, so you certainly made your point. So, of course, you've already, from an EFF perspective, Malema perspective, made it very clear that you will appeal. So that play out. Let me just pick up just very quickly on what came through yesterday, and I'm picking up from the vibes, if I can call it that, from the audience here on the National Pulse on SAFM. Malema saying that the magistrate, in fact, was possibly an AfriForum member, possibly, right, number one, and then saying, something like this ugly white woman. Many people found it very distasteful, and why would he even get to that level, no matter what he may think about her? Your thoughts on that?
Well, it's his personal views, Ashraf. I mean, if you look at a person and you see them, they are far away from beauty, what is wrong with that? It's his opinion. If he feels the magistrate is an ugly woman, the magistrate is an ugly woman. Some other person might see her as beautiful. That's their opinion.
But I mean, in the context of a judgment, what does the appearance have to do with anything?
It has nothing to do with law. He didn't break any law. By calling someone ugly, there's no law you are breaking. You are just making an opinion about someone. And someone else can make a different opinion. We are just entitled to our views.
Okay.
And President Malema is a member of a political party. He's in the political space. He makes political commentary all the time. So to say someone is ugly, it has no impact on the judgment. It has no impact on the case at hand. It has nothing to do with anything that we're doing there. He was just making an observation that he's been subjected to an ugly white face for the past 8 years, and he's glad that it's over and he's no longer going to see that face. And that's it. It has nothing to do with anything else.
Okay, and the EFF stands by that too, yeah?
No, we stand by that. I mean, We've been there ourselves for the past, 8 years, and we've been seeing that. We saw the face as well yesterday. We don't think she's beautiful. We believe she's ugly as well. But what does that have to do with anything? It's only our opinion. People can argue about that. It's their opinion as well. They're entitled to say what they want to say.
All right. Just the last thing, and I know he's going to appeal, right? I mean, so at the moment, Malema's been convicted, but because he has to appeal, that legal issue takes its course, right? There's a sense that he may be very distracted by the goings on in the next couple of years to effectively fight for his own future, for his own survival, if not, well, not just politically, but in terms of being out of jail. What impact will that have on the EFF? Is that being discussed?
Ashraf, there is no case, and we believe that a higher court with the bench will be able to look at the facts and dismiss this case. Just Ashraf on one issue alone. The NPA releases the gun before the judgment is released. We must ask the question, how did the NPA know? How did the prosecutors know that the verdict was going to be, given in that direction, that they had to release the gun before the judgment was released? Even the magistrate herself got shocked in court. Something that was written in her papers and argued in court. She got shocked that she released the judgment without the gun that was evidence of the court not being part of the evidence anymore. So with that alone, leave everything else. With that alone, this case falls off. Because they must tell us, how did the prosecutors know without the defense team being made aware that there was going to be a particular judgment and it was going to be given this direction. Hence, for the NPA to go and release
Right,
so we believe that the higher court will look at this matter and look at the facts and dismiss it. So there's no discussion within the EFF of anything. President is going to lead us up until our next conference. He's going to lead us in these elections. He's going to lead us in the elections of 2029, and we are happy with him. And this case is not a disruption at all.
Okay.
We view it as a political witch hunt, and we'll treat it as such.
A political witch hunt. Lots to mull over for all of us, collectively and individually, over the weekend. Appreciate your time, Mazwe Bloze, speaking on behalf of the EFF's MP. Right. I'll get to your thoughts in a moment.
You are listening to the National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
Right, to Durban we go. Ravi, hi, Ravi.
Hi, Ashraf. Just listening to the conversation that you had with the gentleman, and it's so sad that here they pick on the appearance of the magistrate, of all things. But what is laughable is that Malema calls this racism, but let's look at the prosecutor who wanted 15 years, and he's black. Nobody is picking on him. The magistrate actually lessened the sentence to 5 years. Nobody speaks about the prosecutor who is black. Everything is about, because this woman is white, they make it racism. Everything is about racism. And what is even more sad is Tigile Mbabula, from ANC, who sides with Malema, and he actually is part of the government who runs the justice system of South Africa. And here he goes, going against his own justice system. It's laughable. It's just laughable.
Okay. Point made, and I think many may concur with you. Ravi in Durban, but others, let's hear it. Anonymous in Gqeberha, let's get your thoughts. Hi.
Quick one, Ashraf. I just wanted to perhaps ask you a question as to what has democracy done for Africa? That's my question. Or let me ask it another way. Can you name one country in Africa where democracy has elevated the masses out of poverty?
Okay, maybe, listen, we'll take an hour to get that answer, but are you suggesting the leading question is that democracy doesn't work? If democracy doesn't work, then what does work? Meaning, can you suggest a system that has enhanced and elevated the status of the citizens of any country in Africa?
So you agree with me then that this thing called democracy that we practice has not elevated anyone out of poverty, but the political...
No, I didn't say I agree with you. I didn't say I agree with you. I said I have to reflect what you're saying. I'm asking you that, by the line of your question, I'm suggesting that you feel that it's not working. So what's working? What system's working?
Yeah, but then again, that's what I'm also asking. I asked you if you can name me one country where we can say, in this country, democracy has elevated the masses out of poverty. That's my question.
All right. Let's leave that open-ended question because we need a 1 hour conversation on that one there. Someone may say, don't call me, I'll call you. Something along that line. Anonymous, appreciate the call. Certainly thought-provoking indeed. Has democracy outlived its value? That means, do we play it up too much? But if not democracy, then what? Like, if not democracy now, then what? Mokona in Pretoria, hi.
I'm good, Ashraf.
Yeah.
And even to the listeners also. On the Malema judgment, Ashraf, my concern or my surprise is that Julius Malema is sentenced to a direct imprisonment of 5 years. But this is the same Julius Malema who was released on warning. Now, for the court to really make it make sense to any South Africans who follow South Africans know that Julius Malema, being a first offender for that particular crime, the court is of the view that he must be removed from society. That on its own will take a lot of justification to convince me and any other reasonable person, I think.
Okay.
Since this matter started, Julius Malema was on warning, no bail, nothing. It means that the court does not consider Julius Malema a threat to society, someone who can invade justice. Basically, even the crime itself does not really, it's not scheduled as those that are considered to be crime of terrible violence. But particularly, similarly with the Jacob Zuma sentence, it is very much
aimed at parliamentary disqualification. To anyone and other EFF members who have been observing the judgment, it is very much that the target was to politically disqualify Julius Malema, and then that's it.
All right.
So that will be my comment on that one.
Thank you for that. So that's the target. Let's just say that's true. That's the target. Then, has Malema given them the opportunity to remove him? That means, what has his actions given them the opportunity, if that were the case? Shata in Cape Town, hi.
Ashraf, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, yeah, go for it.
Ashraf, Jacob Pretorius. In 2024, Brackenfell, he pleaded guilty of discharging the firearm 3 times to the members of the EFF in Brackenfell High School. He was fined.
Mm-hmm.
Oscar Pretorius, on 2 occasions, same crime, he was fined. Julius Malema gets 5-year sentence. That's equivalent to Oscar Pretorius when he murdered somebody and they sugarcoated and said it's culpable homicide. So Oscar Pretorius killed somebody, he gets 5 years. Julius Malema fires a firearm. Let's say he fires a firearm. He gets equivalent to somebody that has killed a person.
Mm-hmm.
And we're saying there's no witch hunt here.
Okay.
I mean, come on, let's be reasonable.
Shata, thank you for that. I must tell you, I'm just moving on because of time. There are many people who believe what you believe, that, conviction is one thing, but the level of punishment, in this case suspension, just does not add up. Nasir in Durban, in fact. Hi, Nasir. Hi.
Good Ashraf, how are you doing?
Good indeed, right? What's your point?
Ashraf, when it comes to Malema, this is also, as you're saying, it's a political attack. You see, Malema is a bit raw when it comes to his speech at times. I think only now he's realizing that he needs to watch how he's speaking. So I think just that his mouth got him into trouble because of what he used to say previously. So he's trying to make a point now, and this is what the outcome is. And Ashraf, this is Nazir, the same guy that spoke to you about writing the book. You asked about a solution, just not to the other guest.
Mm-hmm.
If you give me the email, I'll send you the chapter of my books. You can read it, and then you can tell me what you think about it.
Okay, good. I'll look forward to seeing it. Thanks for that,
But
Nasir.
what's the email?
Well, I can't give it to you now. I'll tell you what, I'll get a flood otherwise. And you know what? In fact, it's on my social media pages. You'll find it. You seriously will. If you look for me on Twitter, you'll find my email address. Marvelous in Durban. Hi, Marvelous.
Yes, hi. How are you, Ashraf?
Yeah, good indeed. Right. Quick one. What's your point?
If it was an ordinary person, Marvelous, I'm sure he would be behind bars as we speak. But because it's a person of, I don't know, national what, because he's rich, because he's got money, he didn't spend a day in jail, but he broke the law. Secondly, he doesn't show any remorse of whatsoever for someone who almost spent the night in jail for committing, I don't know what to call it, a crime. So we are seeing, and we are looking at South Africans, and I can safely say that the law favors those who have money and those who are ordinary like me.
The law favors, but this could be the case of, in this case, Malema's got money, so how does it favor him? Meaning, he's got power as opposed to others who have no power. Marvelous, thanks for that. Let's get the news headlines. Just gone 5:30. Here's Greg House.
Thank you, Ashraf, with some powerful headlines. The suspect linked to a shooting in Rabi Ridge north of Johannesburg that killed 3 people has been found dead after allegedly turning the gun on himself. Trade Union Solidarity signed a multi-year wage agreement at Eskom, and oil prices have dropped by more than 10% following news that the Strait of Hormuz has been reopened to commercial traffic by Iran. A full update at 6 o'clock.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Pretoria first up, very heavy around Trans-Orania and WFN Como. Traffic all over that junction. Also the R55 coming up through Laudia into that Pretoria West area. A lot of traffic there as well. R59 heading towards the Vaal. There's a crash after Klip River Drive. That is heavy. A lot of traffic on the M1 North through Midrand today. A breakdown before New Road. A breakdown after Olifantsfontein. Jamming up from the Buccleuch interchange. And the N1 South going down to Winnie Mandela held up by a crash just before that 4 always off-ramp. Major collision in Durban. It's the M7 it's the N2 North at the M7 ramp. A truck has just overturned and lost its trailer and its load. It's a bit of a mess. N2 North under pressure, and the M7 trying to climb into that's going to be slow as well. Cape Town, the N1 highway, still pretty busy coming in from Century City to Coburg. Get a change. M5 is slow from the Coburg Road, Brooklyn, all the way down to Milner Road at Rondebosch, and a crash on Bosmansdam Road, holding traffic through Summer Greens towards the N7. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sports with Doming Kapele.
Right, Jimmy, let's revel in the Banyana story.
Yes, Banyana beat Algeria 2-0 in their second international friendly match at the Kings Welitini Stadium this afternoon. Goals by Ntabiseng Magia and Shakia Omali sealed the victory to help South Africa claim back-to-back wins. Both nations were using these games to prepare for the 2026 CAF Women's Africa Cup of Nations, which is scheduled to be played between the 25th of July and the 17th of August in Morocco. Meanwhile, Mamelodi Sundowns defender Zuko Mdunyelwa says that the team remains fully aware that the job is only half done ahead of the CAF Champions League semi-final second leg against Esperance tomorrow. The Brazilians took a narrow 1-0 lead in the clash at Loftus Versfeld Stadium with just 90 minutes separating them from a second successive final. Now, Mdunyelwa emphasized that significance of the encounter, describing it as a massive occasion both personally and for the team.
The talk amongst the players is to understand that the assignment is not done as yet. The away game was just the first half, and the second half is coming up on Saturday. It actually comes from the coach that in such games, when it's high pressure games, us as players, we should just go inside and enjoy ourselves. So it takes away the pressure. But games like this always have pressure on their own, because as a player you want to achieve something for the club and for yourself.
Elsewhere, Pep Guardiola says an Arsenal victory at Manchester City on Sunday would end the Premier League title race, but that his side would have a lot more work to do even if they beat the Gunners. Mikel Arteta's men hold a 6-point lead at the top of the table, but City have home advantage and a game in hand on the leaders. Should Guardiola's side win the battle between the top two and a struggling Burnley on Wednesday, they would go top for the first time in months. Aiming to win a first league title in 22 years, Arsenal appear to have hit the wall in recent weeks, and defeat to City in the League Cup final last month has sparked a run of just one win in 5 games in all competitions. It will be crazy if Arsenal loses this title again.
So that game is on Sunday, right?
Yes.
What a big match.
Sure.
Someone who's wearing red right now, but it's not Arsenal red, right? And Temba, our former producer, must be listening into the show.
Of course.
Listen, from a league perspective, it'll be great if Man City wins this week.
So you're on the Man City side.
I'm looking at the excitement. I want the drama.
Nah, guys. Can we just allow the Gunners to win?
You don't allow them. They must demand it by their performances. They must win.
Well, we'll see how that one ends. In terms of boxing legend and Golden Gloves Foundation CEO Brian Mitchell says that the plan behind the NPO is to give the next generation a shot of becoming champions in and out of the ring. Speaking exclusively to SABC Sport at the Brian Mitchell's Boxing Academy in Edenvale, the former world champion says that it's all about close mentorship.
Golden Gloves Foundation is all about getting youngsters, giving them the opportunity. You know, it's a non-profit organization. We're going to go out there, we're going to get youngsters to join us, and we're going to teach them, mentor them life skills, boxing skills, dedication, discipline, what it takes to make it in life. And hopefully there'll be some young guys that can come through from grassroots or underprivileged guys specifically. We're reaching out to them. We're going to give them the opportunity to make it. It's either an amateur boxer to start or to become a professional boxer and a champion boxer one. And it's all about those skills we want to offer them. And we are open now. The website's out there, the Golden Gloves website. They can look out for us and start talking to us.
In cricket, the International Cricket Council has launched an investigation into Cricket Canada following allegations of match corruption raised in a CBC documentary. The probe includes Canada's 8-wicket loss to New Zealand at the recent T20 World Cup, with suspicion centred on Captain Dilpreet Bajwa's fifth over in Chennai. The ICC is also examining claims that board members pressured then coach Kurban Chauhan over player selections. Cricket Canada says that it is treating the matter with utmost importance, stressing that issues of match fixing and organised crime are taken extremely seriously. So, Ashraf, I'm going to predict a draw between Man City and Arsenal this weekend. I'm going to go for a draw.
That will help Arsenal. If they just don't lose, they should win the title. But if they lose, oh my goodness.
It's basically a mentor against a mentee this Sunday. Pep Guardiola versus
It's basically a team that's won it all versus a team that at this point in time,
that's
in
literally
recent years,
lost it
has
at the
won
nick of time.
Nux.
That said, ke na tumeng kgapela modimo ke yo.
You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAFM.
Say Professor Athol Williams. He is a whistleblower. He's a senior fellow of management practice and strategy at the Said Business School. You might remember he went public about corruption at Bain, South Africa, where he used to work, and he was effectively exiled to the United Kingdom, leaving his family behind and fearing for his life. How do you feel about the new legislation?
I kept asking myself, would I recommend to someone I love, to my daughter, to my wife, to my close family, to blow the whistle, looking at this new bill? And I would absolutely not recommend anyone blow the whistle, because I don't believe the government has taken the whistleblowers' interests serious. I have no confidence that if I did stand up and blow the whistle, that the government would protect me, understands my situation.
The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures.
And Jimmy Muya has got all those numbers. Jimmy, what do you have?
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Good afternoon to the listeners. Markets are loving the announcement out of Iran that an official ceasefire has been reached. The oil price has gone sub $90 a barrel. The price of the rand against the British pound has gone sub 22, and against the dollar is at 16 rand and 20 cents. Equity markets showed the similar sorts of reactions, closing out in the green, in markets gaining more than 1% across the board, depending on which markets you're looking at. Now, the US markets at the moment up about 2%. Resource stocks locally are up more than 3% on the back of this news. So markets clearly needing this and looking very, very optimistic that this ceasefire or the end to the war is much closer than we had originally thought. Going into next week, this is going to be where we keep a lot of our focus. We're in the middle of the month of April, and that will largely determine how we set up for the rest of quarter two. The gold price still above $4,800 per ounce, platinum still above $2,000, and palladium above $1,500. But as I said, the big news is that the oil price has finally come below $90 a barrel. So we're going to the weekend very, very optimistic, very positive, and in need of this reprieve. We'll be back next week with more of these updates. Of course, some of these updates will likely go into the weekend. Hopefully we don't have any surprises from the United States and from Washington over the weekend, as we have been having over the last couple of weekends. But we take the optimism going into the weekend, and we regroup coming into next week with more optimism that this will continue. Back to you, Ashraf.
Thanks for that, Jimmy. Yeah, have a great weekend. I see... I wonder what would make your weekend. It's a good question to ask any one of you. So we'll have the Madlanga Commission wrap eye on the Madlanga coming up in a few minutes' time, but it does mean we can talk to you, and I'll talk to you right after this.
X at SAFM Radio and at Ashraf Garda.
Remember, there's sport coming up at 7, but before that, I see John Carricker's in the house, which means he's got a plan, and should be fascinating listening to his show coming up from 6 today, right? Okay, let's do this then. We're going to get to some of the calls as well, and then we'll get to the Madlanga Commission just in a moment. But firstly, we go to Mokopani. Hello, hi.
Ashraf, thanks for having me.
Pleasure,
Ashraf,
man.
Don't you believe that this case of Julius Malema, it has political
influence and so forth.
I don't know. I mean, I can't say I do believe it. I think
but
that
I
there can be undertones of it. No, but I mean, I can't say there was authority because that would be wrong. That's like passing a judgment on something that is not clear. Because it also does mean that the courts are compromised. And if the courts are compromised for one thing, then the courts are compromised for everything. And then we've got a serious problem.
Yes, Ashraf, we do know some courts are compromised. Decisions are compromised. That's a fact. And we do know that law and politics, they go hand in hand. Politicians, the one who are making laws. And then for us to suggest that in this case in particular, there is no political meddling, that will be false, in my view anyway.
Okay, so you're very clear in terms of what the EFF is saying, that there is political meddling, right?
See, where did you see Ashraf they convict someone without finding the object that killed or murdered the person? Where?
No, nobody killed or murdered a person.
No, I'm just saying.
Well, listen, in reference to Malema, they're talking about evidence that he shot, and they say they got video evidence which was from permissible in court.
Ashraf, was the evidence shown in court that this is what Malema used in the stadium?
Yeah.
No.
Listen.
The answer is no. You can't. On this one, you have to admit it. There was no evidence to show that this is what Malema showed.
Okay. It's not for me to admit because I'm not in court. But I hear you.
You are always running away to engage us.
Yes, I'm fine to engage you. And,
no.
I'm fine to engage you. Absolutely.
Yes.
I'm enjoying it, actually, just so you know.
But sometimes you don't want to be put on the... You have to have your opinion. Anonymous, ask you a simple question. Do you know any African country? And then you explain yourself like a politician. No, Ashraf.
Maybe I'm a politician. Maybe I'm a politician in training. You never know what happens next.
Enjoy your weekend, Ashraf.
You too. Thanks. Good to engage with you. Thank you. Politician in training. Can you just imagine that? Hello, Mokopane. Okay. There's comments from you, and it's amazing. One day later, yesterday I called it the Julius Malema show. Listen, by and large, besides the issue of Helen Zille and genocide in Israel and some bits about Trump, it's been the Malema show once again.
Hi, Ashraf. Malema, after the case, he addressed his followers, telling them he fired one shot. So I don't know if they are saying he didn't do anything wrong, he didn't commit any offense. He said himself he fired one shot. So your guest there, I don't know if did he listen to his boss. Thank you, bye.
Okay, let's leave that. Lots of questions asked. Let's get to another, right?
Good afternoon, Ashraf and the listeners. I think, in my personal view, Julius Malema is a leader. And whether it was a toy gun or it was a real gun, he should have known better. And no one is addressing that. His conduct as a leader was questionable that day. And it leaves a bitter taste because to date, Julius Malema has not apologized to the public. Now, whether that gun, it was a real gun or it was a toy gun, him as a leader, his actions are questionable. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Well, that's the question I put even to the EFF to say, let's say, yes, there's a political agenda, political vendetta. Let's say that, okay? He still has got to give them a reason how they can nail him. And then he gave them a reason to nail him. So he should have known better. Yeah. To the Madlanga Commission we go next.
X at SAFM Radio and at Ashraf Garda.
So can you believe it's day 92 of the Madlanga Commission? Today's witness was the suspended Tshwane Chief Financial Officer, Gareth Nisi, who, as you know, has been implicated in alleged tender riggings at the Tshwane municipality, as well as the Metro Police Department. So let's recap in terms of what happened today. In the early part of the day, he testified to having a close friendship with Sergeant Nkosi and spoke of their joint love for biking and good food, and also said that they would socialize regularly. But to get to the real issues, he then spoke at length about the workings of the Bid Evaluation Committee as well as the Bid Adjudication Committee in the procurement process for Tshwane Metro Police. So basically full-on explanations, right? Then he outlined his role, and this is the key. He outlined his role in assessing whether the bid evaluation committee was compliant. Listen
My
to
role
this.
in terms of assessing whether a BEC is compliant, I need to check 3 things. 1, adequate representation from a supply chain management function. 2, adequate representation from the user department. 3, adequate representation from the owner of the tender. I don't check names, Chair. I check functions. Once I receive confirmation, the chief of police or delegate have designated individuals, I'm comfortable. And whether those individuals form part and parcel of that committee, I'm comfortable. Similarly, with Human Settlement Department in this case, once I confirm and receive surety that the function is represented, I'm clear. It's a tick box exercise for me, it's compliant.
Let me put it this way then. When that BEC was appointed, you have received the names of the people who are nominated. And in that list, these 2 people would have been there. At best for you, you can say, I didn't pay attention then, but I must have got it and they were there.
Chair, what I can confirm is that I must have been obviously carbon copied on the submission that was sent to the city manager, but I do pay attention, and I pay attention on functions. Chairperson, we've got in excess of 23,000 employees at the city of Tshwane. So I need to pay attention to function. That's what keeps me sane in terms of accountability, that the key baseline building blocks have been dealt with accordingly. I'm unable to recall names as opposed to functions. I rather deal with functions. It gives me a sanity check that indeed compliance has been met.
The latter answer is more acceptable than the first one, because the first one you said you did not know, but when you say they must have been there, I just didn't pay attention, I accept that, but the first one just did not make sense to me.
Why did you need to know the faces of the people who'd apparently taken your security detail away? What were their faces? Why were their faces important to you?
Just to put the name to the face, Chair. No particular reason.
Did you write to anyone in relation to the removal of your security detail?
No, Chair, I accepted it. It's a city's decision. If they decide to withdraw my security, all I can do is accept it and move on, even if they don't explain to me the reasons why.
Okay, and then there's more. What about a purchase order? The who, what, when, where, why of the purchase order? Nisi explained it.
Okay. Can you then just clarify what the purpose of a purchase order is and who issues it or who generates it?
Okay. The purpose of the purchase order is to now recognize the expenditure in the system, credit the relevant GL. GL, I mean the general ledger or cost center account, which houses the relevant funds for that particular department. A deployment letter, it's a manual letter that's signed by an individual, issued outside the system. With that, the system does not recognize that. The only form which will enable a payment in a formal document that recognizes or authorizes a payment is a purchase orders. So what happens, Chair, is that the user department uploads the necessary documents which would include the invoice, that deployment letter, the appointment letters, the SLAs of these particular service providers to the system. They then generate those purchase orders in conjunction with the city supply chain management function.
So at Tshwane, a purchase order is an internal process between 2 departments?
It's an internal process which enables payments. The purchase order goes out to the supplier. But for the city's perspective, it creates a transaction. The transaction is recognized for payment.
Maybe what has caused confusion for lawyers is in some procurement processes, a purchaser would ask for a quotation from a supplier, and the supplier provides a quotation to say, these goods are going to cost this much and that much. And then the purchaser would issue a purchase order, as in they are ordering the goods, and in their purchase order they say that's the reference, that's the amount.
Right, and just the other part, and you can pick it up as well, that he was seen by and large as very confident in his testimony. But interesting, many felt he was speaking too fast, which is interesting, and you can probably have heard that too, right? So, of course, all of that's done on the suspended City of Tshwane CFO, Gareth Mnisi, set to continue his testimony on Monday. So 2 days break, then we'll be back in action, and so will all of us here on Monday. I need to get to more of your thoughts. I'll do that in a moment.
Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
Rashida, why do you think it's taken so long?
Our justice system is failing us on the whole. Because we are dealing with so many tragedies out there, it is just not true. I am a human rights activist. I believe in humanity. Some of our parents died by the wayside. Nobody can answer us to say why it is taking so long. Why must we go and protest? Why must we go and beg for justice? It was clear as daylight that this patient was murdered.
Rashida Landis, mother to one of the survivors of the Life Esidimeni tragedy.
This is Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing. Your weekends now have a rhythm on SAFM. Start your mornings with music of Africa, 3 to 6 a.m. with Sheila Ndikumana. Followed by Bongi Zwane on the Weekend View, 6 to 9, Saturday and Sunday. Then ease into your day with the Alternative Breakfast, 7 to 10 with Khomotso Matsunyane and Ndumiso Ngobo. From 10 to 1, it's Seasons with KG Mwekezi. And your afternoon soundtrack comes alive with Ernest Pillay on the soundtrack of your life, 1 to 4 p.m. Drive into the evening with the Classical Fix, 4 to 7 with Dino Maduramutu. Saturday nights, it's Spotlight with Zai Khan, 7 to 9. And on Sunday, stay informed with the Santon Times Hour, 7 to 8. Then revisit the best moments on SAFM Rewind, 8 to 9. Followed by drama and documentary series, 9 to 10. And we round off the weekend in style with the Vinyl Corner with Kitty Petla. The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda.
So question, Ashraf, retailers were extremely quick to push up prices. Will they now come down, seeing as oil prices have dropped from Kaz? Expect so. Otherwise what? Another commission.
Hi Ashraf, hi SAFM listeners. Malema fired a shot. He was charged, he was found guilty. Now he can only appeal the sentence, not the guilty charges. I don't know who's educating the EFF members. They have a different newspaper or they're watching a different television. We don't know. Malema was found guilty already. It doesn't matter whether he was wrong or right and whether he did it or not. He was found guilty. The dispute was over the sentencing. Now we have to listen to all the race cards that have been played. Now the judge is white. It's wrong what the EFF members are doing. It's very wrong, Mr. Ashraf. Thank you, TJ from Megurube.
Well, I mean, look, you're right on one point. It's not for us to go and educate the EFF. They're very clear, and they actually say it was a toy gun. They're very clear he never shot anything. From an NPA perspective, they're like, hey, we got footage that he did shoot, and there was this semi-automatic rifle, not toy gun. They were very clear about it. On that basis, is a conviction. Yes, the magistrate denied him the right to appeal, but my understanding, and this is per the conversation we had yesterday, in fact, he can appeal even the conviction at a higher court. But first he has to appeal the appeal, if you get my point. He has to appeal the right to appeal. They have to accept that, then appeal. It's a long process. He can do that. So I understand. So I've been told.
Afternoon, Ashraf. I'm Sweden. What you ruling? Any reasonable person won't need to be convinced for them to understand where the court is coming from with the sentencing of Malema. Instead, Malema and Jacob Zuma and their blind loyalists are the ones who need to understand that this country has laws, and those laws have to be obeyed by everyone, including them. Thank you.
Got that, and there's so many more comments about Malema. I can't cope.
Ashraf, Malema's case. Malema has responded. Who is the applicant? If that is AfriForum, where were they when the gun was shot? Now we're working on allegations. This is flawed in South Africa's law. It can't be allowed to happen like this. Malema should be released freely. Thank you, David.
See, I don't know that. Listen, this has got nothing to do with whether we like AfriForum. I mean, they have caused havoc in the country with some of their narratives, and we know that, and abroad, of course, right? But the point is that video evidence was permissible as evidence, and that's been accepted. And once that was found, they had evidence that, in fact, video evidence that he shot. That's the basis of it. So they have to be in court on that.
Hi, Ashraf, hi, SA listeners. That guy is talking a lot of nothing. He's just defending Malema with everything he has. That's all he's doing, Ashraf. Malema is wrong by firing shots. We all saw the video. Tell him about the video. We saw the video. He shot that firearm, and it was a rifle. So he's denying everything, just defending Malema. Thank you.
Okay, I don't have to add to that. Yeah.
Yeah, Ashraf, the man who handed Malema the firearm is suing the state. Now, I want to know, on which ground is he suing the state? Because he's been acquitted of that particular, on that case. He was not seen being guilty. Thank you. We'll hear in Kuma.
Okay, that will come up in terms of, is there a defamation or wrongful arrest in the first place? They claim from a state point they could not find that evidence that he actually gave the firearm or this gun to Malema. There's the rifle. There was evidence that he received it after the shoot, not before. So it doesn't mean it's his. Interesting thought.
Yeah, Ashraf, in regard to the gentleman...
sorry, we did that already. Let's just... Yeah, there we are.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. I think SACP must join economic freedom fighters because their policies are the same. How can you blame the new ambassador that he was from the apartheid regime and whatever? ANC is a non-racial party. All it needs is to see everybody living in one.
Okay, let's end with, I hear you, let's end with this. Let me just see. Sorry, I think I've lost that. Yeah, we are. We're going to end with this, right?
On my side, I feel like South Africa is still currently trying to fix itself. Also, like politically, I feel like we still need to step up and do the right thing. As much as we need to help other countries at the same time, but I don't think at this current moment and this current state of South Africa, we have the power and the capital to do so. Hence why I feel like we should stay focused in our own country and try to fix our own country first before we step and fix other countries. As much as we can give a helping hand, but we should mainly support and focus on South Africa.
Yeah, but you see, your last part says, you said we should mainly. Now, I think that's true. No country can have their whole policy being 100% foreign policy. It doesn't work like that. But there must be an element of that. If there was no element of that, then why even bother about the United Nations General Assembly with their votes? Just like, hey, don't even go there. We don't care. There's no need for multilateralism. Just think about that, okay? Right, that's the show. Thanks for listening in. We'll have podcasts of some of the key conversations always up, safm.co.za. I'm going to set my alarm to be here 3 o'clock tomorrow, Monday afternoon. Will you do the same thing? I hope you are. Fingers on the pulse, right? Let's get the news. Here's Greg.